Yeah, now they ask them whether they want it or not. I mean, like, you couldn't get your birth certificate without getting BCG.
BCG, yeah.
But now I think they have a choice. So everything is different. It's so different.
Would you say that society is changing just because of technology, or because the older generation really has not insisted on things being done the old way?
Well, I think we haven't been able to have any say, the older generation. Technology, I think, is taking over all these things. Even my grandsons, they teach me how to do certain things in certain apps on my iPad.
Yeah, well, that's because they have more time to learn it than you would.
We didn't even have iPad in our days. We didn't even have mobile phone. We didn't have cell phones. Now they have cell phones. So they ask, Grandma, please, what's your password for the Wi-Fi? I mean, like, so it's totally different. They're bringing up their children totally different to how we brought them up. And I guess we too were brought up by our parents totally different to how they were brought up. So it's changing. Each generation is changing.
It's changing. But you said something a short while ago about people working, that people are too busy working. What kind of solution can we find to that?
I don't know.
Husbands and wives working, everybody is working.
Maybe now because of COVID, that people are working from home. I expect it to change a bit. There'll be more time to be with it. Because I remember when I was working, I had to take my children to the daycare. I'll take the younger ones to the daycare, the older ones to their schools, go off to court, take leave at 1 o'clock or 2, pick them, take them home. And that's when I leave them at home with the house girl. And sometimes some of these house help, they don't treat these children properly. You come home and meet a child bruised, that he fell. Do you understand? So, I mean, like, it's a difficult thing. I mean, like, it's a difficult balance. It's a difficult balance. And now, with all these strange people and strange things we read on WhatsApp about what house helps are doing to children, like putting urine in their food, or, I mean, like, you don't know what to do. So now that people are beginning to work from home,
yes,
I think it will change a bit. Parents will have more time for their children.
More time for their children.
I think so.
Now, moving forward, social life for you in retirement, what do you enjoy doing?
Oh, I told you, I'm glued to my television.
Yes.
And I've been trying to write a book. But I seem to I've got writer's block. Because I'm still on the first chapter. And my people are on my neck, like, where is this book? So that's what is keeping me busy. I do go out. I do church activities. I've not done much of that because of COVID. But now I've been fully vaccinated. I've gone back. Well, at least last week, Sunday, I was part of my duties as Deputy Chancellor of the Diocese. So that's what I do mainly. I'm not a party person anymore. But I do like entertaining in my home, having a few friends over for dinner or for drinks.
How active are you? How active are you in the QC Old Girls?
I'm quite active. I'm the chair of the elders, the co-chair of the Elders Network. So we're trying to organize activities for we grandmas as old girls. The new executive of the Queen's College Old Girls Association is very good. Yes. They've tried to incorporate us.
That's the one headed by Ifeko?
Ifeko, yes. Oh, she's fantastic. Yes. They've incorporated us, they involve us in what we're doing, what they're doing, because they recognize the need for the elders to contribute. So it's fun. I'm the chair of that network. And organized all kinds of things for we old fuddy-duddies.
Old fuddy-duddies.
to enjoy ourselves. And we do have all kinds of activities. But parties is not really my thing.
Yes,
not anymore.
Was in your younger days?
Oh, yes, I was the life of the party. Oh, yes.
But now, let's talk about something most people don't like talking about, and that's health. A lot of people don't like saying, this is my health situation, I'm working on it, blah, blah, blah. For instance, I am type 2 diabetic. I've been since 2008.
Wow.
And that's why you used to see me very active. I walk, I exercise, I do all sorts of stuff.
Okay.
I'm very careful what I eat and all that. Now, why should we share it? So that people can learn.
Yeah.
Yes. And,
Very important.
Have you had any health scare?
I had a health scare 2 years ago. The doctor said that they found too much protein and calcium in my blood. So he referred me to an oncologist. That was in the US. So I went to the oncologist. They said there was no calcium. And I said immediately that, well, I think I've overdosed on the calcium. Because my doctor said my calcium was low, that I should take calcium supplements.
Okay.
So I got hold of these very sweet gummies that I used to chew like sweets. So I think that's what I did. I did myself. I did myself an injury by doing that. So I stopped taking the calcium, and that has settled down. The protein too seems to have gone. But that was a scare, because I thought, I burst into tears. I thought, oh my God, I'm going to die. I've got cancer. But it turned out not to be so. But I'm hypertensive, and I'm on daily medication. And I'm pre-diabetic. That I'm just teetering.
I'm your senior.
Yeah. I'm teetering on the edge. So, and I've remained pre-diabetic, and I do my best. So now I'm trying to change my diet to be more of a vegan, although occasionally I must have a piece of meat or a piece of chicken. I mean, like,
It's good. It's good.
can't punish me like that. That punishment is too much. But I'm trying changing my diet, eating avocados, eating fresh vegetables, lots of salads.
That's very good.
And it's helping. Not really to lose weight, because my weight, I'm a lost cause. But just to be, and my blood test last time in May, perfect.
Perfect.
I was even surprised. The doctor said, your blood, everything is good. Your liver enzymes, because my liver enzymes went up. They said I had fatty liver. So, as you get older, these things do crop up. And I advise everybody, really, you need to just watch what you eat. Try and exercise. I'm no good at that, but exercise.
But I used to see you exercise.
Yeah, in those days. But now, I have a bad back.
Okay.
Whenever I walk for more than 15, 20 minutes, I get sharp pain in my back.
So maybe you should just do your 10, 15 minutes.
Just do
it twice daily.
just walk around my sitting room or walk around my house.
Yes. Twice daily.
Daily.
10 minutes in the morning, 10 minutes in the evening.
Yeah.
You have 20 minutes for the day.
That's what somebody said. And I've got this,
Fitbit.
this is the iWatch.
The iWatch, okay.
So my heart rate and everything is there.
tells you that, yeah.
My exercise, it tells me when to stand up.
Exactly.
That kind of thing, that you'll be sitting down for too long, stand up. That's why I wear it all
It
the
would
time.
also tell you to go drink water.
But really,
Yes, it does. If you program it, it tell you to drink water.
Time to drink.
that's to drink lots of water.
Yes. Yeah.
My doctors, both here, anywhere, they say, drink lots of water. As you get older, you will, unless you're very lucky, you will have an underlying condition.
Yes,
And that's why I locked myself away during the COVID.
Yeah, that was a very smart thing to do. It was very smart. Because, like I said to all of my older friends, your generation is the main generation the thing was targeted. It's like, wait, Lincoln, stop.
Nobody wants to die.
Nobody knows. That's why I locked myself away during COVID, because of underlying conditions.
You are a sweet tooth.
Yes.
And you agree.
Chronic.
A chronic one. And so what's your favorite cake?
Chocolate cake.
Chocolate.
Forest.
Forest.
Lovely. And then vanilla cake with ice cream.
Wow.
Delicious.
Okay, local food now.
Eba. With okra soup. Seafood okra. Fish. Snails.
All of those things.
Prawns. Wala.
Wow. Which type of eba?
Ijebu. Gari Ijebu, yes.
Okay.
That will hold you here.
Yeah. But sometimes you don't smoke the gari.
Occasionally, but Eba is really my thing.
That is the real thing.
Smoking it is not really, only occasionally when I feel like, having a little snack. Maybe with some fried fish. At this age, I think I should be able to eat what I want.
Exactly. Yeah.
Love your neighbor. Be kind. Be generous. And as far as work is concerned, be focused. Just do your job as you as you see it and be honest about it. And the rewards will be waiting for you in the future.
One question I should ask you is your involvement with FIFA.
Well,
You're on the FIFA Ethics Committee.
Yes.
What led to that?
It was Amadou Pinnick.
Oh, okay.
He just popped in here one day and said that my name was mentioned. I didn't even know who he was. It was my PA that said, that's the big old guy in football in Nigeria. I don't know anything about football. He said my name was mentioned to him to be on the FIFA Ethics Committee adjudicatory chamber, because that's where judges and lawyers usually sit, just to hear matters involving FIFA officials that have been either misappropriated funds or been accused of unethical behavior.
Okay, such as fixing matches and all.
Yeah, things like that, that's right. So that was 2017, which tenure ended ends this year.
This year.
And then this year I was reappointed again for another 4-year tenure.
What has the experience been like?
Beautiful. I've had to meet with other lawyers and judges from other jurisdictions. I'm the only African in my chamber. There are 2 in the investigative chamber. A lady from Kenya, and the chairman is a gentleman from Rwanda. So it's put Nigeria, I think, on the map vis-a-vis the administration of football. Apart from, having our Green Eagles and our Super Eagles and all those.
So truly speaking, you've been a trailblazer.
I don't know.
What's that been like for you? Yes, you do know.
Well, I thank God that
In your
it's
family,
very
you're
humbling.
the trailblazer.
Yes. It's very humbling, actually. And I'm glad that I'll be able to make an impact. And I just hope that I'm setting a good example for those coming behind me to follow.
It's been timeless conversations with my dear guest, the Honorable Justice Ayotunde Phillips. Thank you so much for coming on the program. I told you, I'm repeating it, you were and are the first female on this program
Thank you.
as my guest, and it's such an honor to have had you. Thank you very much. Till next week, take care.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Tita woke up with a start. She was experiencing intense cramping in her stomach, a sign that her menstrual period was here. The severe pain made her wish sometimes she was a man. When she was still married, her period felt like a curse, showing up every month without fail, meaning that she failed at conceiving yet again that month. The singular act that would truly make her a woman kept evading her, and her potential children came out as blood clots. Thankfully, she is in a better headspace now. She carefully got out of bed, grabbed a change of underwear and a sanitary pad, and went to have a bath. She felt some relief after the bath. She reached for some ibuprofen in the drawer by her bed. As she swallowed the pills, she prayed silently, a practice that she had rediscovered recently. Dear God, you know my desire to have children. I know you're the one who placed the desire inside of me. You have formed my body in my mother's womb. Take control of my body. As she drifted back to sleep, she thought of only the future, a future she so badly wanted Ifunanya to be a part of. Bright and early the next morning, she was off to the market. She needed to get some foodstuffs for the week for both her and Ifunanya. Thank God it was the weekend. Even though she was in pain, she still had a lot of things to do that will help take her mind off it. Halfway through the market runs, the cramping became unbearable, that she had to find a place to sit. She always carried water and painkillers with her, so she quickly took some and waited for the pain to subside. An hour later, she was back home and in bed. To help with the pain, she held her trusted hot water bottle against her stomach as tightly as she was wrapped in her blanket. It hadn't always been like this. When Tito had first gotten her periods at 13 and throughout her teenage years, she hardly had any problems. By the time she reached her 20s, her periods had stopped being regular, and when she managed to get them, they came with excruciating pain. Her insides usually felt like someone was wringing a wet piece of cloth. However, in her youthful naivety, she had not worried about it because she thought it was just a phase. She soon found out the hard way that it wasn't a phase. The first miscarriage after she got married marked the start of her journey in the fight against infertility. She soon realized how much culture and tradition were stacked against her. Hi, my name is Shay Amaro. I'm a brand business consultant, an author, and founder of PCOS Conquerors. Yeah, so with PCOS, I think every experience is different for women. For me, I kind of fell on the scale where what triggered my interest in my hormonal health was really I was having prolonged periods, which then I didn't know it was also a side effect of PCOS. I wasn't even aware I had PCOS. But the more I look back at when I started having these issues, I realized the first time I had issues in my period was like when I was 18. And at 18, what happened was I didn't see my period 1 month. I went to see a doctor. She was a female doctor. She's an Indian woman with my mom. And basically, she all but, I don't even know, accused me of having premarital sex. And I was like, okay, first of all, I'm a young girl, fine. I know people are active and stuff, but I said I'm not active. But she didn't believe me, just basically gaslighted my experience. And then my period came the next day. So I just thought, you know, I'll never ever do that again. And once I didn't, so that for me was almost like, oh, it's like my body is now giving me a break from periods and stuff. So when it started becoming regular, like every year, because it was after 18, I started noticing I would miss my periods. I didn't pay any attention to it. And it didn't, and that was until maybe I was like 26 or so, when I started noticing my body was changing and everything. So I went to see a doctor. That was when the doctor, they didn't call up PCOS, but he was just like, okay, you're getting married soon. You know, just let's watch and see. It was always let's watch and see, nothing definitive. And even when one doctor said, okay, he was going to put me on birth control, he didn't really address my concern. I was concerned I was gaining weight. He was telling me I'll put on more weight. So obviously I was like, yeah, I don't think I need birth control. And when I finally got diagnosed, and this was like 2017, I remember the experience just being a bit horrid because the doctor, who happened to also be a childhood doctor for me, it was more like an experiment where he was, you know, just checking my stomach and then calling his nurse, or I don't even know, maybe resident doctor, to like, oh wow, like this is a classic case of PCOS. And I'm then like going crazy because I'm like, okay, I've read the things online. It looks scary. And there was nothing done to elevate, what I knew or what to do next. So the same thing was let's watch and see. So it was always let's watch and see. No active solution. To be honest, it was until I started taking some interest in my own body that I started finding out things I could do to help myself get better. People judge books by its cover. Yes, I think that was one of my biggest lessons because I just spoke about it because I knew when I picked the cover, I knew what I was trying to depict. And because I'm the kind of, when I read, I'm quite cerebral. I like when people hide things in covers and stuff. So when I'm reading a book, I like going back. So I wanted to give my readers that experience, but I realized not everyone would see. And especially if people don't know. Some people are like, oh, they see a book, they read the back and they want to get to know it. But most people would literally judge, okay, is this something I want to read? And especially if people don't know your name. Your book cover does a lot more for you. I'll say, maybe building your team early on, yes, write the book, but then having a full team. It's not just the publishers. You need a publicist, you need a marketing strategy, really, really counting the costs because it's expensive, y'all. Well, it happened during lockdown. So I think we're stuck at home. So that was, I don't know if I'll call it, okay, I'll call the challenge, kind of getting discovered because I've never written a book before. People don't know me. So it was almost like coming into a whole market and trying to get the message and not really knowing the process. There was nowhere I could go to be and I'm sure maybe there was, but I couldn't really find anything. And then I did try reaching out to certain authors that, had the experience because you think, oh, let me reach out to this woman. She might be candid enough. But yeah, I didn't really get that much feedback. Although my publishers, they did help me a great deal. I had this story. I had this story since 2018. And it wasn't until 2020 that I was able to just sit down and write it. So I think if I had a lot of guidance at the start, I would have done a lot of things different. I mean, one of the things I had to do was change my book cover. So having that kind of guidance, at least it would have known, oh, this might not work, the people might misinterpret it, that kind of thing. But I just said, you know what, I'm just going to go for it and then learn from my mistakes and just see out as I go. And that's how it's been for me. I've been figuring things as I go. I feel like I have an authentic story and, hopefully it sells itself and gains the traction. I think it's amazing. I think it's a thriving, right now, I feel like it's such a thriving market. I've seen a couple of books come out recently and I've been seeing more female authors. So initially, it seemed like something that only select people could be a part of. And then you have to, have that name before you even get to sell. But I'm seeing more people kind of break the glass ceilings with their books, once they understand the market. So it's something I want to get into even more. I just wrote a book and I'm like, okay, cool. I wasn't thinking I was going to really delve into it. But the more I started connecting with more authors, the more people seeing their books, Dami Adetu, she has a beautiful book called Home. The more I'm like, okay, this is actually something I really want to be a part of. I started a conversation, I think during lockdown about Publish Her, just like an initiative, just encouraging more women authors from this space. So I think it's be good to see more people. I mean, we're already seeing it. So it's just, let's create more forums for people to dialogue and even learn more, because it's something that can take us to the world, especially if we have a great story that can be produced internationally.
Storefront switch on, light on. Switching command for internal. Expectedly bad, DW. Fuel tank pressure, 6155. Your nav state with back and is perfect.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Amgul Agaji. This is the news brief. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Onyema, has said the federal government has spent $1.2 million to deploy 40 buses to evacuate at least 2,400 stranded Nigerians out of Sudan. This was disclosed shortly after the Federal Executive Council meeting presided over by the President Muhammadu Buhari at the Council chambers of Asu Rock Villa, Abuja. Onyema said the high cost of the evacuation was to provide security, cover for the 8-hour journey from Luxor to Cairo and the 11-hour trip from Aswan to Cairo, Egypt. Although the Sudanese Armed Forces and the Rapid Support Forces agreed to halt hostilities at midnight on Monday, there are reports that fighting had resumed even as the hospital was bombarded on Wednesday. The minister hinted of alternative plans for continued education for the evacuees, most of whom are students of the University of Khartoum.
Liaison with our embassy in Egypt as well. So we've been able to overcome a number of challenges and have started the process, which we're very happy about. We secured a significant number of luxurious buses because the distances are quite considerable. And so, we started the process, and it will take, maybe a couple of days to, evacuate.
In the meantime, the federal government says no Nigerian has died in the ongoing crisis in Sudan between the country's army and the Rapid Support Forces, RSF. Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Zubairu Dada, said the government has begun evacuating Nigerians stranded in Sudan in batches. Dada said the Nigerian government had secured 72-hour permission from the Sudanese counterparts to evacuate its citizens from the country.
Very far. We've been able to secure the vehicles now that will be transporting, or if you like, conveying our citizens to the border, particularly to, what's the name, Aswan, where we'll provide the aircraft that will airlift them. Again, like I said, the DG NEMA is very much on ground in Egypt. He is coordinating along with our staff of the High Commission in Egypt, and of course in constant touch with his colleague in Addis Ababa. And we are, like I said, pooling all resources to ensure that our citizens are moved to Aswan. All is set, gone very far.
Also, the chairman of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, Abike Dabire-Rewa, says more Nigerian students are to be evacuated from Sudan today. She said this during an interview, and according to her, the students will arrive in Cairo, Egypt later in the evening, adding that 13 buses of about 60 people have already left. But she admitted that there were little challenges with the logistics and the rising number of persons who have applied to be ferried to safety. The Federal Executive Council has approved Action Plan 2020 to 2026 with the aim of advancing Nigeria's position in the observance of international best practices of human rights. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami announced this after the Council meeting. Malami says no government has observed human rights in its dealings with Nigerians like the Buhari administration, noting that the approval was based on the Memorandum on Policy relating to human rights, which he presented to the Council. The AGF recalled that 130 million naira was awarded to the family of Apo 6 by the court, even though the case predated the administration. Malami also pointed out that no single journalist died during the administration as a result of human rights abuse. The Labour Party has denied withdrawing Peter Obi's presidential election petition from the Court of Appeal. The party described the purported statement attributed to the suspended national chairman Joseph Abure as untrue and malicious. Labour Party, however, gave Abure 48 hours to produce a copy of the document showing the purported discontinuation of the election petition.
We challenge him at least to produce a copy of the engagement letter signed by the acting national chairman and acting national secretary to the lawyer they claim filed the notice of discontinuation. And we also demanded within 48 hours a copy of the process filed to discontinue the said petition that our presidential candidate has filed before the tribunal. It is necessary at this point to let them know that Court of Appeal is a court of public opinion. Whatever that is filed there, we hereby plead with them to apply for the certified true copy since it is a public document. So, Abure, you have only 48 hours to produce the letter you claim we gave a lawyer to engage him to file discontinuation, and the process that he filed before the election petition tribunal. Then let it also be known that our NWC will not be intimidated by these wicked lies, but we are quick to point out that it is a well-orchestrated plan by the corrupt Abure to incite violence and chaos in order to make Nigeria ungovernable.
The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has accused the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, of being partial. The Labour Party candidate was replying to a preliminary objection filed by INEC at the tribunal, which appeared to be in support of the candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC, now the president-elect, Bola Tinubu. In the case before the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, Obi faulted the electoral body for standing by Tinubu. He noted that both the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal had in the past cautioned INEC to place itself in a place of neutrality and remain fair and focused. The Labour Party's presidential candidate also stated that it is not only an embarrassment but a repudiation of the INEC when it adorned the garb of a contestant in an election it conducted as an umpire to raise preliminary objection against election petitions. Again, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, says he is nothing like Bola Tinubu, president-elect, whose candidacy is embroiled in controversies. Tinubu was declared the winner of the February 25 presidential poll with 8,794,726 votes. Abubakar polled 6,984,520 votes, while Peter Obi of the Labour Party came third with 6,101,533 votes. However, the PDP candidate is challenging Tinubu's victory at the tribunal. In a preliminary objection opposing the petition, Tinubu described the former vice president as a serial loser who has been consistently contesting and losing successive presidential elections in Nigeria since 1993. While responding to Tinubu, Abubakar admitted that he has been contesting presidential elections since 1993, but he has a drug-free record. Ahead of the inauguration of the 10th National Assembly in June, a northern-based group, Arewa Initiative for Good Governance, has kicked against the zoning of the Senate presidency to a particular region or religion, saying that what should determine the next president of the Senate is character and competence. The group also notes that the unity and peace of the country, especially in the aftermath of the 2023 general elections, largely depends on the National Assembly and its leadership, and that will be saddled with the responsibility of leading the healing process and rebuilding the mutual trust among various aggrieved divides across the country. The group also asserted that some of the northern senators jostling for the position of the Senate president are only interested in their future political gains and not based on patriotic desire to restore peace and development in the country. They asked the leadership of the All Progressives Congress, APC, to allow the elected lawmakers to choose the best among themselves that will lead them rather than zoning the position of the Senate president to a particular region.
As we move to the next phase of politicking, which involves determining the leadership of the red and green chambers of the National Assembly, it is important that we ensure power is distributed fairly across the nation. as the Arewa Young Professionals in Politics, we are urging the APC leadership and the president-elect to carefully consider the need for political inclusion in the 2023 power equation. Specifically, we call on them to 1. Zone the Senate presidency to southeastern part of Nigeria for political inclusion. 2. Zone the speakership to the northwestern part of Nigeria for political compensation, being it that the northwest zone gave the highest vote to the APC government. 3. Ensure that the leadership of the National Assembly projects our religious diversity for national cohesion. These steps will go a long way in promoting unity and national integration. We implore the APC leadership and the president-elects to employ wisdom in making these decisions.
We are all aware the race for the seat of the Senate President of 10th Senate is on. Alliances are made, deals are currently being sealed, and sides are taken by various interest groups. It is equally true that Nigeria has just come out of historically divisive elections, which has polarized the country along critical divides. Consequent upon that, the road leading to the healing process and rebuilding the mutual trust among various aggrieved divides majorly depend on the National Assembly and its leadership. We all need a fearless leader to give us all the assurances and peaceful backwater. Senator Sani 313 is no doubt a fearless leader, a very intelligent man. He has the mentality of a good soldier who does not put all his cards on the table. And he most of all understands what you are saying. His political ideology and social doctrine, steeped in experience, are perfectly coordinated in a well-balanced personality.
The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has filed an appeal challenging Wednesday's ruling of the Federal High Court, Lagos, which struck out its suit seeking the forfeiture of 14 properties and 400 million naira linked to the Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello, citing his immunity from prosecution under the 1999 Constitution. In the ruling, Justice Nicholas Owebo struck out the suit on the grounds that Section 308 of the 1999 Constitution prevents the institution of any criminal or civil case against the sitting governor or the president. In its notice of appeal filed by Rotimi Oyedepo, the EFCC submitted that Justice Owebo erred in law when he struck out the suit as the immunity conferred on the respondent against any civil or criminal proceedings during his incumbency as a governor of Kogi State does not extend to properties reasonably suspected to be proceeds of crime traced to him. The Commissioner of Police in Enugu State, Ahmed Amani, has ordered the Homicide Section of the State Criminal Investigative Department and tactical squads of the command to unravel the circumstances of the murder of a chieftain of the All Progressives Grand Alliance, Mr. Dones Ude. The Commissioner directed that the perpetrators of the heinous crime be fished out and brought to book within the shortest possible time. This is contained in a statement issued by the state's police public relations officer, DSP Daniel Ndukwe, on Thursday in Enugu. According to him, the lifeless and decomposing body of the deceased, identified as 2023 Enugu State governorship election aspirant under the ABGA, was found in a bush at 9th Mile Bypass in Udi local government area on April 25 at about 11 a.m. The Special Advisor to the President on Media and Publicity, Femi Adesina, has asserted that Nigerians should not hold President Muhammadu Buhari administration responsible for not rescuing the kidnapped Chibok girls. It is like a self-accounting when you are exiting a position of public office to be humble enough to know that you have not done everything perfectly, Adesina said during an interview on television on Thursday. The Special Advisor stated that the government was proactive to tackle the kidnap at the time it occurred, adding that the incoming should take up the responsibility to recover the girls. The Islamic State of the West African province, ISWAP, has reportedly abducted 3 humanitarian workers and 2 security guards of the Family Health International in Borno. Family Health International is a US-based non-profit human development and non-governmental organization, NGO, dedicated to improving the health and well-being of people. A counter-insurgency publication focused on the Lake Chad region, Zagazola Makama, said ISWAP fighters in their numbers stormed the guest house of the NGO in a silent operation at about 4 a.m. on Wednesday, April 26, 2023, and whisked them away to an unknown destination. The publication said there was no official statement from the organization since the news of the abduction broke out. And from other parts of Africa, a Sudanese war crime suspect, part of the Islamic regime ousted in 2019, has escaped jail as heavy battles rocked the country, heightening fears for a fragile ceasefire. On the second full day of the three-day truce, witnesses report heavy airstrikes in East Nile, east of the capital, and a huge explosion in the direction of a paramilitary camp. Witnesses say warplanes flew over northern suburbs of Khartoum, drawing heavy anti-craft fire from the paramilitaries. In southern Khartoum, machine gun was reported near one of the homes owned by paramilitary commander Mohamed Hamdan Dagul, who has led the heavily armed rapid support forces into war against the armed forces under Army Chief Abdel Fattah al-Burhan. Drodro village in eastern Congo is one of the many in Ituri province's Jugu territory that has seen a surge in attacks by the Cooperative for the Development of the Congo Armed Group, CODECO, with around 550,000 people forced to flee their homes between January and March, according to UN data. Members of the Hema-heading community started to abandon Drodro in mid-March ahead of a rumored advance by CODECO. The group, which claimed to defend the interests of Lendu farmers, is one of dozens of militias that have destabilized Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo since 1990. We move now outside Africa, where one person was killed and 23 people, including a child, were wounded in a Russian missile strike on an apartment block and houses in the southern Ukrainian city of Mykolaiv in the early hours of Thursday. Regional Governor Vitaly Kim said the emergency services put out several fires caused by the missile debris and that they were clearing the rubble. Russia denies deliberately targeting civilians in its full-scale invasion that has killed thousands of people, uprooted millions, and destroyed towns. A writer has told a U.S. civil trial that an alleged sexual assault by Donald Trump 3 decades ago left her feeling ashamed and unable to have romantic relationships. The case is one in a series of legal challenges facing Trump as the 76-year-old Republican seeks a return to the White House. E. John Carroll, 79, has sued Trump, alleging he sexually assaulted her in a changing room at the luxury Bergdorf Goodman department store in Manhattan in the mid-1990s. She also claimed that Trump then defamed her when she went public with the allegations years later. Trump has repeatedly denied the allegations and has not been criminally charged. The Pope will for the first time allow women to vote at an influential global meeting of bishops in October, a move that has been welcomed as a historic first. The new rules will give 5 religious sisters voting rights at the Synod, which is a papal advisory body. In the past, women were only allowed to attend the gathering as observers. Men will still cast the majority of the votes at the influential gathering. Nevertheless, the reforms are seen as a significant shift for the Roman Catholic Church, which has been male-dominated for centuries. In business news, the Debt Management Office, DMO, says Nigeria is actively reducing debt services cost by accessing World Bank loans. The office took this position while clarifying issues relating to the nation's indebtedness to the multilateral organization. Nigerians have continued to express displeasure over the federal government's incessant borrowings, especially with the country's total public debt at 46.25 trillion naira and a growing debt service cost. In 2022, Nigeria's debt service to revenue ratio was 80.6%, a figure far above World Bank's suggested 22.5% for low-income countries like Nigeria. The country plans to cut its debt service to revenue ratio to 60% this year, which is still high relative to the World Bank's stipulated percentage. In entertainment news, musician Pharrell Williams and Senators Chuck Schumer and Bill Cassidy were the three honorees at the annual Grammys on the Hill event in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday, April 26, taking place at the Hamilton Live in Washington, D.C. on April 26. Grammys on the Hill will feature performances and special guests as they fit the honorees. Williams is being honored for his contributions to music, while Schumer, the U.S. Senate Majority Leader, and Cassidy are being praised for their support for creators. The day after the event, the Recording Academy will also host another event, the Grammys on the Hill Advocacy Day, where Grammy winners and nominees raise issues about the music industry to lawmakers in the U.S. Capitol. The Grammys on the Hill ceremony will also honor Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Democrat, and Senator Bill Cassidy, Republican, for their bipartisan work protecting the rights of musicians and music fans. We'll move now to sports, where Nasarawa United only required one goal scored away by striker Ayuba Francis and central defender Victor Collins at the Bako Kantangora Memorial Stadium in Mina, Niger State, to advance to the round of 32 of the 2023 Federation Cup. In a thrilling but challenging round of 64 matches on Wednesday, the Solid Miners defeated the tenacious Kebbi United. When the draws are made, Nasarawa United, who finished second in the oldest knockout inter-club competition in Nigeria in 2016 and 2021, will learn who their next opponent will be. On Saturday, April 29, 2023 at 4 p.m., they will travel back to Jos, where they will play host to visiting Shooting Stars SC in match day 16 of the 2022-2023 Abridged Nigeria Premier League Football League. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyam Gul Agaji. Thanks for being there.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
My name is Yemi Adenuga. Here is my good old days story. I was born in Ikperuremo in Ogun State of Nigeria, but I grew up in various places across Nigeria. I'll explain. My father was a senior police officer and he moved around a lot as a result of being transferred for and from work. You see, I come from a polygamous home. I have many sisters and brothers. My father had 7 wives and 27 children. I am number 16. We always joked that if we have parties, we don't need to invite anybody outside the family. We were plenty enough. I remember when we lived in Ibadan. As a little girl, I used to attend extra lessons with my sisters in the garage of my father's house, which was converted to a mini classroom for us. I remember my black slate on which I wrote with white chalk. For some reasons, I always thought that slate was bigger than me. Do our children know what a slate is now? I also remember when we lived in Akure, our house was right opposite a field that doubled as football field and training ground for police officers. I loved seeing the police officers in their clean white t-shirts, khaki shorts and trainers. Their uniforms were so clean, sharp, enough to attract anyone to join the police. But sadly, these days, that is not the case. After my father retired from the police force, he went to work for Shell Petroleum, so we moved to Port Harcourt, the Garden City, where I attended primary and secondary schools. I remember there was morning and afternoon sessions in school then. I was in morning session and I loved that we closed early from school and I could still do other extracurricular activities like swimming, playing squash for the Shell Junior team and attending the Girls Guide Club. It's sad that most children today spend their time outside school supporting their parents and selling their goods and services when they should be able to engage in personal development activities. Children have a right to be children and to experience a childlike childhood. When my father retired, we moved to Ogun State and I completed my secondary education at Christ Apostolic Grammar School, Ikperuremo. I was senior girl of the school. And I have to say, during our set, we brought the school glory through the Literary and Debating Society. Oh, I loved debating. And thanks to a teacher of mine, Mr. Ogunbomeyi, who saw the talent in me, I learned public speaking and led my school to debates in many parts of Ogun State, where my team and I won many debates. Christmas was my favorite time of the year as a child. My father would buy 2 to 3 rams and my brothers would bring them to fight other rams in the neighborhood. I remember one Christmas, my father had to buy someone another ram as he came complaining that our ram killed his ram. That was the last time my father allowed my brothers take the rams to a fight. And I loved getting plenty of money from aunties and uncles who we took food to for Christmas. There were some aunties and uncles nobody wanted to go to. Nobody wanted to take food to them because they were very tight-fisted. As a child, I always looked forward to Yeye's visit. That's my maternal grandmother. This is because we would sit around her and she would tell us stories with moral lessons to be drawn from them. She would start by saying, "Hello," and my sisters and I would respond with, "Hello." Most of the things that formed my values in life today, I learned from my grandmother's stories. What has the society lost today? That spirit of unity, that good neighborliness, that hard work with no promise of easy life, that independence, that determination to thrive despite all odds. Can we bring back the glory of those old days? Can we plant into the subconscious minds of our children of a glorious past and a greater future that is assured? Yes, we can. Let's attempt to change the narrative. It is good to remember the good old days, but they must only serve as lessons that should define the bright future we all desire. I therefore join Sir Shemori Badijo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news that affect us all. I am Chinelo, and tonight I am joined by the beautiful ladies Jennifer and Alaro, Coke and Fanta.
Yes, the perfect blend.
You know,
the yin to my yang. Hi,
ladies. How you
Hello.
doing? How was your day? Please, who is looking forward to Friday the way I'm looking forward to it? Great. Feels good to know that I'm not the only one. Like, I cannot wait for Friday to be here.
The one we had, it's like we've been having holidays back to back. We had the Easter, we had the Eid, and now we have like Workers' Day coming up.
On
Gosh,
1st of May.
I love it. I love this holiday. I do.
But the thing is, once this ends, we have till September, October before we have the other Eid holiday.
Children's Day. Well, it's still me.
Nobody uses that.
It's still me.
All right, so here's what we found as today's quote. It's not that easy living with malaria. The reality of the high annual death toll should make that very obvious. It's not that easy living with malaria. The reality of the high annual death toll should make that very obvious. We're discussing malaria today. I remember yesterday we spoke about the International Day, World Malaria Day, and I was talking about how I literally get malaria every month. And Mary and Jennifer were looking at me like, that's not normal. But thank God we have an expert in our midst today who is going to explain this concept to us and speak to us more. Things that we don't know about malaria, we're going to learn tonight. Okay, so yesterday was World Malaria Day, and this year's theme being Time to Deliver Zero Malaria, Invest, Innovate and Implement, emphasizes the urgency to invest resources, innovate strategies and implement actions towards achieving the goal of zero malaria. Today we'll be discussing eliminating malaria in Nigeria with Dr. Akin Temiloluwa. But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
You're still watching Ways. World Intellectual Property Day is observed annually on April 26. The event was established by the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, in 2000 to raise awareness of how patents, copyright, trademarks, and designs impact on daily life and to celebrate creativity and the contribution made by creators and innovators to the development of economies and societies across the globe. I want to trademark something about myself so that if anybody uses it, I will sue the person. I will make money from it.
But I mean, I'm really excited about
this, right?
Yeah, because I know that back in the day, creatives were not really given credit for their work. A lot of times, some people would either copy, do like a copycat, or even steal their work without, you know, giving them credit. But this is great. So people like me, creators, are going to trademark our name just to ensure that what belongs. I mean, this guy, what's his name?
Sabinus.
That was what I was gonna say.
I
Sabinus is one of the. I think that one happened like last year or 2 years ago.
And it was last year. It was about this time last year.
Yes, and I mean, you'll be so shocked that the tiniest of things. I remember Wizkid. There was an issue between Wizkid and The Weeknd regarding Starboy. Regarding Starboy. The Weeknd released an album called Starboy, and we know Wizkid as the Starboy. So there was that debate going on. So yes, it's really important that, you know, we recognize intellectual property. Go fight for what belongs to you. I mean, it's your work.
Okay, so Jenny, what did you find for us in the news today?
Boat passenger dies in Lagos. So the police in Lagos State has begun an investigation into the circumstances that led to the death of a passenger in a boat car in Lagos. So according to the police, they said that the driver claimed that he received an order from the customer to take him from Osapa, London, Lekki to Ikate area, also in Lekki. But then while in transit, the man in the car, who is the passenger, screamed and shouted, my heart, and he collapsed. So they were able to rush him to Jakonde First Gate Hospital, at the hospital there. So when they took him there, then he was pronounced dead. But they've transferred him to the infectious diseases hospital mortuary at Marina for preservation and autopsy, at least to find out what went wrong.
Yeah, this is really sad.
Oh my God.
This is really sad.
See, there's something that is really it's hard to just, you know, accept, but death is a part of life. However, imagine this guy stepped out of his house with intentions of coming back home. We take a lot of things for granted, to be honest. We're not promised tomorrow. However, you know, when this type of things happen, we're always like, oh my God. I don't know what to say, because it's really like a shock. Because I can imagine what his family is really going through
right now.
And I think it's because of this type of incidents that, you know, a lot of medical practitioners are always urging everyone to go get tests, to go get checked, have your comprehensive medical checkup and all of that. It's quite scary.
It's very
mostly the one that doesn't even show signs. My goodness.
You know,
because you don't know what is wrong with you.
And he was young. He's a young lad.
Yes, young guy.
I also think it's traumatic for the driver as well, because it's like, oh, I'm driving somewhere and the person
all
behind just dies. So when you're carrying another passenger, you're like, don't die, don't die.
Or maybe
the person
it's crazy.
God help us. Alia, what did you find for us in the news?
God. Okay. I had to breathe because I'm sorry, this news really, I mean, it's crazy. Okay, so for the news story for today, street sweepers in Cross River State protest over 4 months unpaid salary. This is to me, it's annoying, because when you really check the amount of money that is being paid to these women, it's between 10,000 naira monthly to 15,000 naira monthly. It's been said that the sweepers in Rivers State have not been paid for 4 months, and that these people actually they leave their house as early as 3 a.m., go to the drop-off point at like 4:30 a.m. to work and to get 15,000 naira that most likely would not even be paid to them. There's one of the women, an elderly woman in her 50s, actually gave an account of some of their colleagues who have even died in the process of, you know, cleaning the streets, going on the highway to clean the streets. And at the end of the day, these people do not even get paid. These are women that I don't think these people, if you really check labor law, they shouldn't be working. They shouldn't even be doing this kind of work in the first place. And to know that a state is actually owing, because I know that they owe teachers, they owe
civil servants.
So this one is just, I mean, I can't even imagine these women not even having any other source of income except this. So if there's something that the Rivers State government can actually do regarding this, I really implore them to do it, because there's so much that people are expecting from the government, and to know that they are working so hard and not getting paid. It's not something that's I mean, it's just really upsetting, to be honest. How much exactly? How much is the money?
This happened in Cross Rivers.
Yes,
Cross
in Cross
Rivers State,
Rivers,
not
yes.
Rivers State. Wow. This is really sad.
Cross River, sorry.
I have a problem with government owing people this kind of money, because at the end of the day, you find out how much the money
This money is there. It's actually already been allocated to these people. Because, I mean, before you created a job, I'm sure if we dig deeper, we would see something billion
allocation.
that has been allocated to these women. And these women, like, I mean, Nigeria is really not easy, even for entrepreneurs that go out on the streets to get their daily bread. Talk more of people that depend on the government to get them. I mean, they have children, school fees. How are they even coping with 15,000 naira?
That's even the first question. Today is not a day for governance, so we're not going to go into. We're talking malaria today. Okay, so my news is somewhat tied to malaria. Nigeria records 55 million malaria cases yearly, says federal government. So the federal government said an estimated 55 million cases of malaria and nearly 90,000 malaria deaths occur each year in Nigeria. And the Minister of Health disclosed this at a press, and they celebrated World Malaria Day yesterday, and then in that conference he stated this. And I looked at the numbers and I'm like, what is going on? In the first place, I was saying to you, Jennifer, I said, do people really die from malaria? I had to ask someone that. I'm like, people actually die from malaria.
And I think here in this part of the world, we say because you are AA, malaria is AA sickness. Malaria is AA sickness. Malaria is because we're in a tropical region, right? Exactly. It's expected. Yeah. But in recent times, we've had more heat wave than rain.
Usually, yeah.
So, I mean, I don't expect that number to go, but I mean, we have a professional that is going to speak to us. Yeah, speak to us.
I have many questions to ask.
A lot, actually.
To ask tonight. All right, so we're going to continue the conversation when we come back from this break. See you.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Thank you for staying with us. Malaria is transmitted throughout Nigeria with 97% of the population at risk. According to the 2021 World Malaria Report, Nigeria had the highest number of global malaria cases, that's 27% of global malaria cases, and the highest number of deaths, 32% of global malaria deaths in 2020. The country accounted for an estimated 55.2% of malaria cases in West Africa in 2020, and the case numbers increased 5.3% between 2017 and 2020, from 298 to 314 per 1,000 of the population at risk. Deaths also increased from 4.7% from 0.92 to 0.97 per 1,000 of the population at risk during that same period. Wow, these numbers are really daunting, and we really want to know how we can eliminate malaria in Nigeria. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 08180384663. You could also tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. I was saying that I heard, well, actually, I heard for the first time today that malaria kills. I didn't know people actually die from malaria.
Yeah.
So that means that we actually take these things for granted.
Yes, we do.
Sometimes.
Yes, we do.
Okay, well, none of us are doctors, but thank God that we have an expert in the house tonight who is actually going to talk to us and let us know how we can actually eliminate malaria, because it's very disturbing when you see these numbers and see that Nigeria is even one of the countries,
top,
you know,
yeah.
the top countries in the world, you know, where people actually die from malaria. In the studio today live, we have Dr. Akintemi Lolua, who is also known as Dr. Seven. She's a medical professional from the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. She's also passionate about bridging the knowledge gap in the health sector and the general Nigerian populace through advocacy, particularly leveraging technology and social media. She currently co-runs an online platform that allows medical professionals the platform to leverage technology to solve problems in the health sector. Dr. Temi is the co-founder of Kia Medicals, an online platform that is passionate about quick response to medical emergencies. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Temi. You look so beautiful, by the way. I barely ever see doctors that look this way. But doctors that I know.
Her melanin is popping.
Yeah, you're welcome. I know. Okay, so first things first. How is Nigeria, or why is Nigeria one of the top countries causing deaths?
So I would say that we actually have a population that is aware about malaria. Everybody knows what malaria is. So you go to the next door neighbor, he's sick, he tells you that, oh, I have malaria. So you know that the information about malaria is quite widespread.
Yeah.
But I feel like we are also in a nation where it's self-medicating and not just self-medicating, a lot of mysterious beliefs about health is like applauded.
Yeah.
So it's like you are shocked that malaria still kills people, but it is a thing because by the time people come to the hospital, they are like in the end stages of malaria. They've done everything they can do before they come to the hospital. They ask their neighbor, they've asked a friend, somebody has prescribed, somebody has diagnosed, they've gone to a chemist, so they've exhausted all options before coming to the hospital. So I think that's one of the major reasons that malaria is still such a thing in our nation. And also it's like our environment. So we have a lot of people in this low socioeconomic class, so you can't ever remove the fact that hygiene, where you live, all of that predispose people to malaria. So definitely I think those are the top two reasons.
Okay, so before I let the ladies go, let me also ask, because this is another question that has been in my head for a while. Cerebral malaria. So there's actually malaria that affects the brain. How does that work?
So cerebral malaria is like when you have high levels. So you know, malaria is caused by a parasite. So Plasmodium. So when the parasite is the numbers are quite elevated, it enters the brain, and then you begin to see manifestations of cerebral. That's what we call cerebral malaria. So basically, it's malaria in the brain. So you begin to see a lot of there's coma. There's it's different people, it comes differently. Some people may just be lethargic, some unresponsive. I've seen it once in a friend, and it's terrifying because it's like you are wondering what is wrong. It's terrifying to say the least, honestly.
But how do they get to that point?
So like I said earlier, you know that we said malaria is such a thing in our nation where everybody thinks they have malaria. So if you sneeze, you are suspecting malaria. You have a headache, you are suspecting malaria. So you are self-treating. You are not going to the hospital to check whether you actually have malaria. And oftentimes you have people use malaria drugs to the point where they become resistant. So you've used the drug severally, even when you don't have malaria. So when you actually have malaria, the drug is not working. So the parasite is able to reach high levels such that it crosses the brain, and you actually have to go to the hospital to get treated. And then we are wondering, okay, is the parasite resistant to this drug? Is it resistant to that drug? What drugs can we use to treat this particular malaria in this person? So yeah.
What are the likely symptoms of cerebral malaria?
So we can see lethargy, we can see coma, unconsciousness. The person is saying things you don't. Sometimes it looks like madness, in fact, but then it's not. So one of the things that when you see an adult who has said, oh, the person had fever for maybe a number of days, I was self-treating, I was sneezing, I used so and so drugs, and the person comes to the hospital and says, oh, that the person is not answering me anymore. I called him, he's not responsive, he's not eating, he's just looking, he's just staring into thin space and all of that. So you're thinking, oh, there are different differentials, but you're thinking first things first, because of the how endemic malaria in our environment is. You're firstly thinking, okay, maybe it's a cerebral malaria, and then you check.
So just a quick one. How many types of malaria do we have?
So I do think there are types of malaria.
So is it the advancements of the illness?
Yes.
Okay, so how does that, what are the stages?
So there's malaria.
The regular malaria.
Regular malaria. Then there's cerebral malaria. I think that's cerebral malaria just has its own name because it is different from the regular malaria that we see. So there are not really stages of malaria. So there's the normal fever, the headaches, different symptoms for different folks. But the cerebral malaria is different because she's not the normal fever you are having. You are wondering what exactly is wrong with this person.
Is there so like I mentioned earlier, the myth of AA?
Yeah. Is that really true? Because
so what's your take on that? Does it have to is it a thing that all AAs, if you're sick and it's malaria, you have?
So what I actually know of is the fact that something about the AS genotype gives you a resistance to malaria. So you are not easily predisposed to malaria as the normal person. So maybe the regular people are AA people, so they are less resistant to malaria than the AS genotype. So
is there a reason why?
I think it has to do with the shape of the red blood cells and all of that. So going into that deeply now going through pathophysiology and all of that, but I think it majorly has to do with the shape of the red blood cell, because the AS has a little bit of S, so that's why we advise to AS not to get married. So they have something in their red blood cell that makes it difficult for the malaria parasite to easily enter and begin to light and cause all the symptoms that we see in malaria. So so when people say AA are more predisposed, I think it's because they have AS has a higher level of resistance to coming down with malaria. So that's what I know.
I'm glad you said that, because I was telling them yesterday that I literally get malaria every month, and they were looking at me like, what are you talking about? But no jokes. So I've noticed that maybe every month is a stretch. Let me say every other month.
Yeah.
Right. I just know that, okay, by the time I start feeling that weakness in my joints, please don't judge me. I self-medicate and all. But it's because I know it's always been like that for me, right? So once I start to have a headache, because I barely get a headache. So once I start to get a headache and then I start to feel weak in my joints, I'm just like, okay, maybe it's time for me to go get malaria. Now that you've talked about drug resistance, I want to discuss that, because I know that most times that's what happens to people. Once you just have a headache, or there's just one slight fever, or sometimes even stress, maybe you just have a flu or something, the next thing they are jumping to the pharmacy to go and buy one Ate whatever, or one Camo whatever, you know. So what would you say about that?
So I would say that the truth is that stress predisposes people to malaria, and in our climate, we're very stressed. The average Nigerian, in fact, if you're living in Lagos, you're already stressed.
True.
So definitely, you have, most of the time, whenever you come down with something, and there are different symptoms in different people. That's why we advise that you know your body. So you know that, okay, maybe when I have malaria that they've tested, and I'm very sure, I went to the hospital, I did the test, I did laboratory, and everything came out with malaria positive and all of that. I had these symptoms. So when these symptoms are coming up, I'm beginning to, in fact, oftentimes when people come to the hospital, we treat them symptomatically, because we have a list of symptoms. When somebody is saying, oh, I have a fever, I have a headache, something, we're first giving malaria drugs. But the thing about resistance to malaria is that a lot of people abuse drugs. So you have to be very careful. You know that when you have a headache, you're already popping malaria pills. You have slight, you are feeling dizzy, somebody is popping malaria. And I feel like, apart from paracetamol, malaria drug is the next most abused drug in Nigeria. It's crazy, because I feel like one of the biggest, if I was going to open a pharmacy, I would just be selling malaria drugs. Because it's a move. Anybody that comes, you hear, even the pharmacist, the chemist tells you, oh, why won't you buy malaria drug just to prevent? But there's a there's a place for prevention, you know,
Yeah.
and we give anti-malarials to prevent, especially in pregnant women, because we know how bad malaria can be in pregnant women, and it can affect their children. But when we are now seeing people going to the chemist, and we do outreaches, medical outreaches, right? And people are begging you for malaria drugs. Please give me. I need it. I'm having
Just
a
in
headache.
case.
Just in case. And in fact, so what you said is valid, but you also have to put in points that, okay, have I used paracetamol and it's not working? Have I rested and it's not working? Because the antidote to stress, it shouldn't be malaria drugs. It should be resting. It should be, okay, what have I eaten? Have I eaten properly? Am I well hydrated and all of that? And when all of that is not working, then you resort to malaria drugs. But I would always advise that if you can get a test done, or there's this thing we call rapid diagnostic tests. It's very, I don't know whether pharmacies sell them now, but then you can self-test for malaria at home. I think that's one of the ways, when we're going to be talking about elimination of malaria, one of the things we should advise people to do is test in your house. So if it's positive, buy the malaria drug, nobody's stopping you. But if it's not positive, it should be, you're not a doctor, so why are you popping pills?
Okay, so another thing, people usually would say the climate in Africa, it's a tropical climate and all of that. So do you think that has anything to do with the high level of malaria in our continent?
Absolutely. I think especially because mosquitoes tend to thrive in that kind of environment. So that's why you travel out and then people are not coming. In fact, before a white doctor can think about malaria, it's going to take a while because their climate doesn't allow for the growth of such
who call them insects?
Insects, I guess, if mosquitoes are insects. But yes, but that is majorly why it's a problem in our environment. And the fact that we have a lot of people who are, like I said earlier, in the low social economic class. So you can't remove that because you can't, there are some things that hygiene can't take away. There are some things that proper, you know, you are living right in front of a gutter, you are living in front of a canal, all of those, you know, you are breeding mosquitoes. So while our environment and our climate actually encourages the growth of mosquitoes, they are breeding, I would also say that the fact that we have a high level of uneducated people, people who are living below the poverty line, that also really skyrockets the amount of malaria cases we have. So
Just a quick one. I wanted to just quickly find out. I mean, I know that their symptoms, right? But there are also some people that their body doesn't really show symptoms in time. So you mentioned earlier that dehydration can cause headaches and a couple of other symptoms that people could think, oh, do I have malaria? So is there a particular way, like what are the things, if for instance I'm the person, what do I need to pay attention to to my body? What are the signs I need to pay attention to, just so that, am I stressed? Do I have malaria? What are the things I need to just focus on just to be able to determine, do I need to go get tested? Do I need to just rest? What are the things that you would ask?
So I would say that it varies because everybody is different. But there are some common things that we can see. So fever is one of them. So when you see fever in an adult, in our climate, especially fever that is relapsing, so it goes today, in the night, you are fine during the day, in the night it comes back, and then you are not, all of a sudden you are feeling like, especially that's how my body works. So in the morning I'm jumping, in the night I'm wondering what happened, what's going on, you are hot, then headaches, recurring headaches that, okay, I use paracetamol, I've rested. Like I said, you have to go through, you have to know your body well enough.
Be observant.
Yes, you have to be observant. But then when you're thinking headaches, fever, then you're also looking at, okay, loss of appetite suddenly. I'm not eating properly, food is irritating me. And then there's this thing for a lot of people where they complain about a bitter taste in their mouth. So oftentimes it's pointing at malaria. We are thinking, okay, most likely malaria. And then we're asking, when last did you use an anti-malarial? Is it maybe 3 months or ago? Or are you resistant to malaria? How often do you use these drugs? So you're telling us every 2 weeks I'm using malaria drugs. I'm thinking, okay, something's off here.
So I read that the World Health Organization they recommended the use of a particular vaccine, I think RTS, and that's for children. How well is that going? Is that in full effect? Is it working? Have there been any good result from it, or is it something that should be dropped?
So the thing is, the malaria vaccine was just recently signed by the, I think by the president to allow the average Nigerian get into. But so I would say that so far, because it's just like, I feel like it's not something that will be adopted quickly. So people, already we have a certain resistance and a belief. If you know the amount of stress that came with the COVID vaccination, so people are telling you that, oh, they want to implant something in our body, all of that. So it's going to take a while before it's accepted. So we haven't really done testing and all of that. So we can't really say that this is the efficacy or this is how well the vaccine works, because it is not yet well adopted. So it is something new. We are still looking at it. Okay, is it going to work? And in children, you can't really say, because children can't tell you, oh, I'm feeling like
How
this.
I feel,
So you have to be looking at them. Okay, is she crying when I give the vaccination? How is she 2 hours after? Has the malaria, has fever dropped? Is there a spike? So you have to be, and it's going to take a while, maybe some years, before you can know, okay, this is how well the vaccine is going to be working, and should we adopt it, should we drop it? It's still a new innovation. So I think it's something that we will still be looking at for the time being.
Have other countries adopted it? Ghana, Kenya?
I'm not so sure about other countries, but I think for President Tisani, I think it is, I can't say for sure, but I think some African countries have adopted it, especially countries that are endemic, because Africa has the highest rate of death, 95% of death from malaria. So I think several African countries are looking to adopt it, but some have already. But Nigeria is the giant of Africa. If our country adopts it and it works, definitely other African countries should be looking to pick it up too.
Thank you very much, Dr. Temi. We've been having quite an insightful conversation in the studio tonight where we're talking about malaria and eliminating it. We've discussed the causes, we've discussed the symptoms, but now we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, Dr. Temi will be talking to us about how we can eliminate malaria in Nigeria. See you shortly.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
If you're just tuned in, we're discussing eliminating malaria in Nigeria with Dr. Akintemi Loluwa, aka Dr. Seven. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. You can also send an SMS or WhatsApp to 08180384663 or Twitter to us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. So now let's get down to it. How can we eliminate malaria in Nigeria?
So first things first, I think that we have to sit down to look at why are the levels of malaria still high. If you do not know why they are still high, you can't talk about eliminating it. So we have to look at why do people, is it that people do not have access to hospitals? Why are they always abusing malaria drugs? So I think one of the things we must do first is to evaluate the current system. Is it working? In my opinion, it's not, because for us to be topping the charts of malaria globally as of 2021, it is bad. I don't know whether new research has been conducted, but we have to evaluate the system and say, okay, how can we better the systems? And then we can't also ever take away the fact that political will comes in handy a lot. So I would say that if you're going to be doing anything, infrastructure, healthcare infrastructure be playing a huge role. So we'll be looking at, okay, do we have public health centers that people can go to when I'm having a, so no, why do you have to come to Luth when you're having a headache or a fever? That's a tertiary health center. That should be the last resort. So why can't you go to the hospital, the primary health center next to you, and then tell them that, oh, I'm having a headache, please, can I get a rapid diagnostic test kit to check? Or can I walk into the next pharmacy next to me? If I can afford it, why can't I buy it? But we also have to look at the fact that people cannot afford a lot of things. So the primary health center should be able to have these things at snap of fingers. That, okay, you know what, let us check. And then I think another thing we should also do is that intersectoral participations. You should encourage, so it is not just a healthcare problem. Obviously, malaria cripples the economy. When someone is sick, the person can't function properly. So we should be looking at how can we bring, why can't we have financial institution partner with the health institution, say, okay, you know what, let us fund innovations in for combating malaria. The malaria vaccination, I'm not so sure now whether it was a Nigerian that developed the vaccine. But we have the highest level of malaria globally. Why aren't Nigerians in discussion? Why aren't Africans talking about this? Why aren't we the ones innovating our way out of malaria? Why do we have to wait for the whites? And we hear people saying lack of funding, all of that. So when we have intersectoral partnership, so we are talking about, okay, malaria is our focus now. Bring innovations that solve our problem. And then we'll be looking at, okay, how can we partner with you? How can we scale this? How can we make it affordable? How can we make it something that everybody has access to? How do we remove the stereotypes surrounding all of this? And then you also have to look at the fact that the doctors in Nigeria are not enough. So you can't ever say that until doctors treat you. So we have to remove that and say, okay, how can we get people on board to actually combat this issue? So you can't be waiting for doctors to come and, okay, cerebral malaria has to be treated in a hospital, definitely. But then, why can't we have people that, okay, we train them with skills, we equip them with skills to, you know, combat malaria. It's just like COVID. It wasn't medical practitioners who gave the vaccine. So we should be looking at things like that. How can we get people to, you know, join the healthcare force just to equip them with skills to fight against malaria? I think there are so many ways to eliminate malaria, but I think I just feel that come to mind now.
This thing that you just said now, it takes a village. So imagine areas like Makoko, that these people are living in a swamp. So there's no way these guys will not have malaria. I'm sorry I'm being emotional, but it's just as if they'll keep going to the hospital every now and then. And for people like that, the drugs wouldn't work in their systems anymore because they're going back to... It's a lot. It's a lot that Nigerians are basically going through. So if anybody, I mean, we need like people in the real estate sector to partner with the government in ensuring that this works, because this is a healthcare problem. At the same time, it's also affecting like it's a cycle. You're treating malaria today. You still go back to the house to go and sleep, and you still get bitten by the malaria by the mosquito again. Okay.
I mean, you talked about doctors, you know, not being enough and leaving the country, and training people who are not particularly medically inclined and bringing them into the force so they can also maybe administer certain, or, you know, help people who have these conditions as well. But I would ask, do you think that's actually feasible in this country?
Honestly, I think that if we come to a point where we realize that malaria is a national problem and drop all the, I'm a doctor, you are a nurse, you are a nursing assistant, all of that, and we realize that this is a problem. And if we do not enter, we'll still be topping the chart come 2030.
Of course.
So all of that has to come to play, and we have to be thinking about, this is something we have to join hands together. So if it's feasible, currently I would say, to an extent, you already see people self-treating, and they are not doctors. So why not just equip them? Equip them, you know, tell them, okay, these are the symptoms you should be looking out for. These are the things you should not do. These are what we advise you should do. You know, come get the vaccine and all of that. Equip, not necessarily but if you already equip people with skills, it removes them from the place of not being ignorant, to telling them that, okay, if you do this, this has the side effects. If you do that, this can lead to this and all of that. And you explain to people that this is why we're bringing you on board. You know, there's no how we cannot say that we know a family member who currently has malaria, or a brother who is currently on, there's always that coming to play. So I think that it is feasible if we all decide that, okay, this is a national problem and we all have a role to play.
Alero, you said something about the real estate guys partnering with the government and all of that. I feel like that's a stretch because we know the country that we're in. But I was going to ask, do you think providing things like maybe insecticide-treated nets and maybe the insecticides itself, and do you think things like that can work? I mean, actually for people living in those kind of unhygienic conditions.
I think the best thing to provide for them is the vaccine.
Right.
Because how many times outreaches provide
those things.
Several times. You go for an outreach, they're giving you an exercise. You go for an outreach, they're giving you mosquito net. You're wondering how many times, because how long would we continue to, fight, okay, let's prevent malaria. Let's permanently eradicate it. Get a vaccine. So the things we should be looking at is how can we subsidize the vaccination for people in this kind of environment so that we go there and vaccinate them en masse. So instead of just giving them, because there's no how you want to give them, definitely they'll go to work, they'll be beaten by mosquito. They are fishers, they'll be fishermen.
It's true, and they even live on the water.
Yes, they live right in the swamp. So there's nothing.
We're even going too far. Let's even talk about boarding schools. People in boarding schools. Even when I was in boarding school, my mommy bought mosquito 100 times. But the mosquitoes in my boarding school, it's a sort of temporal solution, right? So the vaccine is more of a permanent solution to eradicate it.
Okay. But can anything even be done for the people that actually self-medicate? Is it possible for instance, these pharmacies, I'm sure they are regulated, right? So is there a regulation that can be passed that will make the pharmacies not sell drugs without prescription? I mean, malaria is just like a regular drug, but people still have to go to the pharmacy and show a prescription to buy a certain type of medication. But to avoid self-medicating, I feel like something has to be done. What do you think?
So the issue is that it's like that sword.
Double-edged.
It's double-edged. So the moment you begin to ask people to get a prescription to get malaria drugs, somebody is going to start making drugs and selling it at the back of his house. Or making herbs and selling at the back of his house. So you are pushing people away from, okay, this is a problem, we accept it's our problem, but we still know it's safer. So it's it's like being between the deep blue sea and but we don't want
even the prescription, that means you're asking people have to go to the hospital, which a lot of people are avoiding because of the cost of actually seeing a doctor.
But the fact that the number has gone up, I mean, you mentioned that before, I mean, in 2021? Before then, the number was not this high. So what needs to be done to ensure that the number doesn't go up again? Because it will go up again. Something has to be done.
I mean, even our environment where we live in is not exactly conducive. I mean, the kind of mosquitoes I see in my house, Alero, those things are like soldiers. Once you just see one, and they don't look small, they are so big. So once you just see you, I will not be able to sleep until I'm just looking. If I catch you. So just imagine in the kind of area where I stay, which of course is not exactly so clean, it's not swampy, but it's not exactly clean. Do you get? And you probably have, okay, they say Loma will come take up your refuse and stuff like that. I mean, we're getting to rainy season and we have places in Lekki, places on the mainland that gets flooded. And then sometimes once there is a flood, it doesn't go down to maybe 2 days after, and which of course, exactly, you have stagnant water, you have mosquitoes coming in, you see people always trying to change their nets. There was a time, there's no insecticide I've used now that works anymore.
You know, this advert, sorry that I'm digressing, the advert that most of this mosquito, like the
insecticide,
those, when you see the animation with the heavy soldier-like mosquito coming, you look like, this is exactly what they do. Because even when you spray insecticide, it's just as if they still don't die. They are becoming stronger by the day.
The mosquitoes are also building resistance.
Yes, absolutely.
Right?
Yes,
they do, right? See? I wasn't wrong after all.
That's why we advise you change your insecticide, just to
from time
shock
to
them.
time.
Because the word like that.
The mosquitoes I never experienced.
It's true. Today is one brand, next tomorrow is another brand.
Okay, so Dr. Temi, if we hear you correctly, you're saying that the permanent way to eradicate or eliminate malaria in Africa is vaccine.
Absolutely.
100%.
Honestly, I think that's the best thing. I heard the news and I literally jumped for joy because There is no innovating your way out of malaria without getting a permanent solution. Such as the vaccine.
Yeah.
So give people the vaccine, let them build permanent immunity against malaria. So I mean, no matter how many times, it's probably the bites for people who have those sensitive skin. You know, you have to be buying cream every now and then because the vaccine doesn't cover that. But then at least you know that you are sure that every month you'll be at work, you'll not be down with malaria.
Okay. All right, ladies. Anything else?
I mean, I can't remember the last time I had malaria.
Are you AS? I should ask.
I'm AA. But the reason why I'm saying I can't remember is because I haven't fallen like, oh, I feel feverish, but what I do is, like you said, take paracetamol, go and sleep, go and rest. Because first of all, I'm telling myself I'm stressed because I know that I've stressed myself. So I just go lay down and the next day I wake up and I'm okay.
The last time I got sick was October last year.
And it was malaria.
I self-medicated, I will not lie.
See, we're confessing.
Because it came at me, the way it came at me, during the day I was in the meeting, I started to feel feverish, like cold all of a sudden. So I was like, okay, let me just rest for a bit. I rested for like 30 minutes and by the time I woke up, my body was hot. And after a while, it seemed like it was subsiding. And in the next 1-2 hours, it knocked me off. I was preparing to travel. So I was just like, if I go to the hospital, do this, before my result comes out, before I do this, before I get drugs. So I had to self-medicate for a few days, for like 2 days, and then I got myself back. But by the time I traveled, I had to go get tested. So like run a proper check to be sure that I'm actually fine. Today I saw a video, I mean it's World Malaria Day yesterday, and then there is this medical hospital. So this medical team, they actually went to Makoko and they were testing them as usual, mosquito nets, insecticides and all of that. And there was something one of the guys who actually live in that area said, and he said that, oh, there is a season for mosquito. So there's a time when the water is salty and there's no mosquito. They won't breed. But then it gets to a point where the water starts to become sweet.
What then
the mosquito. So when I was,
how do they even know?
I don't know.
No, I'm sure there's
probably something. Yeah, there's probably
that.
something. And it showed a child that was actually walking inside the water, and you know where you see gutter and there's like refuse. That was how the water was. I think she went to buy something for her mom or something, and then she was coming back and she was walking with her pants and just walking inside the water. And I was just looking at her like this. And the guy said, see, this is what you will see. This is like a regular day for these people. So they have giving them mosquito nets and insecticide. Insecticide is getting more expensive
by the day.
It's not 200, 300 like you used to buy.
Not 1.5.
You want to 1.5, 1.8, almost 2,000 for you to actually buy insecticide. So by the time you spray your room, when you want to spray, you're not spraying as if you're spraying perfume. You spray very well. So that means in a week or in 2 weeks, you're done with one can of insecticide.
In less than
and
2
that's
weeks,
it. So these people that they've given it to, I mean, they've done a great job, but in the next 2 weeks,
they're out.
They're out of insecticide, and there's nothing they can do about it. So what happens then? And there are a lot of people living there. People think they're not. I think in the video they had mentioned about 200,000 or 400,000 people, and that's a lot of people.
Of course,
that's a lot of people.
I don't know what to say.
Dr. Temi, any final words for us?
I would say that we still have a long way to go in eliminating malaria in our nation, and by extension, Africa. And one thing we must also look at is that not everybody would have access to getting tested for malaria. So if we're going to be doing that, we have to look for ways that people don't have to walk into the hospital to get tested. And it has to be affordable, something they can do right at their doorsteps. And malaria drugs should also be little to, until the vaccination is
has gone round.
We should be seeing malaria drugs almost free. So you understand? So because we know that a lot of times people can't afford it.
Yeah.
So I think that's it basically.
Okay. They say if symptoms persist after 2 days,
doctor. Lokotemi, thank you so much. It's been quite an insightful conversation today. Personally, I have learned that malaria kills, so we should take this thing very seriously. And I'm also going to appeal to the government as well. I don't know, I'm sure the government also has a role to play in terms of vaccine, helping to clean out the communities, making sure that people are living in more hygienic conditions and all of that. Thank you so much, ladies. It was great having you on the show tonight.
Thank you so much for having me.
Before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram at Way Show Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our social media engagements. And remember to like, share, comment, and invite your friends and family to watch us and follow us. If you missed today's quote, here it is again. It's not that easy living with malaria. The reality of the high annual death toll should make that very obvious. And this is by TK Naliaka. See you tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen.
Bye.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they are also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? It's Dice Ills, aka Mr. Miyagi, and we're just gonna give a few words to every up-and-coming artist or every dream chaser out there trying to be successful. I started off with just a dream and an undying passion to become Dice. Back in the day, a lot of people told me it wouldn't happen. A lot of people told me my dreams were too big. But one thing that I never stopped doing is I never stopped believing, and I never stopped having passion. And that's what you need to do as well. And when you ever hit success, never forget where you're coming from, because that's the only way that you can stay grounded. So believe in yourself, stay prayerful, and be passionate. One love. Bless.
Truth is, I've always wanted to be an actor in a terrain where people thought, oh, you may not fit in, this may not be the thing for you. I've always been desirous of being an actor, and you know, one of my biggest people mentors, or who I look up to, or the character I want to play, is even playing James Bond sometimes. But it's been a long journey for me. I didn't get here. Last year, 2019, I won Best Actor 2019 for Maya Awards, and I didn't get there all in one day. I've done a lot of things. I've worked in the bank. I worked in the bank for 9 years. I've done real estate. I've sold cars. I've sold lands. I've gone through the highs and lows. And you know, initially, when I told people that I was leaving, I've been doing acting all my life, but when I told people I was going to leave and go full stream and full line into acting, people told me, you know, don't go for this. I don't think that's what you should do. Maybe this is not for you. And it was a tough call to make. It was a tough decision to make, but I eventually decided that I was going to go for it. And I went from audition to audition to audition to audition to audition to audition till I got my first major job, and that led to my second, third, fourth, fifth. And I decided to go and upskill myself and go to film school, you know, in the US. And I came back and I got a fantastic opening, a cinema movie where I played leading man with Omotola Jolade called The Tribunal. So it's been a very, very long journey. But one thing I can say is that whatever path you choose in life, As long as your heart is there, stick with it.
18 years down the lane, I'm still doing my thing as a stand-up comedian and also a master of ceremony. I've been through the vicissitudes of life. It was not like this before. I remember those years when when I was still in Warri, when I would go from show to show, looking for a platform to express myself. Thank God for helps around me, but it wasn't easy because I had to convince people that, oh, hey, try me out, I'm funny and all that. I had to trek many times. Even when I moved to Lagos, oh God, I trekked all kinds of distance just to attend shows, just to maximize the opportunities I had. It wasn't funny. I had to squat with squatters. I lived with people that were living with people. It was that bad, but hey, all our stories now. I'm here, and I'm not where I want to be, but I'm not where I used to be. So don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your dreams. As long as you believe you can do it, yeah, in spite of the pitfalls, of the shortcomings, still move on. Stand up, dust yourself off the feet, off the ground, and move on. All right. There are more to conquer than you have conquered.
There was once upon a time in my life when I was doing this MC work and all these things, hosting gigs, and I did an event. I won't say the name of the organization, but you know, when they say, oh, we'll give you honorarium, I'm like, yeah, okay, great. And it's not a small organization. And when they finished, I got 25K. So I used the money with the love of God, fueled the car, and then kept the change to buy granules, sauce, and got the egg on the road. When it's your time, it's your time. Don't rush it, don't force it. What's yours is yours. What's meant to be yours will be yours. Nobody can take it away from you because you are you in yourself. Know your creator. And that way, you know that your creator did not create a joke. So therefore, just believe in yourself and your time will come. I love you guys. Thank you.
When I was younger, I had just lost my father. And it was at the time when, you know, we had that television that you open and close like cupboard. Okay, I know that a very high number of people may not understand this. And I came back. Our TV was not there, but our neighbor had bought a new kind of TV. It was colored, and all the kids in the neighborhood were sitting on the floor watching this TV. And then I came back from lesson, saw everyone sitting down there. It looked a bit different from ours, and the pictures looked finer because it was colored. And I stood by the curtain, and this lady just pulled the curtains together and shut me out. I felt bad. But I was also a big-mouthed young child. So I went to her and I said, because of me, you pulled the curtains together, right? The next time you look at that your TV, you will see me there. It was a joke. I mean, like, okay, it wasn't a joke, but I didn't know how it was going to happen. But I just wanted to tell her that she had no right to shut me out. And I went to school and I got this, the principal came in and said, Commissioner Shakir is looking for you. You're going to open up ROS TV. And guess what? When she put on her TV at 4 p.m., 2 months after, I was a continuity announcer who opened up that station. So don't be afraid and don't worry about how anyone looks at you right now. Worry more about how you see you. Worry more about what you intend to do with you. Worry more about how convinced you are about anything that you want to do. It doesn't matter. People can close their windows, close their doors, tell you to get out, tell you to sit down, tell you to go to bed. It's okay. They're not God. He has a final say. But guess what? You have the final work. Because if you don't work and work towards it, God is just going to stand there waiting. It is what you give to him that he will enhance. I hope this does somebody some good. We're all stars, I tell you. When you look up, you see a lot of them. I'm sure you're up there and shining, okay? So please, put some glow to your own style. Love ya!
Hello, beautiful people. Thank you for choosing to watch Space and Style, a show that illuminates various issues surrounding real estate, architecture, interior design trends, and much more. I am Olamide Onifade, and today we have an interior designer who will be discussing the challenges of being an interior designer, especially in Nigeria. The interior design industry is expanding by the day. New homeowners are now turning to interior designers much more than before, which makes interior designing a necessity rather than a luxury. Despite the growth of the industry, there's still a myriad of problems that constantly plague this industry. I will be joined by a leading interior designer, but before we go into the main business of the day, we have Joy Agbamuche, an interior designer, who will be sharing valuable tips on common mistakes to avoid when designing your kitchen.
Hi, my name is Joylene Agbamuche. I am here today to talk about how to choose the best countertop for your kitchen, Now, there are 6 factors to consider when choosing your countertop. The first one is durability. If you're looking for something that is very durable, like you just want to do it once and for all, like forever, you should go for like natural stones, like marble. You can go for granite, and you can go for quartz. Although quartz is not natural, it's not 100% natural. It's 97% natural, just the 3% with a mixture of resins and all. But it is durable. It's even more durable than marble and granite because it's been refined and it can stand the test of time. It doesn't even chip. So that's my best recommendation. The second thing you should consider, the second factor you should consider is cost. How much are you budgeting? How much you want to invest in your kitchen? Now, if you do not have like a really robust budget, you should leave marble out of it because the marble is super expensive, it is high-end. So if your budget is big, it's, go for marble and it will give you that high-end luxurious look, feel and look. But if your budget is not on the high side, I recommend quartz. Nigerian quartz is really affordable. Some type of granite, they are affordable as well. The third factor you should consider is maintenance. Some countertops they really need high maintenance. Marble, for instance, you need to be sealing it every other time. So if you don't have time for that stress of sealing and resealing because it's porous, a porous rock, you should go for something that requires little or no maintenance, like quartz. Again, is my best recommendation if you are looking for a low maintenance countertop. Then the fourth factor you should consider is stain resistance. Some stones, some countertops they can't resist stain. They are porous, so it means they absorb liquid. If you pour wine or red oil or our local soup like banga soup on it, it's going to stain. For example, marble countertop is not stain resistant. So if you have a very busy household, is busy, always entertaining, go for something you can easily maintain. Quartz, again, is my best recommendation. Let's talk about heat resistance. Heat resistance, natural stones have high heat resistance. For marble, it's high in heat resistance. Granite is also high in heat resistance. Quartz is not so much. I don't advise you to drop a very hot pot of soup on a quartz countertop. And finally, consider look. What look are you going for? If you want a contemporary look, marble will give you that look. luxurious look. Marble will give you the look. Quartz will also give you a contemporary, modern, classy look. But if you're doing traditional, go for granite. I hope this helps. Thank you for watching and see you next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you for staying with us. I am joined in the studio by Shubulola Agbi, an interior designer of over 10 years of experience. She owns Lady Carpenter Homes and Furnishing, an interior design and furniture making firm. Thank you for coming, Shubulola.
Thank you for
How have you
having me.
been? I remember when I approached you, I said Lady Carpenter, I said Lady Lawyer. It was so funny. Okay, so to start with, for anybody, especially women, anyway, but I don't want to make it a gender issue at the moment. For you as an entrepreneur in Nigeria, it is very, very difficult. But for the kind of business you do, all we see is the glamour. You go into a property done by a professional designer and it's wow. But of course, we know that there are always a lot of challenges. So we'd like to bring, to amplify this kind of problems so that people can also see that you people also go through challenges. So to start with, what are the main challenges you have in this business?
Okay, let me say number one challenge is people don't want to get the service of an interior designer. They feel, why do I need an interior designer? I have an architect already. But the truth is, an architect is an architect. An interior designer is an interior designer. We both work hand in hand to make your home very comfortable for you. So we always advise clients, when you have a project, like a building project, upon the starting of the project, as your architect is working,
you are engaging the services
yes,
of the
yes.
designer.
So the issues we have later on would be able to solve the issues from the beginning, where we don't need doors. We'll let the architect know, okay, we just need one door here. We don't need to have an extra door here. Okay, this TV wall, we need it free. We don't want any windows on this wall. Because most times when buildings are up already and we come in as interior designers, we end up finding out that there are too many windows in a room. There are too many doors, limiting us to be able to work with our full potentials. Like you come into your living room, there's meant to be a wall dedicated for the TV. That's a TV wall. But once you have a window on that wall or a door on that wall, already defeats the purpose. So now the client is caught in between. Do I lose the window or do I lose the door? But they don't understand how that would affect their space design. So we always advise clients, like, engage your interior designer from the beginning of your building project. And in cases where the interior designer comes along after the project is being done, if we can work with the structural errors, we would with our designs. But if not, we have to amend here and there. Then going to our artisans, they just make it very difficult with delivery timeline. Normally for a basic project, when I say basic project, let's say a living room setup would give a client 3 to 4 weeks delivery timeline. And you expect that in 3 weeks we should wrap up. By the 4th week we should be setting up and ready to leave the client's place. But artisans believe that they will take their time anytime they finish the job, and they don't know that the client has received a delivery timeline and they are working with that timeline. So most times we have to even pay extra to encourage the artisans to be able to do what they need to do, that they've been paid for initially, but you just have to pay them extra, because if you know that, okay, you just need the job to go as fast as possible, you just pay them extra to just get that done. But the client doesn't see all these things that go on behind closed doors. Then we come to our deliveries too. Like sometimes you might schedule a delivery for today. Delivery companies too might have issues with their vans, or maybe you're even going on the road and the last mile or whatever, maybe VIO just stops asking for different papers. You start having challenges. And in cases like that, over the years I've learned to just communicate with the clients and come out straight, like be truthful. Okay, we're having some issues. Please give us 1 or 2 days to sort this out, or won't be able to meet up today, because the client is expecting you. And once they don't see you, they start feeling there's an issue with their job. So they get agitated. And you won't be able to calmly sort out what the problem is, because the client is buzzing buzzing your phone with calls, messages, and some will even threaten you with your balance. Like, if you don't bring it today, I won't pay you your balance. And that balance is not just your money. You have to pay up because we don't collect 100% upfront, just because of the kind of community we are in, trust issues. So the client wants to hold on to a certain amount of money in case anything goes wrong. But ideally, whether something goes wrong or not, the balance won't even sort out the issue. So, but the artisan does not even care whether the client even pays your balance or not. Their own is they must get their balance once they feel they are done.
Okay, so how do you handle a situation where this is what you envisaged, this is the way you visualized it, and the delivery, upon delivery, it doesn't align with the way you visualized it or the way your client visualized it? Because I've been in that issue before. I can remember that, I think was this chair. I wanted a green chair. I chose this watch. But when it came around, I was like, did I choose this? You know? So how do you balance that?
Well, most times, the issue always comes with the clients. The clients always has an expectation of how they want their furniture piece to look, how they want their space to look after the project is being done. So that's why if we are working on a project, we always advise the clients for us to make a CGI, that's a computer-generated image for them.
But how realistic are these CGIs?
Like, let me say 90%, because most of them actually always, when you do a comparison, they always almost look exactly like what some people can't even differentiate between a live project and a CGI.
No, what I mean is, when the project now comes, you now deliver the project.
Okay.
In some cases, the chairs don't look like what you envisaged. Sometimes you don't get that particular decor. You know, and some clients, I can't be like that. When it comes to things like that, I'm very perfectionist about it. I will not take a no for an answer. This is what you promised me, and this is what you must deliver. What do you do?
In that kind of situation, we keep going on. If it's a design mistake, trust me, before we leave the factory, we would have seen it. If it's a design mistake, if maybe the design is not exactly what we're meant to replicate, we would already know where the fault is. And so even before the client points it out, we know. So in that kind of case, if there's that kind of issue, we won't even take it to site. Then if it's like a fabric issue and the client is not exactly sure about the shade, we try to make them understand that, okay, this is what you picked. But if you want a change, sometimes we persuade them, okay, use it for 6 months. After 6 months, we'll change the fabric for you. And some just say they don't want it, please take it away. Either we try to refund or just try to get them what they want. Their satisfaction is our own happiness.
Okay, hold your thoughts. We're due for a short break. You're still watching Space and Style, and my guest is still Shubulola Agbi. But we're due for a short break. When we come back, we will continue our conversation. Please don't go away. Thank you for staying with us. We are still talking about challenges facing the interior design industry. And Shubulola is still here with me in the studio. Thank you very much for sharing your time with us. So before we went on the break, you were talking about managing artisans and clients and relationships. So there's another question that I really want to ask, and the impact of inflation on your business.
Well, it's been a tough one for the interior design industry, because 99% of the raw materials we use are imported, either from China or from Turkey, and it's how will I explain it?
It's very erratic.
Exactly.
This minute is this price.
Is this price? The next minute, you can give a client a quotation today, and let's say, okay, going back and forth on negotiation, it takes a week to conclude. The moment you get to the market to purchase materials, it's something else you're meeting. And you can't go back to the clients to tell them, oh, I'm sorry. The clients would, some would say, okay, let's see what we can do if it's really outrageous. But some would just tell you, you should have factored that in. If I factor in an unforeseen issue, how do you think the bill would be? So it's just been, it's been a crazy period.
In that area, what I think you should do is you should have like a pre-sales agreement or pre-whatever, I don't know what it's called, but a pre-something agreement that now factors that in, because we're in a very volatile economy at this time. So because of your experience, what I think you should do in that circumstance is subject to, at the time of payment, this is subject to change without, you know.
Well, with my experience, because I've been in for a bit, some will even make you beg them, like you'll be at their mercy, like, well, we try to balance it. Like we try to, well, thankfully our suppliers are not too mean, let me use that word. Because if they go by the exchange rates, I don't think we'll still be in business anymore, because you can imagine a sheet of plywood that you were buying maybe 7,500 before, now 18,000 naira. So like,
well, that's steep.
Yeah. So over the years, the prices keep going up and it never comes down. It never comes down. So we have to just keep working with what we have, and because of that, we now have variants of materials. They've subsidized them, what's it called?
Substandard?
Yeah, substandard materials. So if you can't afford the 18,000 naira on, maybe you buy the 15th, but at the end of the day, the client comes back to you over maybe 6 months and start complaining. Your integrity and your business is on the line just because of. So we try to strike a balance between keeping our products still good, using good materials and quality, and trying to still make profits, because we're in business.
Thank you, because we're out of time. So I'll just ask this last question. What stimulates your creativity? How do you keep the creative juices coming in? Because I see sometimes when I see works of interior design, I'm just like, how did they think of putting this together and it came around like this? How does that happen?
I think honestly, let me just say my motivation is people believing in me. Just people seeing me. Some people don't even know me. Most of my clients have never even seen me before, but just calling me up through my Instagram page. Okay, I like the name, the business name attracts them. Oh, Lady Carpenter, I would like to work with you. So it inspires me, like, okay, people believe in me. So it gives me that drive, that confidence, okay, I can do it. And at the end of the project, when I see my work coming out well, like, I'm pumped up for the next project that is coming. Like, okay, if I can do this, okay, there's nothing coming I can't face. So that's my motivation.
Thank you very much, Ibulola. It was nice having you in the studio. Unfortunately, we must end the conversation at this point with our guest, and I hope you enjoyed the conversation. And to end the show this week is the Artisan Spot. Enjoy.
My name is Musa Ajikoli. I'm into interior and ceiling options. So I've been into the business for a couple of years now. Let me just short the years, 2 decades I've been into the business. Now, the ceiling I'm talking about is suspended laminated board. We have different kinds of suspended laminated board. We have the POP type and we have the normal type in different designs. So this business, why I choose to do this kind of business is it's very easy to install and it's very moved in the market. There's a POP casting that many people used to do in the building, at home. But why I choose to use this one is durable, very easy to install, fire extinguisher, fire resistant, and so on and so forth. So that's why I choose to use the material. Let's come to the installation aspect. If you want to do POP casting, you need to buy a lot of wood. You need to take a lot of time. You need to take a lot of minutes before you can fix it. But this one, it will give you the results of the POP casting that you want, because it's the ready-made materials that has already made material. It has its accessories. This is one of the accessories. We call it grids. It has 2 feet, we have 4 feet, and we have the longer one there to install it. And if you want to install it, you don't need to buy a lot of wood to install it. You don't need to buy a lot of wood to install the material. So it depends on the customer. If you want to buy the ordinary one, you're good to go. If you want to buy the POP type, that you want your home to be like POP, you are good to go. And why this material is good is used for office. It's office uses. You want to go to any bank, you see it there. If you go to big churches, you see it there. You cannot go to big church and use POP casting there. This is what you are going to use. And it goes very well. There is no day in the market. They must buy it. People will buy it because it's very convenient to get. Very easy to get. Yes, I can advise anybody to go into the business. The reason is it's a good material that go quickly in the market. When you use your money on it, you don't have any problem. You don't have any challenge in it, depending on where you brought your material. Because it's an imported material, it's not local material. It's an imported material. The only place you got challenges is the, what do you call it, apapa, where you want to bring your material. There may be a delays. Then the demurrage charges. That is where you get challenges. But as soon as you get the material to your office, to your warehouse, and you display your materials, it's good to go. It's very good material. There's nowhere you can get the material. Nowhere you go, you see this material.
We have come to the end of the show this week. I am Olamide Onifade, and thank you so much for watching. Until I see you again next week, this is Space and Style.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers. You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
You may want to ask why murals are important. It is no secret that murals make neighborhoods beautiful. They add color to building walls and streets which would otherwise go unnoticed. They are treat for locals and tourists alike. Murals have been part of Nigeria's cultural landscape for thousands of years. The term mural became popular with the Mexican muralism art movement. The transformation which took place in the history of mural art during the 1920s and 1930s was highly influenced by the government's sponsorship in Mexico. The Mexican president Alvaro Obregón began a nationalist cultural program in the 1920s. As part of this program, the Mexican Ministry of Education and other government entities to create public murals. In Lagos, the visual effects of wall paintings are an excitement to attract public attention to social issues like the ones here under the Falomo Bridge. An artist, Poli Alakija, created these murals on the columns in homage to the Bring Back Our Girls, the 276 schoolgirls who were abducted on April 14, 2014 by Boko Haram. We speak to an artist, Ebenezer Omole, a 34-year-old who started off as a child and has been painting for many years. This is one of the locations where he has some of his works. He explains the processes involved.
There's a way I blow this color. When you look close to it, you see as if it's flowing down, So I have to follow the flowing down, then blow it both left and right. So in order to make it creative, so that it won't just go down straight, but go left, right, and zigzag like that. I mix another black thicker than this, then to write what they have here. Especially like this is, we have food here, then we have swimming pool here, then we have games, then we have drinks here, then we have pools, music. So I just did an artwork that will speak for this place because this is a restaurant. So I did those backgrounds so to speak. So anybody coming inside, looking at this place alone, so they will know what is going on around there.
He speaks on the distinguished effects imbibed in artistic painting than ordinary ones on the wall.
Ordinary painting is just maybe changing the wall to a particular color that you like. Mural is very interesting, and I used to say it. No painting is complete without an artwork like this. So for your painting to come out well, so you need to add some artistic to it so that will make it more, because a lot of people in the world, they cherish artwork. Now, for example, now, this is lion. A lion represents a king, and the writing here, so it's all about this place, because this restaurant is not just a restaurant, it's a reggae restaurant. So that's why we have most of the color here, reggae color.
Ebenezer further explains that murals are a mode of expression for artists in every graphic style imaginable, abstract, photorealistic, expressionist, to name just a few.
Anyone who is into painting and had a mural painting into his work will get more job than just ordinary painting. No matter how bad situation a building have, when you design it with artistic, even though if it is hot or old building, when you paint it well with this mural artistic painting, it adds more value to the building, and it makes Lagos look more beautiful than
As a community centerpiece, the wall painting gets a new dimension as a powerful visual communication tool meant to promote the opinion of the people and transmit social and political messages towards unity. Murals bring art into the public space, and because they occupy public spaces, are accessible to everyone regardless of class, education, or ethnicity.
Good afternoon. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news update. The Supreme Court has granted leave to the federal government to bring 9 grounds of appeal against the release of pro-Biafra agitator Nnamdi Kanu. A 5-member panel led by Justice John Okoro granted the leave on Thursday while ruling on the motion by the counsel to the federal government, Mr. Tijani Gadzali. The Apex Court also granted leave to the federal government to include these 9 new grounds as part of its amended notice of appeal dated 28 of October 2022. At the resumed hearing, counsel to Nnamdi Kanu, Mike Ezekome, informed the court of his motion seeking for bail of his client and another seeking for his transfer to the Kuje Correctional Facility to get proper medical attention, citing his failing health at the custody of the Department of State Services, DSS. He also prayed for an accelerated hearing of the matter. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has filed an appeal challenging Wednesday's ruling of the Federal High Court, Lagos, which struck out its suit seeking the forfeiture of 14 properties and 400 million naira linked to the Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello, citing his immunity from prosecution under the 1999 Constitution. In the ruling, Justice Nicholas Owebo struck out the suit on the grounds that Section 308 of the 1999 Constitution prevents the institution of any criminal or civil case against the sitting governor or the president. In its notice of appeal filed by Rotimi Oyedepo, the EFCC submitted that Justice Owebe erred in law when he struck out the suit, as the immunity conferred on the respondent against any civil or criminal proceedings during his incumbency as governor of Kogi State does not extend to properties reasonably suspected to be proceeds of a crime traced to him. The district head of Kasuwar Daji in Kwara Namoda local government area of Zamfara State, Ibrahim Sarkin Fada, was kidnapped by bandits in his residence in the early hours of Thursday. An indigene of the area, Malam Audu Mohammed, confirmed that the bandits, who were in large numbers, stormed Kasuwar Daji village and went straight to the village head's house, where they abducted him and took him to their camp. Bello said the bandits fired many gunshots in order to frighten the residents of the village who wanted to rescue their village head. The security agents were yet to comment on the issue as at the time of filing this report. The Islamic State of the West African province, ISWAP, has reportedly abducted 3 humanitarian workers and 2 security guards of the Family Health International in Borno. The Family Health International is a U.S.-based non-profit human development and non-governmental organization, NGO, dedicated to improving the health and well-being of people. A counter-insurgency publication focused on the Lake Chad region, Zagozola Makama, said ISWAP fighters in their numbers stormed the guest house of the NGO in a silent operation at about 4 a.m. on Wednesday, April 26, 2023, and whisked them away to an unknown destination. The publication said there was no official statement from the organization since the news of the abduction broke out. The special advisor to the president on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, has asserted that Nigerians should not hold the President Muhammadu Buhari administration responsible for not rescuing all the kidnapped Chibok girls. It is like a self-accounting when you are exiting a position of public office to be humble enough to know that you have not done everything properly or perfectly, Adesina said during an interview on a television program on Thursday. The special advisor stated that the government was proactive to tackle the kidnap at the time it occurred, adding that the incoming should take up the responsibility to recover the girls. The federal government says no Nigerian has died in the ongoing crisis in Sudan between the country's army and the Rapid Support Forces, RSF. Minister of State for Foreign Affairs Zubairu Dada said the government has begun evacuating Nigerians stranded in Sudan in batches. Dada said the Nigerian government had secured 72-hour permission from its Sudanese counterpart to evacuate its citizens from the country.
Gone very far. We've been able to secure the vehicles now that will be transporting, or if you like, conveying our citizens to the border, particularly to, what's the name, Aswan, where we'll provide the aircraft that will airlift them. Again, like I said, the DG NEMA is very much on ground in Egypt. He is coordinating along with our staff of the High Commission in Egypt and of course in constant touch with his colleague in Addis Ababa. And we are, like I said, pooling all resources to ensure that our citizens are moved to Aswan. All is set.
In the meantime, the chairman of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, Abike Dabiri-Rewa, says more Nigerian students are to be evacuated from Sudan today. She said this during an interview, and according to her, the students will arrive in Cairo, Egypt later in the evening, adding that 13 buses of about 60 people have already left. But she admitted that there were little challenges with the logistics and the rising number of persons who have applied to be ferried to safety. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has accused the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, of being partial. The LP candidate was replying to a preliminary objection filed by INEC at the tribunal, which appeared to be in support of the candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC, now the president-elect, Bola Tinubu. In the case before the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, Obi faulted the electoral body for standing by Tinubu, noting that both the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal had in the past sanctioned INEC to place itself in a place of neutrality, remain fair and focused. The Labour Party's presidential candidate also stated that it is not only an embarrassment, but a repudiation of the duty of INEC when it adorned the gap of contestants in an election it conducted as an umpire to raise preliminary objection against an election petition. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, says he is nothing like Bola Tinubu, president-elect, whose candidacy is embroiled in controversies. Tinubu was declared the winner of the February 25 presidential poll with 8,794,726 votes. Abubakar polled 6,984,520 votes, while Peter Obi of the Labour Party came third with 6,101,533 votes. However, the PDP candidate is challenging Tinubu's victory at the tribunal. In a preliminary objection opposing the petition, Tinubu described the former vice president as a serial loser who has been consistently contesting and losing successive presidential elections in Nigeria since 1993. While responding to Tinubu, Abubakar admitted that he has been contesting presidential elections since 1993, but he has a drug-free record. We move to other parts of Africa, where from Kenya comes the report that authorities have said they have arrested another pastor over suspected deaths at his church as police widen an investigation following dozens of deaths linked to cult leader. Ezekiel Odere, the head of the New Life Prayer Center and Church, was arrested in the coastal town of Malindi following allegations of deaths that have been occurring in his premises, said Rhoda Onyacha, the government commissioner for the region. Police have not connected him to Paul Mackenzie Ntega, the alleged cult leader under investigation for the death of 98 people linked to his church, also based on the coastal region. Odero was transferred from Malindi to the regional police headquarters in Mombasa for questioning. A wealthy televangelist who draws huge crowds, his church south of Malindi can seat 40,000 people. Odero claims that holy scraps of cloth sold at his mega rallies can heal sicknesses. The government has promised a crackdown on fringe denominations after the discovery of dozens of bodies in the last week on a property near Malindi belonging to Ntenge. Outside Africa now, one person was killed and 23 people, including a child, were wounded in Russian missile strike on an apartment block and houses in the southern Ukrainian city of Mykolaiv in the early hours of Thursday. Regional Governor Vitaly Kim said the emergency services put out several fires caused by the missile debris and that they were clearing the rubble. Russia denies deliberately targeting civilians in its full-scale invasion that has killed thousands of people, uprooted millions, and destroyed towns. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg on Thursday, April 27th, yesterday, welcomed the first phone call between Chinese President Xi Jinping and Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Stoltenberg, however, said this doesn't change the fact that China has not been able to condemn Russian illegal invasion of Ukraine.
I welcome the call between President Zelensky and President Xi. I think it's important also that China gets a better understanding of the Ukrainian perspectives. This doesn't change the fact that China has not been able to condemn Russia's illegal war, illegal invasion of Ukraine. Overall, through the contact group led by the United States, NATO allies and partners have provided unprecedented support to Ukraine. More than 98% of the combat vehicles promised to Ukraine have already been delivered. That means over 1,550 armored vehicles, 230 tanks and other equipment, including vast amounts of ammunition.
In business news, the United Nations UN says the recent cash crunch in Nigeria affected the country's economy. In a recent report, the Intergovernmental Organization said the development, which lasted for months, mostly affected the informal sector. According to UN, a shortage of cash triggered by the replacement of the highest denominations of the country's currency hobbled the economy, especially the informal sector. This was contained in a report titled Trade and Development Report Update, Global Trends and Prospects, which was published in April 2023. Entertainment news now. Up-and-coming Los Angeles rapper Money Sign Sud has been stabbed to death in a Californian prison. It was discovered that the 22-year-old rapper was absent from a head count check on Tuesday around 9:55 p.m. The Black to the Bag rapper was found unresponsive in another area of the correctional training facility in Soledad. Prison personnel attempted to administer emergency aid but were unsuccessful as he was pronounced dead around 10 p.m. Sud signed to Atlantic Records in 2021 and released his most recent album, Parkside Baby, last September. He was imprisoned at the facility after being sentenced in Riverside County last December to serve 2 years and 8 months on 2 charges of being a convicted felon in possession of a gun. Finally, sports news. David Moyes was left fuming with the officials after West Ham were denied a late penalty in their 2-1 defeat to Liverpool, saying VAR disrespected them. West Ham were convinced they should have had a late penalty when Thiago's arm hit the ball as he fell in the area, but despite a VAR check, nothing was given. There were arguments for and against it being given in a season when the handball interpretation has been in the spotlight, but it was a decision which left Moyes infuriated and ensured Liverpool made 11 wins from their last 13 meetings with West Ham to maintain their rival. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Many thanks for being there.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
My name remains Bayo Ali, aka Ali Bey. Join me in this time-traveling voyage and let's relive those good old memories together. Welcome to my world of a glorious past. When I tell you life was good while growing up, believe me, it was really fun and exciting. Though of Ijebu origin, I was born at the popular Island Maternity Hospital, Lagos. My elementary years were spent in Surulere Axis, surrounded by lots of recreational facilities, peer groups, and schoolmates, who not only made growing up fun, but also very memorable. I own up to coming from an upper middle class family. We were comfortable, but constantly reminded that the greatest legacy anyone can bequeath his offspring is quality education and good character. So my father, that was his greatest inheritance for us. So imagine us being one of the few families in Surulere who owned a television. Big deal? I still recall our Grandic brand, and some of the children in our neighborhood curried our favor just to be able to peep through the window and catch a glimpse of their favorite programs like Wrestling from Great Britain, The Combats, Dan Blocker, Penny Roberts, Michael London, and Long Green. You remember those characters, Village Headmaster, and another one, Hawaii 5-0, the good old days. In our own little corner and space, we were privileged but not spoilt. Yes, we used to have occasional weekend treats at the Apapa Amusement Park, swimming at Roe Park, and the greatest fun at Shell Club, now Eagle Club. But our parents, amidst fun, will continually drum it into our ears that success in life is more paramount than all the temporary fun. Departmental stores rivaled what was available in England. It was the glorious era of Kingsway, Leventis, and UTC stores. Even back then, Kingsway was fitted with an escalator. The malls were better stocked than what we celebrate today when we enter ShopRite stores. How about the fact that the postman delivered letters twice a day, 6 days a week, and even up to the early 80s, a letter posted from London to Lagos will be delivered within a week. Sounds incredible, but also true. It wasn't uncommon to be informed several days about routine maintenance activities that would disrupt water or power supply for a few hours on a particular day. Even Lagos taxis were metered back then. You simply hail a taxi and fix your gaze on the meter. Great were those moments when we had less to bother about. Security was the least of our challenges because most houses in Surulere then had no fences or bulgar bars. In the area of transportation, the LMTS, Lagos Municipal Transport Service, was so effective as what operates today in some Western countries. Bus 88 covered Surulere to Yaba and operated clockwork. The timing was predictable. Days when newspapers were laid out by vendors on our streets at Adinogusu and Surulere with no vendor on stand, and passerby would just pick their preferred copies and drop the coin by the stand. Do you want to try that today? I recall with nostalgia those golden era when a brand new Volkswagen Beetle was sold for 3,500 and my monthly take home at the Nigerian Ports Authority was 145 naira. We had savings and were also able to fund our social activities from that so-called mega salary. Those were the days of luncheon voucher when organizations subsidized lunch break expenses. Wow, can we have those days back again? At what point did we miss it? I keep wondering, how can so much change happen or damage be done in a lifetime? Like every young child, my ambition was to be a medical doctor. I had always liked caring for people, looking out for people, and taking steps to ensure all around me were okay. However, what I couldn't achieve through medicine because of my poor science background, I tried as an adult to achieve through humanity and hospitality. My vocation as a mass communication specialist helped a lot in these regards. How I have fared in this regard is left to the assessment of friends and associates. Oh, how can I miss talking about nightlife in Lagos? So wonderful and exciting. There were no fears of robbery or harassment from any quarters. Growing up and doing what boys do, we had mad fun. In the late 70s, we had joined the Soul Train group that saw the emergence of nightclubs like Lords, Paradiso, Phase 2, and many others. Imagine about 8 passengers in my Volkswagen Beetle, moving from one disco party to another. I guess the manufacturers of Volkswagen at that time must have seen us in action before coming up with the beautiful slogan, "You can't kill the Beetle." We had our fair share of fun when life was good. How I dream in wishes that few of these moments be brought back and a slice of it granted to the current generation to taste. How can we change the narrative? By working towards providing a greater future for the upcoming generations, instead of reliving on the glorious past. I look back and think of today and the future. Can we ever have it so good like before? Yes, we can. Life is ever good, only if we are determined to get it right. It is equally still possible to reenact those age-long admonitions that good name is more precious than gold. Our children deserve a brighter and better tomorrow, not the good old days, which now remains only in our imagination. Let us make the difference now for the sake of our children's tomorrow. If you believe all hope is not lost, like I do, please join me as I join Sashomori Badijo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
I was broke, man. It's not funny. Do you know that? Let me tell you something. Most rich people picking no get money. You know why? Because they don't feel the need to work or aspire or want to be something. You understand? You know, my mom died when I was 11. You know, I'm the last one of 5 kids. So from a young age, I knew what I wanted to do. You understand? I fought to do this music. I come from a family where it's school. When you finish school, go and work for Popsy. Do you understand? So this music is something I had to fight for and work hard for. So, you know what I'm saying? To become Davido wasn't anything like, say, Popsy help me or anything. Of course, my dad has played a very key role in my career, for sure, as a mentor, as a supporter and everything. But I feel like if you want to, no matter who you are, no matter the background you come from, you have to work.
2013, 2014, when Show Me Your Rosé was like the biggest song in Nigeria, I had an Achilles tendon injury. I couldn't walk for like about 6 months. You know, I used to go to shows with crutches, and before I go on stage, I drop my crutches and jump in. And after that, I keep bleeding after every performance. And at some point, the doctor told me to stay off stage and stay off performing for the longest time. And at that time, my record label left me. I was totally alone. Big up my manager at the time, Kolo. He was, you know, right beside me at every point in time. At that point, I wanted to give up, you know, just a single artist, nobody supporting me, nothing. It was just, you know, you guys, my fans out there, and the few people that kept telling me, yo, your sound is different, you need to keep going, you know? And I kept going, and prayers and God, that was all it took, you know? So if I can do it, trust me, don't try to be the next me, because you might not get it right. Just try to be the first you, because that is the only way that you will stand out and be a legend in your own world. So saying that, I want you guys to know that life is not as hard as people make it look. Try to live your life like water. no matter how they cut you, they leave no scars, you know. But have no foes, have not too many friends, but believe in those that you believe in, because when you believe and share positive energy to the universe, it comes right back to you.
It's a funny one though. I remember this one vividly. I just started Flatmates. Back then, not the new Flatmates, like some 15, 16 years ago. After I graduated from the University of Lagos, so I wanted to do my own thing and I started shooting Flatmates. But there was no money to even take tapes sometimes to TV stations, because I'll be the one to shoot sometimes myself, carry the camera, shoot, write on a paper that we use only one paper that you read, okay, but say your line, say my own. So we don't even photocopy scripts because there was no money at the initial stage. So I remember, because I had to deliver a tape to MITV to show their own for the week, deliver another one to LTV to show their own for the week, deliver to NTA Channel 2, because the program became so big after the initial one at STV, so every TV station was asking for it. And I trekked, I remember vividly, trekking from MITV in Ikeja to my parents' house in Abeson, Ipaja. Wow. As in, I trekked, because there was no other way I would be able to get home. From University of Lagos, I managed with the little money I had to get to MITV and LTV to give them the tapes that would run, because if I didn't, then there would be nothing to show. So I had to go back home, so I had to trek. I think this will be able to inspire people.
When I was starting off, I remember at some point, when I started working with a radio station, you know, I wouldn't want to mention the radio station. Back in Jos those days, the station used to be situated at a 12-story building, you know, and our office was on the 9th floor, and the office didn't have an elevator. There was no functional elevator, so we used to walk all the way to the 9th floor and then back, and then my salary then was 4,000 naira a month.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, and that 4,000, I used to have one of my colleagues who used to work with me then, so we split it to 2,000 every month.
And what year was it?
It's 2004.
Years ago, I had just come to Lagos. I'd like to think that I was about 22 years old at the time. I had my break in the industry, but it wasn't. I was still an up-and-coming actress. So I think it was a year where my big film came out. So yeah, I got roles. I was having offers to work, and then I was paid good money. And then I went to see some group of friends that I had on the island, and they were like the big girls. So then they were buying, there was somebody who brought bags for sale. The bags were like 350,000 naira each. And I mean, I couldn't have afforded it at that time, but it didn't make any sense to me to buy a handbag for 350K when I was doing very okay with my 25,000 naira bags and 15,000 naira bags. And so, because they were, they were like, oh, this will look good on you. You need to, now you're a Lagos girl. I'm like, okay. So out of the pressure, I took 2 other bags. So when I got home, I called the girl who sold the bag. I said, look, would it be possible to return these bags? Because I don't think I really need them. And she was like, oh, sure, why not? And that's how I returned the 2 bags. And I didn't take the bag. So I went back to buy my 15,000, 25,000 naira bag at that point in time, because that was what I felt like, that was what made sense to me at that time. Now, what is the story, the lesson of this story that I just told, what I'm trying to say, in essence, is that there is time for everything. Take your life one step at a time. Do what you can afford. Do not be pressured, because that lifestyle you're looking at today, if you build yourself today, you might just be able to afford even much more than that tomorrow. But the thing is this, you have to start from somewhere. And then not just like you start making money today, you want to have the most elaborate or the most flamboyant things. No, you have to save. It's so important to save. And if you don't save, you can't have a financial stable life.
All right, a beautiful day to every single person out there from the east, west, north, and the south, wherever it is you are feeling this from. You're welcome to that #1 show that keeps you going each and every day. I'm talking about that show that speaks it undiluted, unfiltered, on culture. We just say it as it is. If you're one of those people who have a problem with the truth, you might have a problem with us. But if you're one of those people who like to live uncaged and always ask that question, why? Then this is the place for you. The name of the program is called No Cap, and my name is Miles, the 8th one of the world, but I can never do this alone, obviously, because just me, small me, right? So I have Zibi here with me, and Zibi is very seasoned in more ways than one. So Zibi, please introduce yourself to the world.
Well, I'm Zibi. I'm an on-air personality, work on radio, I'm a writer. It's a whole long list, but you know what? I love being here because I like to say how it is as well.
Yeah, undiluted, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So like I said earlier, if you're one of those people who find it difficult to deal with the truth, No Cap is not the place for you. But I would advise you to just go get a drink right now and watch what we're about to show you. Because what we're talking about today, you could call it a menace to the society if you may. You could call it a problem, or you may call it a plus. Some people think it's a plus. Some people think, oh, why would you even do that? While some people are down for it. Just let's see what people have to say on the streets of Nigeria about this particular topic we're talking about today. And when we get back, we'll carry our knife and cutleries and dissect it. We'll be right back.
For me, I will classify polygamy as a lawfully wedded wife. So if you have a woman and you want to marry, or you marry another lady, now you have two wives, polygamy. Or side chick and girlfriend, they're not polygamous, they're just cheating.
Well, for me, polygamy, from a male perspective, I think is the aspect of having more than one wife, right? So being married to more than one person. And as Christians, it's not what is currently being practiced. Although we understand from old times that there were times when polygamy was normal, right? But Christianity advocates for one man and one wife. For Muslims, I know their religion permits it.
Personally, I don't support polygamy. I feel like it's wrong on my own part. I don't know for other people, but for me, no. It's because if you want to run a polygamous home, there must be, like, if you want peace. So someone that is not peaceful cannot handle a polygamous home, because there will always be fights, war, and I don't think anybody can withstand that. Yeah, for the sake of your mental health.
Polygamy. I don't like polygamy because I don't like sharing my man. So I will sleep on bed and my man will go and sleep with another woman. I don't support it.
For me, about polygamy is for nowadays, it's nonsense. And if you look the economy again, it affects the economy. So that's why you see polygamy they always have issues. Number one issue is that the financial crisis causes, because some men cannot handle 2 wives or 3 wives. The one they like is the one that will be satisfied with financial. So do you understand? So people having side chick is even more. I'm on side chicks too is nonsense. In this economy we are now in Nigeria, side chicks is not good for a man. So that is my own thoughts.
It is not good for a man to marry more than one wife, because the situation of this Nigeria now, people cannot marry more than one. You cannot take care of children. One, talking of marrying 2 or 3. It's not good for a man to marry more than one wife, because the thing is that after the man died or whatever, the family will now start fighting for the man's wealth to share the things. That is why what I found out is that stay with one, you can take care of your children. For a man to marry more than one wife, go outside and have an affair, going out there after the man died. All those children later come back to the man's house and start fighting. So all I know is that man should stay with one wife. I don't advise any man to practice it, because my own man, if you go out to cheat, my dear, I won't take it easy with the woman. If I find out that he's cheating on me, I cannot go and cheat on him. Yes, that's right. I cannot go and cheat on him. But for you to cheat on me, my dear, if I find out, there'll be a war. Why a man will have side chick? All this money that is given to the women out there, it's supposed to give to the wife, to take care of the wife, to make the wife the best. Okay, there are some men that they don't give money to the woman in the house, and when they go out there, they spend a lot on their side chick, which is not done that way. It's not good.
Yes, there you have it. Now you're most welcome back. It's still No Cap on Plus TV Africa, where we speak the truth as it is. Miles is still very much in the building, and Zibi is still very much in the building. Now, after watching those clips, I'm sure some people will be like, they're doing. I'm sure some people, their fingers are already itching. Like, I want to call in and say something. I have to say something about this. Yes, we're talking about polygamy and side chick. Now, when my producer sent this script to us, to me, and said, "Oh, we're talking about polygamy and side chick," I said, "What happened? Why are we not talking about side cockerels also? Why are we just talking about chicks? Like, why must it just be
I
the
don't
chicks?
think it works that way, Miles.
why must it just be chicks? Why can't we talk about side cockerels anyway?" So we're talking about polygamy, which is a serious matter right now. The people are turning it to a serious matter. I don't think it is. And side chicks. Then we have one other one on the side that will add to it along the way. So let me throw it to you real quick.
Okay.
Polygamy, in your words, what do you think?
A disaster. Like a huge disaster. So if someone gets into polygamy, it's a disaster. If someone is considering it, it's a disaster waiting to happen. So in every way possible, in every human language, I wish I could speak a lot of languages, but it's a big fat N-O.
For you?
Absolutely.
Okay, side chickism, uncle. There's anything like that.
Now, when it comes to side chickism, I do feel like it's a bit of an illegal method of having polygamy. So it's literally the same thing, but without the strings attached legally. So I think it's also a big fat no.
Okay, cool. For those who do not know, polygamy, on the other hand, is the practice where a person is married to one or more than one person at the same time, be it a male or be it a female, right? Now, I will come against you with that, right? I think one of the reasons why a lot of people...
Let me take off my glasses.
Yeah, please go ahead. One of the reasons why a lot of this generation are not living much longer is because they've refused to just accept what it is, which is the truth. Like, polygamy is actually very okay, as far as I'm concerned. Our forefathers before us had that. That was what that was how they were living their lives, and they were healthy. They were doing okay. Look, my grandfather had like 7 of them, and he lived a ripe age of over 100. Do you understand? And they were all okay. All his wives were fine. Everybody was good with it. And after like the 7th, I didn't even think he needed a reason to go out and look for anybody again. That there was no reason. He was okay with all he had.
Wow.
Yes, right. And now, so if you allow a man is polygamous in nature. It's just how they're wired. It's part of their DNA. It's just how they are. Yes, if you allow a man to say, you know what, okay, you want to see other people, okay, go ahead. You find that there will be a lot of peace in that home. Trust me. And have you noticed, listen, that's where we're going there. Have you noticed this percentage of people who practice open marriages and open relationships, how happily they are living? Compared to those who say, oh, we're to death do us part, we're going to be here to the...
I think the reverse is the case when it comes to open relationships or open marriages.
Okay, please.
Because when people decide to have an open... Some people actually have open marriages. Right. They just forget to tell their partner.
Okay.
Yeah. But when both parties agree to it, there's always a lot of back and forth, trust issues. Okay, I need to see the person. You need to tell me who the person is. I have to give my approval. And then it just sucks the whole fun out of what people think they're going to do. So, you know, in the immediate term, it's something cool. But in the long term, that relationship will suffer. And this is backed by research.
Okay, talking about that relationship being suffering, there was a story that hit the internet recently about a woman who chased her husband down, found out her husband was in a relationship with this girl, and she went and got into the car and ran and had an accident, boom, and died.
Yeah.
Like, why do you do that to yourself? Why do you have to go through that? Now, look, if you have a cheating partner, I'm going to say this being a man that I am. If you have a cheating partner, cheating didn't just start today. It's not something that started, he just slept up and woke up and I started cheating. No, right. No, it's been part of him since like eternity. Maybe you just didn't know and you guys never had a discussion about it or talked about it. It's always been there. So you find your husband with another woman and you want to kill yourself and you want to, and you eventually did kill yourself. We even heard that the man also lost his life recently, high blood pressure, heart attack, and all that. And
he was never going to survive that. I mean, the eyes of the world were on him, his wife's family, his children.
But why should Zibi, my question now is, why should that be the case? Now, don't you think life would be much more easier if people have a sit down, like, you know what? I'm going to see other people, or I think I want to take 1 or 2 other wives, and everybody should just live happily ever after.
I see what you mean, but would you still have the same opinion if you were married or you were in a relationship and your partner came to you, your female partner came to you and said, you know what, I think we should see other people, I want to see other men.
God bless you. Now, we'll have that conversation before we get to that point. I would know what my partner wants, what she is into. Like,
what if her ideas change along the way? Because you start dating someone in January, by December, their plans have changed. Their ideas have changed. Their views have changed. You don't want to be with someone that has the same views from 1971 to 2022.
Yeah, but
you want someone that can constantly evolve, right? So if you guys had a conversation at the beginning of the relationship and you decide to be exclusive, and then let's say 6 months down the line, 1 year down the line, she decides, you know what, this relationship is getting stale. I love you, but I need some excitement. I
Okay,
want
cool.
to see someone else.
Which is very okay. Ask Will Smith; he will tell you what happened to him along the line. Like, which is very okay. But you see that her evolving.
Right.
I must have been part of that process. I would have been noticing something. Some things would have been popping up here and there, and we would have a conversation. Like I said, look, conversation is all all that is to me.
reasonable.
Let's have a sit down. Let's talk. Okay, so this is what we're going to be doing now. Okay, we're going to do this for. We have people who who call themselves swingers. That they're living really
Right.
healthy and okay lives. My dear sister, 750,000 people get divorced annually in the United States of America. Here in Nigeria, I think the percentage is like 24 to 26 or
People are
thereabout.
just stuck in loveless situations.
Do you understand? And when you check the reasons why, majority of the reasons why, the basic is, oh, he cheated on me, she cheated on me, or it's not.
It's mostly he cheated on
It's why? What? Look,
because you said it, just a few minutes ago that men
Men
are
are-
wired to be polygamous.
right, but that doesn't mean he's always the person who cheats. Look. Men get caught because we're clumsy when we cheat. We don't know how to cover our tracks. It's always there. Women are really, really 007s when it comes to cheating.
Well, you know, the
they're
thing
like James
is,
Bonds.
women are more likely to want to uncheat or not cheat because society is going to give them too much flack if they're caught cheating. But with men, like you said, men are built to be polygamous. It's like,
Sure.
okay, it's a normal thing. So if someone sees a husband out with a strange woman, they're having some PDA, it's not a big deal. Oh, I just saw my guy, he was with a side chick. Now imagine if the tables were turned. It was a woman having PDA, a married woman, not a single woman, a married woman having PDA with her random fella, her side cockerel. Yes, her side cockerel.
Thank you.
What would society say? Everyone would want to cast stones at her because it's not acceptable for women to be polygamous. Why? Why can't women be polygamous?
Okay,
What's
cool.
the difference between women and men?
Okay,
Women
let's.
have it, women
Okay,
don't have it.
there's this thing they've been saying that they say it's a man's world. It's always been a man's world. Like, oh, it's a man's world. I'm getting excited.
All James Brown.
But yeah, thank you. Bless you. Now, this is Africa. Let's not forget one thing. We are Africans. Forget what the white man brought to the shores. Forget how they taught us that, oh, this is the way forward. This is your right from your left. We are Africans. Before these people turned us into slaves like that I think we still are somehow mentally. Like, we have a way we live. We have our culture. This is what we abide by. It's not been heard of that a woman is with this other man today.
Actually, it has been heard of.
It's a taboo.
Queen Nzinga from Angola. I watched a documentary on her
Thank you.
years ago.
I
She
need to hear
literally
this.
was married to so many husbands, and sometimes after consummating the marriage, she would have them executed the next day. So
Wait, what?
yeah, because she was a queen and she
You
had a
don't-
lot of
don't-
husbands.
don't-
Maybe she
don't-
didn't want
don't-
men, clogging up her room. She
Don't
needed
say
fresh
such things. Don't encourage. Don't encourage. Girl. Do not listen to her. There's no such queen. What's that one?
She's dead now, but
Right? What, for real?
Yeah, Queen
Please,
Nzinga
you need
from
to
Angola.
school me on this. I'm going to really go and read up and
Yeah.
check this out.
So she was, she was very powerful. She was strong, and she married a lot of men.
Okay, so that is okay. So what's wrong with that? Like, why is society making it a problem now? Like, oh, this man is married. Okay, example. This actor, what's his name? The one with the deep voice. The actor that got married to someone else. Adoche.
Oh, Yul.
Yul.
Yes, the
got married.
serial husband.
The what now?
Serial husband.
Wow. The man took another wife recently, and the internet went ballistic. It went wild. Like, oh, why is he doing that? Why did he do that? His second wife, his first wife is still there. She's been there, blah, blah. Look, there's so many reasons why a man or why someone would take another partner or another wife or another husband. There's so many reasons. There could be the financial part of it. It could be like that they don't find themselves sexually attractive no more. It could be fertility.
Lack of self-control.
It could be infidelity. It could be infidelity. Yeah. It could be a lot of factors. So, and I have a feeling, going by what Yul has been posting, his first wife has been posting May. I have a feeling it's something they actually had a discussion about. But the thing just hit her, just like that, like boom. And she was like, "Oh, well, you didn't tell me. Yeah, we had to talk about this, but I didn't think it was going to be this soon." And they seem to be living. Okay, they seem to
Are
be.
they?
Yeah, they seem
Did
to
you
be
see
doing
the video
okay.
of both of them together at an event? She looked like she couldn't stand him. He was talking to her, he was talking to the audience with the mic and saying, "This is my wife," and she looked like, "Bruh, I'm about to knock you out right now." I mean,
Don't believe everything you see online.
that is true. Some things are scripted.
that may not be the thing.
Maybe two of them were acting out a script, but the truth is, for a young man, you'll just turn 40, I think early this year or late last year, for a young man to boldly come out and say, I'm taking a second wife, and African culture encourages it. It's weird, particularly when this young man is enjoying the goodwill of the work that his father has done. Everyone looks up to his father, respects his father. Everyone loves Peter Edochie. He's like the godfather of Nollywood, right? Yeah, okay. Maybe except Miles. But he is well respected. And this man just celebrated his 53rd anniversary or something.
Okay.
And there were pictures of this, him and his wife. So when a couple have been together for half of a century, and then their son comes out and says, you know what, I'm getting married to someone else. And then he posts a picture of the child his father. And I mean, come on. It's okay. You put your business out there on social media, so we'll judge you.
Okay. That being said, I just believe that the society shouldn't put a stigma on people who decide to take another wife or decide to step out of a marriage or a relationship that seems to be toxic or seems to be harmful. And I think, I strongly believe that if you allow these men to have their so-called side chicks, there will not be a lot of problems in the home. Yes. Go and check people who have side chicks. They are not stressed. They are not doing, there's no wahala involved.
They're not stressed?
Yeah.
Taking care of one woman is stressful enough.
Okay, cool.
Imagine having 2 or 3 or more.
There's this page, there's this website I stumbled across recently. It's called WikiHow. There was this article that says how to become a side chick, and I read it as in guidelines, tips, step by step. Yes, WikiHow.
Research was done.
Like steps how to become a side chick. Oh, you don't expect too much. Oh, know the boundaries. Just don't. Yeah, a whole lot of stuff. I'm like, wow. And if you see the views on that on the article, I'm like, so people actually take this thing that serious. Oh, wow.
It's a business, to be honest. It's a very flourishing business. Some people, a lot of young ladies who agree to be side chicks because there's some material benefit. You don't see any woman dating a poor married man. Why are you dating a poor married man? People are going to date a rich married man because obviously they're going to make money from that relationship. But the thing is, it's a very strange situation because women are expected to support each other, and then the men create a situation where they sort of set the fire and they watch it burn between the two women, and they sit back and cross their hands.
No, we don't do that. What do you mean by we set the fire? Do you think any man wants to get caught? Do you think anyone wants to get caught in the act of being a cheat or...
I don't think men want to get caught.
Nobody
like
wants
men
to
are
get
sloppy
caught
when they cheat, so they get caught anyways.
Trust me. Trust me.
But the moment a man decides that he's going to step away from his partner, then he's igniting the flames. I mean, it's okay if people are tired of each other. They can take a walk. It's not a big deal. I mean, it used to be, but right now in Nigeria, divorce
in the world
normal. Right, so it's not a big deal for most people. But the thing is, there's that betrayal, that humiliation that people face when they realize that, oh my goodness, there's someone else on the side.
Okay, you and I may just argue, because I know we keep going back and forth. I am not going to agree with that. I think we should have side chicks lives matter t-shirts, something all over the place.
You're going to pull a Kanye.
Or pull a Kanye or something.
Wow.
Okay, but we have an expert in the building. We had to talk with an expert who knows one or two things about what we're talking about today, and he's going to break it down to us. Dr. Adagun is here with us. We had to talk with him earlier, and this is what he had to say. Enjoy.
Lagos is home to many. But before you think of making Lagos your home, I'm sure you must have heard things about housing in Lagos. Things like housing is expensive, how landlords are gender and tribe biased. Different stories really ranging from funny to just sheer unbelievable.
The house rent is too expensive. It's double times two.
You know, some landlord, they can be something else.
So many funny rules that you just begin to wonder, like, what is going on?
My name is Akunna Iyama, and my experience is quite, what will I say? I don't even know how to explain it. It was quite interesting. Let me just use the word, to say the least. As a matter of fact, it was also pretty annoying, and I had to start saying in 2022, I'm surprised that people still have like this mindset.
Housing in Lagos is, I would say, divided into different categories. Like they have the eyebrow area, you have the should I say. I don't know, maybe shanties or trenches or, whichever way you want to describe it. But I think if you have the right set of, the amount of money, you know where to stay. And if you're struggling, you know where to stay. And if you don't really have, you know where to stay. So Lagos, I commend it to everybody. But at the long run, it is expensive, whichever category you pick.
When you're looking for an apartment in Lagos, you have to dira, like the Yoruba will say. You have to be very, very intelligent. You have to be very smart.
First things first, let me just say that Lagos, what they sell here is location and proximity to anywhere, as opposed to a good house. They have terrible spaces.
The house agents that are trying to get you an apartment, they know where the good house is, but they will not take you. Agent, God, what did they don't show me? The place I stay in Lekki now, the guy told me it's Ocean View now. And that's why it's expensive. I said, where is the ocean? He said, no way it will come. So my brother, 2 months, I can't expect ocean. I don't say that rain.
First thing that comes to my mind is, the high cost of housing in Lagos, which I think is ridiculous. And Lagosians, as a matter of fact, if you take out, the issue of rent, from our hustle, from our savings, from what we earn, from our income, I think a lot of Lagosians will be living well and they'll be doing well as well.
The house rent is too expensive. It's double times two. I'm not blaming the landlord. The materials are too expensive. Materials are too expensive. The house we are paying for 100,000 now is 200,000-300,000.
Landlord themselves are human beings. The cost of all the materials very, very expensive these days. And what would you expect if you have to be in their shoes? You surely increase the what is it called? The rents.
See, I can't even like give now. They are overrated. I don't know why they're so expensive like that. See, a house you can get for like 1.something million in Lagos. You can get it for like 400 and 500 and something thousand in Delta State, another part of the country. But I don't know why it's so high in Lagos. I don't see the hype. I don't understand.
A bag of cement is going at about 4,800. So you don't expect landlord when things are from here to Alausa used to be 100 naira, but now it's 300 naira. So you don't expect a landlord that will not put a rent in his house. Maybe that landlord depends on the house rent. So things are going up. But what I'm pleading for a landlord, if they are increasing their house rent, they should think about a way so it can favor the tenant. Because the tenant too, they are receiving the same punishment.
Like you may pay this year so amount. Let's say the landlord will just come up without any pre-information. Will not tell you that I rent this year so amount. And it's a business. You have to plan yourself well so that it will not affect you.
Some of them are professional about it. Because like my own landlord, if he wants to do anything like that, he gets to us through his lawyer, through his legal department, and they send letter prior to that if they want to do any increment. So they don't just come suddenly and say they want to increase rent.
some Lagos landlords are quite tribalistic. And they are particularly tribalistic towards Igbo people. So once they hear, oh, we don't want any Igbo person here, what's your name? And you say your name, and no, we're not looking for an Igbo person in this house because I'm Igbo. So I know I've had first-hand experience of it. Say, no, we don't want an Igbo person. Last person that was here was Igbo, and the person did this and the person did that, so we don't want that.
Some landlord, precisely, maybe based on their previous experience with the tribe or people that had occupied the property, they don't want to fall victim of when you're a victim the first time, you have to be very careful. So yes, most of the landlords consider that. I have never had a landlord that's considered that as an option, but I hear and I also read newspapers.
Even not just tribal, religious at times. You see some Muslim landlords, they don't want Christians. You see some Christian landlords, they don't want Muslims. You understand? I've seen a landlord, he said he only wants transgender. I've never seen such in my life before. You understand? So I think tribalism occurs because landlords at times, they feel they can relate with tenants better if they speak the same dialect.
So many funny rules that you just begin to wonder, like, what is going on? Like, you have visitors on certain type of days. If you are single, you're not allowed to bring women. If you're a single lady, you're not allowed to bring men. It has to be one particular person. I don't understand. Like, who gives such a rule? How do you tell a lady, she's looking for a husband. She needs suitors. And you're telling her to stick with one because of what? Because she lives in your apartment. Or in some cases, they'll tell you a lady has to be married before an apartment can be given to them.
On one of my ordeals, I was like, okay, I'm looking for a place. I spoke to an agent and he was like, Auntie, sorry, how old are you? I said, why? That's a personal question. Why are you asking me my age? He said that because the landlord said he doesn't want any single lady. If he wants any single person, he can even maybe take a single guy.
The reason why houses are expensive, I would say, number one, because of greed of some landlords. Agents. Because if you get an house of 2 million naira now, you pay agency of 200K. And the guy's friend, probably the agent's friend, just gave out an apartment of 5 million naira. His commission, agency fee, 10% is 500K. You can see. So at times, agents will convince landlords that, this house is too fine for 2.5 million. It's too fine. You're supposed to bring, see, they will convince landlord, I can get someone that will pay 4 million for this place. It's not like they're trying to do the landlord a favor. They're trying to do themselves that increment of agency.
The reason why there's high cost of houses there in Lagos is a lot of factors. One is inflation. Like a normal developer will say, every day the cost of materials increase. Like if he buys rods of, let's say, 5 naira today, by the time he goes to the market next week, it's about 20 naira.
So imagine you're trying to get an apartment of 400,000 and the agents are telling you that, okay, for the house of 400,000, you're going to pay agency and agreement 100,000, you're going to pay commission 100,000, and then you pay caution 100,000, and then you pay service charge maybe 75,000. How much is that? That's already 375,000 on top of a house of 400,000. So these are the issues that one basically faces in Lagos State.
Lagos, as home to all, must indeed house all. And for that to happen, all stakeholders must work hand in hand to make this huge housing deficit a thing of the past.
The presidency has asserted that, like former President Goodluck Jonathan, Nigerians would yearn for President Muhammadu Buhari after he leaves office. The senior special assistant on media and publicity, Garba Shehu, decried the high level of criticism heaped on Buhari, noting that Nigerian leaders are not loved while in office. Meanwhile, Adewale Adebayo, the presidential candidate of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, has said Bola Ahmed Tinubu won the presidential election because he had the most experienced politicians in the polity supporting him, even as he dismisses the petitions challenging Tinubu's election at the tribunal. According to him, he has learned his lessons, but like Judas, who betrayed Jesus, there are lots of pretenses in politics. Now, should Nigerians expect a decline or progress in the quality of governance? Time will tell. Joining us tonight to discuss is Prince Adewale Adebayo. He's a presidential candidate of the Social Democratic Party. Now, in today's interview, Adebayo is saying that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu won the presidential election because he had the most experienced politicians in the polity supporting him, even as he dismisses the petitions challenging Tinubu's election at the tribunal. According to him, he has learned his lessons, but like Judas, who betrayed Jesus, there are a lot of pretenses in politics. Should Nigerians expect a decline in the quality of governance if Buhari claims are interpreted superficially? Well, time will tell. Joining us tonight to discuss this and many more is Adewale Adebayo, Prince Adewale Adebayo. He's the presidential candidate of the Social Democratic Party. Thank you so much for joining us. Good evening.
Good evening.
A lot of things have been going on since after February 25. A lot of people are still feeling like their votes didn't count, especially those who felt like there was a lot of voter suppression. There are those who also think that they need to go to court to challenge this election. And then there are those who are celebrating that their man won, even though yesterday I did have a conversation with somebody from the PDP who said that he doubts that the swearing-in will take place. And this is also some of the sentiments that other people, share. But I want to take your thoughts from back to February 25, where we had the first election, the presidential elections, and then, of course, the governorship elections. What did you make of everything that happened, especially with the situation with INEC?
Well, what I saw was that we always have opportunities as a people. We tend to assume that that opportunity automatically will make itself realized. So the February 25 election, the first thing that struck me was the low turnout. Because prior to that, we had about 80-something million people with their PVCs. And even if you take mortality into it, maybe you could expect more than 300,000 to be either sick or diseased or something. So when I saw the turnout, I found that was problematic. After the accreditation, I saw that because I alone thought that I would bring out not less than half of the entirety of the people who came out. And when it comes to the issue of accreditation, there's no dispute. Nobody is complaining yet that there was anybody who was to be accredited and who was supposed to be accredited and who was not accredited. No. Majority, 99.9999% of those who came out to be accredited were accredited.
And it happened simultaneously. You got accredited and you voted.
Exactly.
But then people were still saying, with all of the level of awareness, like you said, you expected that half of the people that came up would come up for you. But then we still saw a low turnout on the election day.
That's what I'm saying, that I was expecting a turnout of about 55 million. I was expecting more, but because of that Naira swap and all that nonsense about Naira
cash crunch,
changing color of money and all of that, I thought people were already reporting that it was difficult. Even I was, in the last 2 weeks of my campaign, I was just barely coping. But I was expecting that, okay, with that, you have like 50-something million people. Then when I saw that we had less than half of that, we had about 20-something million people, I became a little apprehensive because, and then when I went to places where I voted and I started doing exit polls, I noticed that it was the traditional voters that came out.
Even with all that we did?
Yes, and the traditional voters are not our voters because they are already used to the system of voting. Many of them belong to the particular political parties. Many of them had the incentive that will bring them to vote regularly. You come out, you get something, you get out. So the new people, we didn't see much of that. And in fact, 1/3 of those who came to vote were also voters that came institutionally. Either they came through the church or through other social groups like that. So I noticed that the turnout was
What exactly do you think was responsible for that? Because many would call it voter suppression. Many others would say it's still apathy that's, has been waiting in the wings. Because we saw an increase in voter registration, new entrants, which brought some level of excitement, if not for you, several other politicians, including the likes of Peter Obi and several other people who are newbies at this particular presidential election. What do you think was at the core of that drastic reduction, even after we saw that level of registration and the new entrants?
Okay, we need to be data-driven because there are a lot of assumptions. When you are campaigning, you say something, whether it's true or not. Once people repeat it online and it becomes news. Well, actually, the majority of the voters were not new voters. We only had 13 million out of the 85 being new people. So all the months of voter registration that we did only brought additional 12 million people. So the people were there already. So let's just do that. And from what I see, out of the 12 million additional voters, I don't think we got more than 3 million coming out. So the traditional people still came out.
So I'm still asking, why do you think that with all the stress that people went through to register and get their PVCs, we saw people go back over and over again, some slept at local government headquarters to get their PVCs. Why would they not come out on election day?
Well, I have a feeling that one, the number of people sleeping, all of that together is not up to 2 million. So it's just to crunch numbers, so you understand that. Secondly is that there are many motives for collecting these PVCs. Some will collect because you go to a church and the pastor says, if you don't have a PVC, no sacrament. Pressure. You also know that some are coming of age. That will be the first document they will have to show that they are adults, so voters card. Some will collect it to go to use it for ATM and bank transactions. So many reasons. So they were potential voters. But until you show up to vote on that day, you are not a voter until you come out to accredit and vote. Second reason is that I was telling the media that by not opening up and allowing diversity and variety of opinion in the campaign, by focusing on a few, there will be many people who will not find from the so-called 4 people you are projecting that they like. So that is why you have more voter turnout when you have more variety of people. Thirdly, when I went around the country, I found out that the media is not that penetrative. Social media even less. So you go to places like Numan, you go to places like many parts of Adamawa State, many parts of Taraba State, interland of Borno, and you mention people's name that they don't know. So, and very few places where you go and they say, I watch you on TV. They usually like, okay, yes, so you are running for something, okay, what's your name by the way? And things like that, even close to the election. And then when you mention other people, I remember when Engineer Musa Kwankwaso, Rabbi Musa Kwankwaso and I met in Taraba. That was a week before the election. We met at a radio station and we started comparing notes. we discovered that people were calling in to say, where have you dudes been? You know, okay, I mean, what you're saying makes sense to us. So we realized that with all the fame and pageantry going on in the major cities and online and all, people in the hinterland were still waiting for their president. So I think that shows, that's one of the lessons I've learned, that maybe you do more of grassroots work. Don't assume that people are following. It's not so. And if you look at TV shows, look at other things, you get 2 million people. Some of them are repeat viewers. And so that is a major issue. And then, fourthly, the crisis of the money was an issue. Because for example, I remember a place like Kwara North, where we were massively popular. And when I saw the result from there, I was like, what happened? And actually they said, look, majority of the people who were to vote had not even eaten, no money to buy food. And that the few that they saw who came out were people they could lift, you know, to the polling unit, because someone who had 3 children at home had no money in their pockets, nothing is working, they are all hungry. The little money he has is not going to jump on a bike to come and vote. They will just say, you know what, you guys are ruining it, so good luck to you guys.
So do you think, sincerely, that the cash crunch, the money situation with the CBN governor achieved its purpose, or was it an exercise in futility?
Well, to say it's an exercise in futility, but it's also an exercise in stupidity. Because why I say so is that it is the objective set officially cannot be achieved by the method. Because the objective they set was that the money had expired, so they needed to recall the money. 2, they wanted to manage the money in such a way that it would not be used for criminality like paying ransom. 3, the money in circulation was much more than the money that was in the banking. None of these things will address it. It didn't make any sense. That's why I used the expression. But it's been reversed now, and I think they've learned a lesson. So when you want to achieve any of these, there is an afterthought, which was now made it completely meaningless. The afterthought was that if they withdrew everybody's money, then those who had the intention to bribe or collect bribe would not have any money to use. I think that it turned out that it's not so, that you made people more desperate, to now be in a situation where they needed help, which made them more vulnerable.
Yeah.
Secondly, bribery...
But could that have been the plan the whole time?
No, I don't think so, because what I see is that everybody became partisan towards the end. Everybody was trying to put his hand in the game somehow. So you find that people who are in the media were supposed to be objective. Some are joint camp. People in professions in the government who are supposed to just manage their business. What concerns the governor of a central bank with an election year? Except if he has macroeconomic or microeconomic implications. Otherwise, what's your business? You leave that to the politicians. So everybody puts their hand in it. So that was where the problem is. Look at religious institution. You just want a righteous person to come and rule. You're not supposed to take side. So everybody was traditional rulers, whatever. So people became frenzied, and everybody started putting their hand in it. That was the problem. So in that situation, and bribery under our law, bribery is not only money. It's anything of value. So you can bribe a minister with a bag of rice. So the fact that you say that you withdraw money, other things of value, and that's what happened. People now became desperate. A lot of incompetence went into even withdrawal of the money. So people started collecting Omo, water, whatever. So these are all the problems we need to learn so that next time we are trying to engineer a democratic process, we should know that it's an opportunity to renew your choices of leadership and to improve on the quality of the people you bring. And to do that, you have to increase the quality of understanding that the voters have. So those are the things you do. And to do that, you have to open up everything. Don't be worried. Those who were teleguiding and thinking of working towards an answer, they realized that it didn't work. So that was why there is nothing I'm saying now that I didn't say why the policy was on. So you won't say, oh, it's butt hot because he lost an election, so he's coming out to talk. No, I could predict that if the media remain biased like this, if every institution that should be neutral wasn't neutral, if the government was making erratic policies like this, you will not necessarily get the result you want, but you will also make sure that the people of Nigeria somehow don't feel happy about the outcome.
Many pundits before this election, I mean, people had propounded all kinds of theories. Mostly, people were saying that this election was going to be a watershed moment for the country. This was going to be a make or break election. I mean, we hear these things every time we get close to an election year, but many really hope that something would change. Did you think that anything changed in our electoral process?
Well, some things change. For example, I mean, you can't change more than you change your mind. If Nigerians don't change their minds, the country will not change. So you are still voting based on religion, voting based on ethnicity, voting based on people who give you gifts. And all that. So how will change? If you don't change, there's nothing will change. But one thing is clear, that, and I said in one of the statements that I made, President Buhari did something that was good. He's the least partisan of any president who has presided over elections.
How so?
It's the only one, it's one I have seen where you cannot particularly point out that he was directing INEC what to do, directing police to harass anybody, harassing DSS or anything like that. And so he wasn't doing do or die. So, and he wasn't in doubt that he didn't want to leave. Prior to that, we had presidents that didn't want to leave, that were in doubt whether they were going to leave at all. So, in his own case, there was no doubt that he was going to leave. Secondly, anybody who did well or didn't do well cannot point out and say it was Buhari that didn't make me do well. You can point to any other person. But
then you can't also, not leave this at the feet of Mr. President. The President did promise us that INEC was going to be free, fair, and credible in their elections. He was going to make sure that he left a legacy of, credible elections. Can we really say these elections were credible? Looking at all of the things that emanated in different parts of the country, and of course the situation with the uploading of results with, we even saw what happened in Adamawa State recently. With all of this, what legacy is Mr. President?
His own legacy is his own problem. But what I can tell you is that...
But he did make a promise.
No, he did his own part. In the sense that, one, he's not going to go and run INEC. So it's not a case of not releasing money to INEC. It's not a case of not appointing commissioners. It's not a case of interfering in INEC. You get the point I'm making. So you can't blame him for the misbehavior of professors who were hired by INEC, not recommended by him to INEC. You can't blame him for the behavior of voters who came to sell their vote. You can't blame him for the behavior of politicians who tried to cheat. You can't blame him for the incompetence of one or two people in INEC, because they are not under supervision. They are supposed to be independent in their operation. So he's not responsible for that.
I like the fact that you said suppose, because the word suppose there means that they're to be independent, but they're not.
Yeah, they are not independent.
And then again, the bulk stops again at Mr. President's table, because these people are people that who appointed the man who sits at the helm of affairs at INEC?
No,
who's he answerable to?
No.
Of course, the people and Mr. President, right?
The INEC chairman.
How independent is INEC?
No, as independent as the conscience of the person who is there.
Okay.
The process by which INEC chairman and INEC commissioners are appointed is the same process as the Chief Justice of Nigeria is appointed. So, if you are going to an independent office where by law you are self-regulating, you need to make sure you select people who have that discipline. Secondly, you need to know that if INEC makes 5 mistakes, 2 can be out of incompetence, 3 may be out of leaning in favor of one person or the other. 2 out of those 3 that relate to leaning in favor of people will be leaning in favor of politicians. So the president might not be the most influential person on INEC, you will find out that our attitude as a country, and I've seen it in many institutions, I said it even when we were doing the peace committee, which was independent of government, you will see that even in simple things like seat assignment, to sit in alphabetical order, people will still read the sitting arrangement. People generally do this. It's a cultural problem. So I'm not a spokesperson for Buhari, and I wish him luck as he's going back to his village. But what I can tell you is that the role which he can play, and relative to, and compared to the role other presidents have played before, has been that he has managed to live an INEC with his own conscience, whether they have bad conscience or otherwise, he's left them with their conscience. He has not impeded them in any way, and he has not dictated an outcome for them. However, people are not satisfied with the end of the result for 3 reasons. I am not satisfied for reasons which I have given, which started far before the election, and I've been complaining over time. Others are not satisfied because they were in a cocoon and assume that they are the only one who are on the field. So if you are in that echo chamber and you keep repeating yourself, you will have seen the crisis that will have followed if, say, Tinubu had lost. Because people in his echo chamber thought that nobody would even come near, and that Peter Obi was a clown, and that people like us we lost our mind, and Atiku will be nowhere. So everybody has their own permutation. And when I met people who were in PDP, they told me, just don't waste your time. We have it covered. So that's the second set of people. The third set of people are those who are objective analysts. They look at the ideal of what INEC promised. And there was a case of overpromise on behalf of INEC. And many of those things that INEC promised were things, 1, that are not real, 2, that are not even within their control, 3, that they had not inculcated in the culture of their own staff. So when I run a factory and I tell you that we'll deliver your goods on time and everything, I should be saying so on the strength that I have competent people, professional people who are going to follow my regulation. And from what you saw in Adamawa, you will see that when I said much earlier, after the election, that INEC has a lot of incompetent and dishonest people. They thought that I was just being abusive. But when you saw what that REC did, you will see that INEC now admitted that they had a resident electoral commissioner who was not loyal to them, who was not following the rules, and who was working in the interest of somebody outside INEC. Imagine if he had not been brazen enough for him to come out and say the illegal thing that he said openly. Suppose he was doing it underneath. And those were the problems that INEC was having. And in Adamawa State, it doesn't still mean that the result announced is correct. It's just that INEC people divided themselves into 2. One set was working for APC. The other set was working for PDP. And
do you know this how?
I know this because I had candidates I had Dr. Umar Ado. I had a candidate that my party was sponsoring, that I was supporting, and I had gone to Adamawa to work with.
And he told you this on
I am following the situation. I know what was happening. I know when they were changing results and doing everything. What I'm saying to you is that INEC needs to be honest with itself. Just like what INEC is angry about is that this wrecked everything openly. But they had been managing crises in different states ahead. And they're managing particularly in that state. That was why they had to stop the election, go and redo it. There's so many things. And when they go to the tribunal, you will learn more. And I'm not saying this as a person who is angry because my candidate lost. I'm saying this because you are interrogating me in front of the public to tell the public what is wrong with our election. So I can tell you categorically that in Adamawa State, go there and do any research, ask anybody, not less than half of those votes were bought with cash, bought with these, also cases of violence, all sorts of things. So these are not things which you can expect Buhari to micromanage. He barely can manage the villa successfully. So he will now go and start micromanaging INEC.
What do you mean by he can barely manage the villa?
Because he set certain goals for himself when he came. He didn't succeed in most of them.
And whose fault is that?
Those are his faults because those are directly under him. So that's why I will not blame him for things that are not under him. He is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, for example. So failures, people being kidnapped, people being killed. As we speak to you now, people are being killed. Those things he's responsible for. I'm not going to hold him responsible for managing INEC, which is supposed to be independent. It's just to nominate them, fund them, and leave them in peace. But the one he's directing every day, that is responsible for, let us tackle those. He hasn't done much with employment. He had 8 years, 8 budgets. He didn't reduce employment. He didn't handle that correctly. He has not been able to manage the currency to create some stability, not even parity. He didn't successfully do that. He did some work on road works, civil works, and all of that. So we can give him credit for a bit of that, but that's the highest point he can say he has, which is infrastructure.
What about corruption?
And he will score like maybe 38% in that one.
What about corruption? Something that he
abandoned corruption.
bandied.
He abandoned corruption long ago. He gave up.
Why do you think he gave up?
He gave up because, one, is the people inside his government are so corrupt that he didn't show the courage that he needed to just fire all of them, most of them.
I'm curious. The reason why I'm going to ask this question is because it took 6 months. I mean, we all were here when it took 6 months for the president to pick people who he was going to fit into his cabinet. And he said, I might not quote him exactly, that he was looking for men and women that had some level of, right standing, for the want of a better way to describe it. Men and women who had no dirt, no skeletons in their cupboard. And you're telling me, sitting there, that there are so many corrupt people in Mr. President's cabinet.
I'm the one telling you. Just read newspapers, read cases, listen to EFCC, listen to everybody, listen to Auditor General report. Then even the Auditor General himself is missing because he was Accountant General has already taken a lot of money. So what I'm letting you know is I have a lot of likeness and liking President Buhari. I don't have any problem with him at all. All I can let you know is that he failed. And if you bring honest people into the room, he cannot recognize them. So all these people he said was good, those are all species I believe they were written for him because he has opportunity. Even the least performing minister, he couldn't fire them, couldn't do anything. So I think as he's leaving now, the lesson to learn from it is that until a person has thought through what he wants to do, being foisted with power, where you have not envisioned what you want to do, would always lead to wasted years.
I'm sorry, Mr. President tried to run for this office over and over again, 4 times. What do you mean? I mean, he could have had, I'm sure he had enough time to think about what he was going to do.
The signs were there.
This is why, I'm guessing that this is why he wanted to be president. I don't think he just wanted to be president for the fun or just having his name written as commander-in-chief.
That's what it turned out to be. But in the course of running, you will listen. Nigerians will have one issue. We tend to ignore what people say, what they do, how they respond to questions when they are running. We help them to cover up. So we create heroes when people are running for office. And then people who come out and start to explain what they will do, we say, well, they're just talking. So the issue is that I listened to President Buhari, what he said by himself. I knew that he would not do too well because of the fact that desires and wishes are different from you understanding. And while he sat down on that throne, we were understanding the problems more than him. We were interpreting the problems more than him. So to the end, what we owe him now is just a blissful retirement and hope that the next person who is coming will not fall into the same oblivion where you are sitting down there and people are whispering to you what to say. You don't know what you are going to say. You just announce people's name. You cannot control them. You cannot follow them. You are not receiving data. You are not reacting to data. Those are the problems. I think President Buhari became president 30 years behind time. He's past his prime at the time, and I think he alluded to it. He had a lot of frustration himself. I believe that when he settles down, he starts talking, you will see that he too had a lot of frustration. But I saw capacity problem. I saw the problem, the gap of when he was ill. That gap was there. I have a problem of the infighting with his team, everybody doing whatever they like. He didn't have a complete team that he's put together. And also, it was too slow. The majority of the people alive today were not born when he was president last time. So he's not used to the country He's not used to the new issues. Fast-paced governance, I think he couldn't cope with it, but he turned out to be a man who loved the country, but I don't think he knew how to do the job. I'm sorry.
I guess the question is, what is a good, I mean, if you have the best interest of people, but you don't have the willpower, then it doesn't mean anything.
You need willpower, you need competencies, you also need ability to adapt. So that when you make mistakes, you don't, however good you are, when you start operationalizing your governance, you will make mistakes.
Obviously.
But your ability to admit that you have made mistakes, even if you don't admit in public, but your subsequent conduct. Look at the way he performed in Adamawa. He acted quickly. In the previous government, once the REC announced it, there's nothing you will do. You go to court. But in this case, the INEC stepped in. When INEC reported to him, he also put the person on suspension. All government agencies immediately took on the side of INEC. So if he was responding to every crisis that came his way like that, he will adapt. But he didn't, but good luck to him. He's done his best. And when somebody says, I've done my best, you have to let them go. Because only they know their best. It's just that we know that the best is not good enough for us.
Well, we'll take a break, and when we come back, we still have Prince Adewale Adebayo in the studio. We'll be looking at the swearing in and what happens right after that. Stay with us. It's still Plus Politics. It's still Plus Politics. I am Mary Anacon, and we still have in the studio the presidential candidate of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, Prince Adewale Adebayo. And we're looking on this side of the show at May 29, the swearing in, and of course, what happens right after that. Before we go into this, we were talking about President Muhammadu Buhari, who of course is getting ready to go back to Daura. He said if it's a bit too disturbing for him, he'd move to Niger. He's found a quieter place there. But he calls to question a lot of other things that's happened under his watch. You spoke about the fact that he abandoned the issue of corruption, the fight against corruption. But as we speak, the National Assembly has ordered for the Attorney General and the Finance Minister to come and give account of some monies that they have not been able to account for. Again, the IMF had warned recently about borrowing and spending on the wrong things. And also, I think the World Food Programme has also raised alarm about food shortage in 2023. So there seems to be a lot of things piling up, waiting for the next government to come in. Our level of indebtedness has gone, it's more than doubled as we speak. And again, I must say that impunity has held sway under this government. Before we went, while we were on the break, we talked about the fact that the CBN governor at some point decided to run for presidency. It was shrouded in a lot of secrecy, but then it made the light of day. These are things that should not happen in a democratic dispensation, knowing that we have a constitution which we follow that guides, this what we call a nascent democracy. With all of these things happening, and the APC is still going to be in the reins after May 29. What lies ahead for the next president?
Well, he will lay his bed and lie on it by himself. The president-elect, when he becomes president, is a clean slate.
How so?
Because there is none of the problem that is not reversible. Nigeria doesn't have a irreversible problem. So Nigeria has like 2,000 problems, but Nigeria has like 1 million solutions. So Nigeria has like a deficit of 30 points, has positive of 3 million points. So Nigeria is a good country to be president. It's a good country you can run.
Really?
Yes, if you come in, you can start to reverse the issue. Our problems are artificial. There is nothing the new president needs to bring with him. Everything we need to succeed, we have already. Achebe was right that leadership is the problem of Nigeria. So if the president-elect comes and he provides leadership, everything will follow. If he comes and provides comedy, then comedy will follow. If he comes in and we are managing him instead of him managing the country, then we are in for it. If he comes in to bring people to come and compensate them with position, then we are in for it. If he's trying to pay his campaign debt through the way he appoints people, we're in trouble. If he doesn't want to take tough decisions, if he doesn't want efficient government, so it's up to him. And we will not be surprised because Nigerians had 18 people decided to go for this one.
Well, there are many people who would argue with you.
They will argue.
Decide
those who voted for me will argue that they didn't vote for him, but it was a majoritarian system. So the issue is that he's the one who has the highest number of votes. Therefore, we have laid our bed through him. Hopefully, he would be about himself. It will not be about the country. And there are many ways you do that. You know that you have reached the apex of power. There's nobody who has become Nigeria president needs anybody to pray for him again, that your future will be bright. You're already there. So you might now use that time to transform the country. And it's his choice. There's nothing anybody can do.
As much as I totally want to agree with you, there's something that's called the establishment.
Yes.
And the establishment, obviously, I mean, we've seen many people raise alarm about this under the Buhari administration. At some point, his wife said that there was some form of a group of people, I don't want to use the word that she used, who she called them names, animal names, who were taking over her husband's government. And we see this, it's not just in Nigeria. There are people called the establishment who sometimes see that, maybe you have the best interest, but then they're the ones who are like the strongholds in these governments. How is one man going to be able to deal with the establishment?
Why is a woman running for the office if you can't do it? You see, I don't know what animals you call them, but those people are political animals. And you'll find them in any power place all the time. Either they are there for their own interest, or they are there on behalf of some powerful interest, domestic or foreign. The most important thing is that you know my desire to be president of Nigeria. You know how much I want to be president of Nigeria. So if you ask me today that you cut one of my hands and I'm going to be president, I will offer it. So, but I can't force myself. He's the one who is the president. So if as much as I desire to be president, I cannot force myself to go to the villa. When Buhari is leaving, he leaves with all his people. So only 2 people are entitled to go there. Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Vice President Shettima. So when the 2 of them go in there, it is up to them. Remember you said earlier that it took President Buhari months to appoint his cabinet.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody forced him. He took his time, he wasted his time, but nobody forced him. So nobody can go and be a cabal inside the villa unless the president is cabalistic from the beginning.
Mm.
Because he can gather everybody together and say, thank you all, and lock his door. He's the president. So if he brings anybody in, you have to know that like attract like. And if you study President Buhari's previous encounters and outing in government, you will see that wherever you find Buhari, a small cabal is always with him. So it has its own style. Now, when you now bring President Tinubu now, you will now see his own style. That is why nobody can vouch and say he will do so well, and nobody can swear that he will never do well. You just let him be. Let him set up his team. If you have any piece of advice, you can throw it in the open air. If you have any relationship with him or somebody, you can send advice to him, but don't count on any of those things. When he comes out, the pronouncement he makes, the announcement, by the time he announces his chief of staff, you can know the kind of government he wants, because from the characteristics of that person, you know that if the person is lazy, clannish, too much.
But let's start with the guys that he put on his transition team. That team is headed by someone who some would call a journalist, but we have seen him display hate speech and fuel hate crimes, especially in Lagos during the election, with certain kind of rhetorics that was not necessarily good at the time, because of course we know that our country is divided along ethnic and religious lines. And then of course during the hit of the elections, Bayo Onanuga was one of those who were telling people to leave Lagos and go back to where they came from, to leave the Yoruba land. And this is the person who's leading the transition team. What does that spell for?
Well, I don't know. First, I don't know Bayo Onanuga, and I don't know why he shows him there. But what I can know is that as a person who trained very well to be president, the transition committee is not relevant to the governance. They are just people to go and say where soldier will stand. When the president is coming, he goes like this. They have no impact on government. And what people did in the course of the election is another matter. All of them were crazy.
But should those issues not be addressed?
No, they will be addressed.
Are we going to be transitioning?
They will be addressed
in the kind of rhetoric.
No, they will be addressed in many ways.
How?
One is that the political parties involved, the politicians involved, on all sides, because I saw what they were doing. So we were in Lagos here with Uthman, talking about how to develop Lagos, all the plans. People were not interested in those. People, media, social media, politicians, they joined whose grandfather was in Lagos, whose great-grandfather was not in Lagos. So people like me who came from Ondo State, what's my business in Lagos? People were doing genealogy and biography and all that. So they derailed. That's their problem. So, but what I can tell you is that the president-elect, by being elected, is asked to show his true colors. And when he's bringing his people out, just watch them. Because you have elected them. Then you start to watch what he's doing. So what I see generally is that the transition committee, whatever they set up, they will not go past May 29 just to go and parade there and take some oaths and then dance away. Then proper government will be announced from that day, chief of staff, secretary to government, some special advisors and things like that. Then you will now know whether they want to do what we call Faji government. You know, just like we are big guys, we are here now, or they really want to work hard and serve the people. Whether there are people you can say ordinarily, they can manage the schedule of the president, they can prioritize the issues, they can make sure he doesn't waste his time, and that he transits from being a politician to a public servant. Because as a politician, you are interested in who likes you, who is on your side, who is carrying your poster. But as president, you are now a servant. You now know that I'm working for everybody, whether they voted for me or not, and I'm managing my time well to see that I attend to my job. And I'm looking for competent people, whether they are worshiping me or not, but people who can actually help me solve the problem. So, because the aim of the politician is to defeat his opponents, but the aim of a president is to defeat the problems of the country. So, but you cannot guess, you cannot second guess. And people should also learn one thing. The people I see around him are the kind of people I would not even want to deal with. But I'm not the president. So you cannot impose your own will. But in the end, what the media owes the president is accuracy of report. Don't carry out the animosity of politics, that during politics, I was hired by this group. During politics, I was leaning towards this other side. Now that this man is coming there, I was make sure that even if he sneezes, I report it badly. If he blinks, I report. No. You have to realize that you like him, you don't like him, you are impressed with him, you are not impressed with him. He is now managing your affairs, managing your security, whether you live or die, managing your resources, whether you are a prosperous country or not, managing your image, whether you are respected overseas or not. So you now have to give him all the goodwill. Don't say, if he's going to the left, I go to the right, I sabotage him. No.
All right.
That is the attitude to go there.
In one statement, because my guys are saying we have to go, what should be the first thing that the Tinubu administration should, delve into after May 29?
That's their own problem. They have their own manifesto, the Renew Hope. I wasn't interested in it before, but I'm reading it now to see, because some of it.
But as a Nigerian, understanding the different problems that we have, what should he be focused on?
When I was campaigning, I said what I'll be focused on.
First.
What I mentioned poverty, insecurity, and accountability. So it is his choice. He may go opposite. It is his right. But if I were there, that's all I can say. But I cannot tell him. Because I was convincing Nigeria that I'm better than him. Nigerians say now that he's better than me. So let me allow him to go and show how he's better than me. But the issue is that he has his own priorities. So if he follows them, you will know from his appointment, from his pronouncement, from his priorities, what are the places he goes first? What are the things he does first? Who are the people who see him most of the time? You can know a man's value by where he lays his treasure, by how he spends his time, who he goes to see, and all the people who come to see him. You don't be in a hurry. He will by himself tell you what he wants to do, and in a few months, we'll start coming here to review and see.
Okay. Well, a lot remains to be seen after May 29. I guess all Nigerians will be keeping their fingers.
But all of us should be proud that we are in a country that's now getting used to civilian to civilian. Hopefully, we will now not stay at that minimum. We will now start to go from quality to better quality. But right now, at least, we are going from civilian to civilian. We are not Sudan, we are not Mali, we are not any of those people in crisis. So we can say that at least God bless Nigeria for that. And then we start to now climb, because the fact that you did civil transition smoothly and all of that doesn't mean that poverty will go away. Doesn't unemployment will go away. So you need to be serious about those things as well.
All right, Prince Adewale Adebayo is the presidential candidate of the Social Democratic Party, SDP. Always a pleasure to have you in the studio.
Thank you very much.
We're all looking forward to May 29 with bated breath. Let's hope
we look forward to a good day, and we say God bless Nigeria.
All right. Well, that's it on the show tonight. Don't forget, tomorrow we will be back talking for development. But if you missed any of our shows, go to our YouTube, Plus TV Africa, and play catch up. I'm Mary Anakun. Have a good evening.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello there. My name is Oluseyi Akinwale Fashui. Orúkọ rere ó sàn ju wúrà lọ, meaning a good name is worth more than gold. That was the creed imparted in us when growing up. This forms the background to my good old days story. My late grandfather, an Ondo man from Okegbogi compound in Ondo State, was a revered Reverend Father of the Anglican Communion that traversed the whole of Western region back then. His sojourn in line of work brought him to Abeokuta, where he met and married my grandmother of the Deke family at Ikuruake, Abeokuta. This is the basis of my dual lineage of an Ondo man and Egba man. My late father, Prophet Olujimi Timothy Fashui, resident in Ibadan, retired as a higher executive officer at the then Nigerian Cocoa Board, Cocoa House, while my late mother, a trader, Oluyemisi Fashui, hails from Abeokuta. I was born at Lafia Hospital in Ibadan. I am the first of only 2 children, the other being a girl, now married. I grew up with my maternal uncle, late Mr. Adekunle Ladende Esquire, who was then an agricultural officer and later a divisional officer at Ogbomoso during the Western region days. My uncle, an Egba man, was a strict disciplinarian. His wife, a midwife then, likewise trained us all on strict moral standards. I will share some of my learning experiences with them in the course of my story. I started my primary education at Bodija International School and completed it at St. Benedict's Private School, Ibara Abeokuta, when my uncle was transferred to Ogun State after creation of states in the 70s. Then to St. Leo's High School for Secondary, Ogun State Polytechnic for A-levels, and University of Ilorin, where I obtained B.A. Hans degree in Performing Arts. Growing up was memorable and indeed indelible. From early days at Old Bodija, Ibadan, where streets were paved, neat clean gutters and drainage systems, security guaranteed, even with low fence and no barbed wires. It was then considered uncultured to speak across fence to your neighbors. Notable places then were Palm Chemist, Keba Chemist, KS Motel, Cocoa House, Agodi Gardens and Zoo, Premier Hotels, Rotunda, and a host of others. In those days of strong values, our normal day usually will begin with bell ringing by Daddy, my uncle, for prayers. Songs from hymnal books, psalms from Bible were sung and recited off heart. Till date, I can still read Psalm 23, 121, 122, 103, 91, and some others from memory. Then, everyone had a car to do before school. Everyone was trained to write with Ami, the foundational phonemic notations of Yoruba language, which is Doremi, and speak in Yoruba language. Proverbs, idioms, witty sayings, storytellings. Alo, alo. Oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku bimo, gbogbo ọmọ ẹ̀ ló yàjẹ́ o, kí ni o? Pardon me as I won't be able to translate this in English language, but it suffices to say each story then ended with a lesson in moral and conduct. It is strange, therefore, to know that majority of families nowadays train their children strictly on English language and eroding our cultures and traditions, all in the name of westernization. This is a tickling time bomb. Values inculcated in us were good character, good name, discipline, integrity, truthfulness, cleanliness, hard work, dedication, loyalty, God-fearing, sound education, and responsibility. I remember a day I was running late and dressed up for school without doing my morning course. As I prostrated fully, saying, Udabosa, meaning bye-bye, sir, Daddy asked, have you done your course in Yoruba? I couldn't answer in the affirmative. He then asked that I should go and remove my uniform and perform my duties, and that when I get punished for lateness in school, next time I'll learn to wake up earlier and do my course. This taught me how to be responsible and time conscious. I remember another incident of my goose. My uncle requested for a glass of water. 50-50 calls it. Half hot water and half cold water, making it warm water. As I dashed from his front, I accidentally kicked or brushed his leg while leaving. He called me back and instructed me in Yoruba, Lọ mú àdá wá kó wá gé ìtàkùn tó fẹsẹ̀ kọ́ lẹ́ǹkan, meaning go and bring a cutlass, machete, and cut the tree roots you kicked then. I turned to leave, only to realize my goof of not apologizing when I kicked his foot in error. I quickly prostrated and said, sorry, sir. That was courtesy lesson 101. I never forgot the incidents and lessons, using an idiom for corrections. Wow. I remember the good old telephone always under lock and key. I won't disclose some naughty pranks we played to dial numbers without opening the padlock. God help you if you are caught in the act. Your punishment will be near capital. I recall my uncle had tools of various artisans. We repaired minor things ourselves. Hammer, nails, saw, crowbar, shovels, plumb, ladder, plumbing machine, a toolbox for screwdrivers and paint brushes. We actually painted part of the house once. He was a hands-on man, a life skill I possess till date. Memories. What of dress code? Everyone must tuck in their shirts going out, neat and ironed. No collar flying. Hair must be cropped neat at Maridoti Babas, Makola. But what do we have today? Nudity has replaced decency. Now we glorify Yahooism as a profession. Drugs and drunkenness proliferate and rule our world. Mentorship gone to the winds and lawlessness now order of the day. How did we get here? Growing up, our orientation of sound moral values was right. And it has helped me later in life to mix freely with people of diverse cultures and traditions. It is the same values that has helped me in my passion, drive, and calling into integrated development communication initiatives, where we use arts as a tool for advocacy and education for attitudinal change of various publics. This is a clarion call, a call for us to revisit those old-time tested values of integrity, discipline, patriotism, hard work, dedication, humility, good character, and high moral standards. It is time for us to call the emerging generation to borrow a leaf from our past when there was dignity in labor, honesty, perseverance, and belief in God, who is the author and finisher of our faith. Let's shun tribal sentiments and embrace religious tolerance. Hunger does not discriminate. You are uniquely made. Nigeria can and will be great again if we all do the needful and stop the blame game. Let us ask ourselves one question. Am I truthful and honest in my dealings as a parent, government, or a businessman? What legacy are we leaving behind for our children? They deserve a future that is greater than our past. We owe them a duty to lead them right. Nigeria needs an urgent national moral rebirth to galvanize credible leadership and responsible followership. Therefore, I join Sir Shimore Badejo on this noble initiative to say there is hope for Nigeria still. Our good old days can be a foundation for a better tomorrow. Let's do our bit to make our country great again. Long live Nigeria. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you and thanks for joining us on the news update. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. The chairman of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, Abike Dabiri-Rewa, says more Nigerian students are to be evacuated from Sudan today. She said this during an interview. According to her, the students will arrive in Cairo, Egypt later in the evening, adding that 13 buses of about 60 people have already left. But she admitted that there were little challenges with the logistics and the rising number of persons who have applied to be ferried to safety. Meanwhile, the buses evacuating Nigerian students and non-students were stopped in the middle of the Sahara, and the drivers refused to continue the journey because they were not paid.
Before we started this journey, we have to go on several fighting. Can you imagine that we are stuck in this desert for 5 hours? We don't know which state we are. Like we don't know the situation we are. We don't have water. Our money has finished. Can you imagine? And they said the vehicle drivers, they said they are not moving their bus. They said they are not moving their buses because they don't give them money. Which type of attitude is this one? Look at this one. We are stuck in desert. We don't even have compass. We don't know the way we are. We don't know the place we are. Everything has finished. We are done. We don't have anything. We don't have anything. We don't have bus. We don't have anything. We don't have compass. Even now, our location. We're in an unknown environment with a very big danger. Look at this place. All those things are nothing. Why is Nigeria?
The Supreme Court has granted leave to the federal government to bring 9 new grounds of appeal against the release of pro-Biafra agitator Nnamdi Kanu. A 5-member panel led by Justice John Okoro granted the leave on Thursday while ruling on the motion by the counsel to the federal government, Mr. Tijani Ghazali. The Apex Court also granted leave to the federal government to include these 9 new grounds as part of its amended notice of appeal dated 28 October 2022. At the resumed hearing, counsel to Nnamdi Kanu, Mike Ezekome, informed the court that his motion seeking for bail of his client and another seeking for his transfer to Kuje Correctional Facility to get proper medical attention, citing his failing health at the custody of the Department of State Services, DSS. He also prayed for an accelerated hearing of the matter.
Argue for a stay of execution. And the Court of Appeal granted that stay of execution. So, the court was staying the execution of the liberty of a citizen, which the same court had already told to go free. So we filed an appeal against that order for stay of execution and also cross-appeal against their main appeal. These things have been going on since October. What would the federal government, what do they normally do? They will file documents at the Supreme Court here. They will undertake to serve us, the respondent. They will hide the document. They will not serve us. They did that in November last year. It was when we went to the court in January this year to try to facilitate the hearing of the appeal that we discovered that they had filed a motion for extension of time since November last year, which they suppressed.
Oh, you were not served the motion that was filed for the extension of time?
We were not. So we were never.
Was that responsible for the delay in the hearing of this?
Yes. Everything, as all the delays, both at the Federal High Court, the Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court, have always been actuated and activated and prepared.
Still on legal matters, the Kano State High Court, presided over by Justice Miriam Sabo, has ordered Kano State Attorney General Musa Abdullahi Lawan to immediately file a charge against Majority Leader of the Federal House of Representatives Al-Hassan Ado Doguwa and his other conspirators over the alleged killing of a resident of the state. The order came after a Kano retired Chief Magistrate Muntari Garba Dandago applied for an order of mandamus seeking to compel the AG to file the charge. The court, however, gave the order upon an ex parte application by counsel to the applicant, Y.I. Sharif. The motion ex parte, which contained 19 paragraphs of affidavit in support, was duly sworn to by applicant himself, dated April 5, 2023, and the written address filed by the applicant counsel, dated 10th of April, 2023. President Muhammadu Buhari on Thursday performed the Nigerian Army Color Presentation ceremony at the Eagle Square in Abuja, where 53 regimental colors used in order of battle were retired. The ceremony witnessed the issuance of new colors to 28 newly established and operational units in the Nigerian Army, bringing the number of units to 81 from 53. The presentation of colors ceremony, which was preceded by a military parade, saw Buhari adorned in a full military uniform with his rank of Major General and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, clearly specified in what will be his last major outing with the insignia. The retirement of the presentation of military colors is a traditional ceremony practiced by armies of Commonwealth nations every 10 years to mark an anniversary or event in the history of a particular regiment.
This is the last trooping and presentation of colors parade in 2007. New units have been established and operationalized in line with the increasing operational commitments of our Army. Additionally, existing colors have been extensively involved in multiple operations in various geopolitical zones of the country, as well as foreign countries, hence deserving of retirement. Today's ceremony is a continuation of our effort to reinvigorate the fighting spirit of our troops through the inculcation of greater pride in their units. The nation's security situation was greatly challenged by the activities of violent non-state actors. Today, I am pleased to specifically note that the situation has tremendously improved, and I wish to also proudly highlight that we have made remarkable progress in the fight against insurgents, militants, oil bunkers, kidnappers, and other criminal elements in the country. The Nigerian Army that we celebrate today would not have been able to discharge its responsibilities optimally, including today's trooping and presentation of colors, without your collaborative effort. I wish to commend all Nigerians for their perseverance, support, to state that the country will continue to rely on support from all segments of the Nigerian society in ensuring the maintenance of peace and security of our nation.
The district head of Kasuwar Daji in Kwara Namoda local government area of Zamfara State, Ibrahim Sarkin father, was kidnapped by bandits in his residence in the early hours of today. The indigene of the area, Malam Audu Mohammed, confirmed that the bandits, who were in large numbers, stormed Kasuwar Daji village and went straight to the village head's house, where they abducted him and took him to their camp. Bello said the bandits fired many gunshots in order to frighten the residents of the village who wanted to rescue their village head. The security agents were yet to comment on the issue as of the time of filing this report. In the meantime, a soldier and 24 other residents of Usa and Takum local government areas of Taraba State are said to have been killed so far in the feud between Kuteb farmers and herders in the state. This is according to the police public relations officer in Taraba State, Abdullahi Usman. He said the military officer was ambushed and killed, while the other 24 persons are either Kuteb or Fulani extractions. President of the Kuteb Yasko Association of Nigeria, an umbrella body of the Kuteb-speaking tribe in the country, Emmanuel Ukum, revealed that peace was brokered between them late last year, in which a 14-point resolution was reached and signed. Okwen alleged that the state government failed to provide the needed funds to implement the agreements reached, which gave rise to enemies of progress to renew their attacks. The federal government would take delivery of completed second Niger Bridge and Kanu Zaria Kaduna Expressway on May 15th. This was disclosed by the Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, who briefed State House correspondents on behalf of his Works and Housing counterpart, Babatude Fashola. Mohammed also told journalists that a bypassed Lagos-Ibadan Expressway would be handed over to the government on April 30. Meanwhile, the Federal Executive Council has approved the construction of the corporate headquarters of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Minister of Agriculture Mohammed Abubakar said this yesterday while briefing journalists after the weekly council meeting chaired by President Muhammadu Buhari at the presidential villa. According to him, an initial sum of 6 billion naira would be used to commence the construction of the new 10-story headquarters. We'll move now to other parts of Africa, where Kenyan authorities have said they had arrested another pastor over suspected deaths at his church as police widen an investigation following dozens of deaths linked to a cult leader. Ezekiel Odero, the head of the New Life Prayer Center and Church, was arrested in the coastal town of Malindi following allegations of the deaths that have been occurring at his premises, according to Rhoda Onyacha. The government commissioner for the region said this. Police have not connected him to Paul Mackenzie Ntenge, the alleged cult leader under investigation for the deaths of 98 people linked to his church, also based in the coastal region. Odero was transferred from Malindi to the regional police headquarters in Mombasa for questioning.
This morning, we have arrested Pastor Ezekiel Ombok Odero of the New Prayer Center and Church at Mavueni in Kilifi County on allegations of the deaths that have been occurring at his premises and reported in various mosques or institutions. We've also taken action and closed down the prayer center.
Outside Africa now, Chinese leader Xi Jinping long-awaited phone call with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has been tentatively welcomed by the Kremlin, Washington, and parts of Europe for its potential to increase dialogue towards resolving Russia's conflict with Ukraine. The 14-month war is at a critical juncture, with Ukraine preparing to launch a counteroffensive following a Russian winter offensive that made only incremental advances despite bloody fighting. There are no peace talks in sight, with Kyiv demanding Russia withdraws its troops and Moscow insisting Ukraine must recognize its claim to have annexed-sized territory. China says it is positioned to help mediate because it has not taken sides. In entertainment news, former Fugees rapper Prakazrel Pras Michael has been convicted on criminal charges that he conspired with a Malaysian financier to orchestrate a series of foreign lobbying campaigns aimed at influencing the U.S. government under two presidents. The Grammy-winning artist and former member of the Fugees faced multiple counts over the failed conspiracy to help Malaysian businessman Joe Low and the Chinese government gain access to the U.S. officials, including former President Barack Obama and Donald Trump. The Grammy-winning rapper from the 1990s hip-hop group was charged with 10 counts of crime, including acting as an unregistered foreign agent of China, witness tampering, and falsifying campaign finance records. He had pleaded not guilty to all the charges. In sports news, Emil Ruusuvuori survived 2 tie-breaks on Wednesday, April 26, to advance to the second round of the Madrid Open, earning himself the right to square off against top seed Carlos Alcaraz. Ruusuvuori fired 9 aces and 30 winners in a mostly even match to beat France's Hugo Humbert 7-6, 6-4. Alcaraz's compatriot Jaume Munar also won 2 tiebreaks to advance to the second round, beating Australia's Thanasi Kikaniskis 7-6, 7-6. Munar will face number 30 seed Talon Griekspoor in round 2 after the Dutchman also received a first round bye. And that's the news update for now. More stories will be coming up. You can check us and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Many thanks for being there.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
When I heard him, I didn't know he was a sickler until last year. Though Adbas from birth till like age 2, he was always getting sick, always leg pain, my hand and everything. We did a genotype test, then they told us it was AA. So we didn't even think it was sickle cell anemia. So once it clocked 2, he stopped having crisis. So we continued like that until last year. It was a mistake. So it was during the exam, he now started serious, couldn't breathe properly again. Though naturally, he's always been on no matter what he eats, he doesn't add weight. But for him, I knew from birth that he was a sickler.
Some of my own experience are the hand pain. The hand pain, I've never experienced the hand pain. I only experienced it once after all the pains were gone. But the chest thing was the first I started experiencing.
When there is a deformity in this oxygen carrying capacity of the blood, that is, there is a deformity in the red blood cells. This oxygen capacity, carrying capacity, it becomes abnormal. It can no longer hold. Now, what we call sickling, that word sickle cell comes from sickling of the red blood cells. The red blood cell is by concave, and when it is now sickled, it's cut, it's sickled. You know, like a sickle, that means the capacity, the ability to carry oxygen is reduced.
There are a lot of challenges, but I will go with, growing up having sickle cell is one of the most difficult things ever. And I believe also that surviving sickle cell is dependent on how the warrior has been treated.
Living with it in your school days, you have to know how to survive. Sometimes you miss classes, you miss exams because you're having a crisis. Sometimes you have to, the relationship between your family and friends becomes, there's this strain, especially if you don't have a patient family, that really understand what sickle cell is.
I was exposed to a lot of medications, a lot of treatments, a lot of prayer houses, a lot of deliverance sessions. So being a child, you have no option. You just have to go with whatever your parents say.
Whenever any person has had sickle cell and there is manifestation, then what we can do is to now treat or prevent them from having crisis. So there is one thing to have sickle cell, another thing is to have crisis from the sickle cell. This crisis is derived oxygen delivery to the blood cells.
Malaria is something that actually brings my own crisis and blood infection, the usual typhoid that they call. If it starts with my limbs, I know malaria is around the corner. But if it starts with my vertebral column, I know that this could be blood infection.
What makes me know that, okay, probably I'm going into crisis is that I start feeling a bit tired, a bit weak. Then I start feeling these pinches, on my body. I started having crisis even before we knew it was sickle cell. So I've been living with that's I'm 35 now. So let me say for 35 years.
There are times I don't go to work for like a month, sometimes 2 months, as long as the crisis lasts. But thank God for the kind of people I work with. They tend to understand with me. It's financially burdensome. Your work, if you don't have good people working with you, it affects that too. And some people, there are some instances where you lose a job.
I won't say it has been easy with the siblings and him as well. Most times when we are on break and we get to witness him during the crisis, it is always heartbreaking and a tough one to see, to be honest.
There are many complementary remedies. So many people have tried different things. But we know, scientists, that the major cure for sickle cell is red cell transplant, bone marrow transplant. Go down and transplant the progenitor cells, and transplant it so that they will now start producing the new cells, the newborn cells that carries oxygen better than the adult red blood cells. So that's the major treatment. The other complementary measures are just palliative. People have tried, Well, for scientifically, we have also used hydroxyurea, one of these medications.
And the stigma starts from home sometimes, right? That's from the family. And of course, they will think you're different. And this brings about conflicts between, sometimes they even say it's the woman's fault, like for bringing forth a child with sickle cell. So there's this conflict between a household.
The stigma is still there. Now, what did you do now? Why didn't you do blood tests before you at the point you're telling somebody this is what's going on? It's not as if you've not actually blamed yourself for what happened enough, but they're still telling you should have known better.
Someone has told me that if you die, you are not a child. Okay, I don't know if you get the message that was being passed, like you cry so much. Every time it's all about you, every time you're always sick and all that kind. I didn't cause this for myself.
The first time that I told them that I was a sickle cell, but they didn't believe me until my mommy told them that I was actually a sickle cell. That's when they not believed me. They apologized for laughing, then they not started treating me nicely.
I've been in a relationship where the parent told the person I was going out with that they don't live longer. There's no hope in getting married to this person, and they wouldn't want their child to go into a short marriage.
Some of it are, let's start with our cultural and religious beliefs that this is not a genetic problem. They don't see it as a medical problem. They see it as spiritual in Africa. So these are the kind of things we want people to know, that this is a medical condition and can be managed. When you give birth to a child and the child is always falling sick, high fever, always crying and all that, automatically people will think that, okay, the child is possessed. Some people believe that it is contagious. Before all the medical interventions, children die before the age of 5, not because it's spiritual, but because there's lack of hospital care and proper drugs. But with hospital care and proper drugs now coming into play, there's a bit of improvement and warriors can live to 90 years.
So the parents need to be educated that if their genotype does not match for to use at least AS or AA, they should not go ahead and marry.
I am still blessed. There's a lot of pain associated with it, but I'm still thankful. You know what I'm saying? I'm still grateful. I mean, regardless of everything, I still have someone who was able to kind of, damn the consequences and say, okay, yo, forget about what other girls have said. I'm going to marry you, regardless of what they've said. I'm going to take a risk on you. And she did. And I got married, and I have 2 kids.
For me, it has helped me to build a lot of positivity. Because I've been surrounded by so many negativity. I just had to develop it. But then, you can be stronger than anything that is thrown at you by life. If you choose to be strong. If you let situation, you don't have to be a victim all the time.
For children with sickle cell, your life is still ahead of you. You can be anything in life. There is no limit to how far you can get to.
Hello, this is the Greater Lagos region and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. The Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has said that he would run an inclusive government. The governor said he strongly believes that just as diversity propels progress, Lagosians must purpose to make diversity birth prosperity for the state. Our Greater Lagos is indeed rising, and this is the Greater Lagos vision. Welcome once again. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun. This episode features Lagos governorship election. Sanwo-Olu receives certificate of return, says next 4 years will be more rewarding. Infrastructure, Lagos Rail Mass Transit Red Line project to become reality before end of first tenure. Lagos government signs MOU with fintech company eTransact on management of setbacks, open spaces. Details of these and many more when we return. Please stay with us. Let's get started. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has disclosed that his second-term mandate was won on the strength of Lagos diversity, irrespective of faith, creed, or tongue. The governor, who stated this while receiving his certificate of return from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, declared that it was time for the state to move forward and forge new frontiers for its progress. It was another great moment for Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, his deputy, Dr. Hamzat Obafemi, as INEC hands them the certificate of return for a second term in office. The governor won the March 18th election in a landslide victory, polling 762,134 votes to defeat his rivals. They were joined by their wives, cabinet members, and leaders of the All Progressive Congress, APC, to witness the epoch-making event, which took place at the INEC office in Yaba, Lagos.
Congratulations, sir.
Sanwo-Olu declared that he won his second-term mandate on the strength of Lagos diversity. The governor expressed gratitude to the electorate for giving him and his party an overwhelming victory and renewing the mandate to lead the state for another 4 years.
4 years ago, the Almighty God gave me the privilege for the first time. Today, I stand before you. I'm older, I'm wiser, I'm more experienced, and certainly more committed to ever deliver on the contract that binds me, my deputy, and the good people of Lagos State. You have been with us every step of this journey, providing feedback, sharing your opinions, holding us accountable. And as we commence the next phase of this journey, that will take us to 2027 by the grace of Almighty God, I want you to continue to hold us accountable as your elected servants, as your servant leader in Lagos. We have made promises. Indeed, we have also delivered on so many of those promises. In the last few months, you've seen a lot of communication around what we've been able to modestly accomplish over the last almost 4 years now, in line with our team's agenda. Now, as we take the work to a new level of performance, we will complete all our ongoing projects that we've started and will ensure that new ones are funded, they are prioritized, and they will be delivered. This is our solemn promise to you all.
He urged the residents to continue to uphold the ideas of hard work, tolerance, innovative energy, quest for excellence, which he said united and bound Lagosians together.
Let us never forget that we are Lagosians first and foremost, united by ideas that the mega city of our status embodies. We are hardworking, we are tolerant, we have a lot of diversity amongst us, we are innovative with a lot of energy, and we have an unending quest for excellence. Every day, regardless of where in Lagos we live, or what our mother tongue or dialect is, or what God asks us to worship. We are all set out from the hope and expectation that our hustle will pay off one day. That today will be better than our yesterday, and indeed tomorrow will be a better today for all of us. These ideals and aspirations are the things that truly matters to us, over and above any of the differences that may exist amongst us.
Sanwo-Olu further made a passionate appeal to the residents to remain law-abiding, promote citizenship, and fulfill their civic obligations, including obeying laws, paying taxes, and being brothers keepers.
I want to thank the leadership of INEC for doing this very, very big assignment for our nation. And to all of you who have witnessed the certificate of return that have just been handed over to all of us, to begin for us to see and expect a bigger and a better Lagos, which is rising in our life, which will be, in the next 4 years, something of joy and happiness that indeed all of us will be glad of. God bless Lagos State. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And as we say, Ibega Ipinle Eko. Thank you very much.
Governor Sanwo-Olu promised never to take people's confidence in him for granted.
Everybody has a right, to continue to coexist peacefully, in harmony, with understanding and given tenets for the rule of law and for being law-abiding. That's what Lagosian is all about, and that's who we are. The ability for us to continue to be resilient and live peacefully. And this simple but more important event has further confirmed, to us that we can indeed live peacefully and uniquely amongst ourselves. Like we said, elections are over, politicking is over, governance, which is a critical stage of purposeful leadership, is what is on the beat now, is what is on course, and we believe, like we've assured Lagosians, that we will even do, a more bigger job, quicker, faster, and better than we have done in the last 4 years. For us, is to have is to be gracious in victory and ensure that we can accommodate everyone. I've reiterated it earlier today, and I'm saying it again. Our government will be an inclusive one. It's ready to listen, ready to pick up whatever additional advice that might be out there from anybody. And we're willing to stick to it, to sit down and be able to give everybody an opportunity to come in and play the governance of Lagos with us.
He also paid glowing tribute to the president-elect, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for laying solid foundations for the future generations to build upon. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has assured Lagosians that the construction of the Red Line rail project would be completed and ready for use before the end of his first time in office. Sanwo-Olu restated this while fielding questions from journalists shortly after an inspection tour of the project and vehicular overpass bridges at Yaba and Oyingbo train stations. The inspection tour of the Red Line Rail project kicked off at the Agege station. Accompanied by some of his cabinet members, the governor was on ground to get update on the level of work done. From Agege to Mushin, Yaba, and Oyingbo stations, the focus is on the physical infrastructures. Looking satisfied with the level of work, Sanwo-Olu stated that the Ebute Metta vehicular bridge overpass was 75% to 80% completed, while that of Yaba was 95% completed.
In front of the Red Line 2 stations, particularly the Yaba train station and the Oyingbo train station. As you can see, we started with Yaba. So we have a train station there, and we also have a bridge, vehicular bridge overpass. With the train station, we believe we are about 75 to 80% completion, and the bridge it's about 95%, but the adjoining road, around Yaba still needs to be cleaned up. So in total, we think it's about 85 to 90%, there. And we're satisfied with the level of work, both by Step Construction and Messrs. Greenberg, who are doing the bridge there. You could see also there a lot of commercial activity, especially all around the rail track. And part of the essence of this visit is for us to continue to do a lot of advocacy for traders on that track, that the track will be fully walled off, when the stations are completed. And you saw from the turnout of citizens there that they're all living in peaceful coexistence, amongst all of our ethnic nationals in Yaba, Tejo Sho, and all the environs there. And coming also here, which is the Uingbo interchange by Apapa Road. The station is over there. The station is also about 95% completed. That's the station over there. It's just doing the pedestrian bridge work. But the overpass, the vehicle overpass, which is where we're standing, in our view, still need a few things to be done, especially with the adjoining roads and the final laying of the bridge itself. So we say this one is about 70-75%, because all the columns and all the beams have been completed. It's really more around to do the asphalting, to do the street light, and to complete, the adjoining roads that are beneath here. So we are also still satisfied. We believe, you probably didn't notice, while we're passing the Ebitemeda station, the red line trains were parked, on the right-hand side. From Yaba, we could see the trains themselves, so they are tucked in and packed away, from the track there by the Ebitemeda station there. So we believe we're still on track. We believe that it should be ready before the end of, depending on when we want to commission it, before the end of our first term. We'll probably just be doing a lot of testing, signalization and all of it, because this rail track will also be working with the Nigerian Railway Corporation, which is the train that will from Lagos, from Ebutimeta here, all the way to Ibadan. So we need to be able to harmonize a lot of signalization between our own rail infrastructure and the Nigerian Railway Corporation rail infrastructure.
The governor strongly holds that after the completion of the projects, accidents such as the recent train bus collision in Ikeja would never reoccur.
You can see, and as you can see, all of these bridges are very, very important because of what we saw. The unfortunate, train bus accident that we saw about 2.5 weeks ago, where at Shogunle, there was a grid crossing. And so all of these bridges that we're building, apart from the fact that they are full vehicular bridges, is also to forestall, train and vehicle and passenger needed to, have any form of interaction. So this is the highest grade of ensuring that you can completely remove any contact with rail. That's when you build a complete, alternative mode of transportation for passengers, for pedestrian, and for vehicles. And that's what we've seen here. And so you can see that we have this similar bridge, not only in Ebutemeta here, in Old Yaba, what's this place now? Apapa Road Junction. We have another one at Yaba. We have another one at Mushin that crosses to Onipan, and we have the Ikeja along. We're also building one with federal government at Ayola, Koka, so that is also going on. So there are one or two others that will still need to be built, in the course of the coming years ahead.
Sanwo-Olu stated that efforts would be intensified to educate and enlighten traders of the dangers of being on the right-of-way of the Red Line Rail. The 37-kilometer railroad is built to run from Agbado to Marina, with 13 stations in Agbado, Iju, Agege, Ikeja, Murtala Mohammed International Airport, MMIA Domestic, Oshodi, Mushin, Yaba, Ebute Metta, Ido, Ebute Ero, and Marina. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has described the construction of the Oba Sekumadu Road in Ikorodu as a thank you gift for electorates in Ikorodu. Sanwo-Olu spoke during the inauguration of the newly upgraded road. The inauguration of the newly upgraded Oba Sekumadu Road in Ikpokadu, Ikorodu Division saw the residents into spontaneous jubilation in a show of appreciation to Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for fulfilling his pledge. Sanwo-Olu commissioned the infrastructure which now provides easy access to residents and industrial areas in Ibeshi, Igbogbo-Beeko, Ebute Ikpokadu, Ikorodu Town, and Ikpokadu Mega Jetty Terminal. The governor also rehabilitated the failed sections of the TOS Bensi Road, covering a stretch of 500 meters. To ease vehicular congestion on the TO Bensi Road, a comprehensive junction improvement project was carried out by the state government to diffuse traffic towards Ikorodu roundabout. The intervention saw the busy road upgraded from a single lane to rigid concrete dual carriageway, thereby improving connectivity and bringing relief to commuting public plying the roads.
This road, like Kabiyesi had said, is not only strategic, it's important to the entire community of Ikorodu Kingdom. Right from Ogoloto Junction on the Lagos-Ikorodu Road when we're coming, up onto this junction where we are here. And you can see all of the infrastructure that is here. MPA has a container terminal. Dangote has a terminal here. We have a big jetty terminal here. And from TOS Benson all the way to Ibeshi, we have another jetty terminal at Ibeshi. And so you can see that this is a very strategic artery road that opens up Ikorodu Kingdom, open up Ikorodu Township, into other parts of this division.
Sanwo-Olu described the commissioning as a thank you gift for the electorate in Ikorodu Division for turning out as the second largest vote number that made his party, All Progressive Congress APC, to win the last gubernatorial election.
To say big thank you is to say big thank you to everyone in Ikorodu, Atonile, Atalejo, gbogbo yín pátápátá la wá kí o, and our thanks knows no bound. Ikorodu has indeed been good to all of us. Ikorodu has continued to remain a place of reference, a place of heritage, a community that always stand outstanding. Ikorodu Ọ̀gá, mo kí yín o. Ikorodu Ọ̀gá. Ikorodu Ọ̀gá. Kí fáìn mi balẹ̀ má pọ̀ lé ni mo fi ń kí yín bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo yín gan ni o. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. You are the beacon and you are the light. Don't worry, other divisions might want to compete with you, but we know where Ikorodu is.
Special Advisor to the Governor on Works and Infrastructure, Engineer Aramide Adeyoye, said the upgrade of the Oba Sekumadu Road to a rigid pavement dual carriageway did not only solve traffic problems experienced on the highway, but also solved flooding issues threatening adjoining residential communities.
In 2009, when we came on board, arising from several complaints by the commuters on this road, on the condition of the roadway, coupled with the perennial flooding experienced by the adjoining communities due to the inadequate drainage system, the present administration decided to take the bull by the horn. This was after extensive engineering investigations and tests of the underlying soil by adopting a more expensive but more sustainable and enduring pavement as against what the flexible pavement that you had. And of course, we then decided to have a continuously reinforced concrete pavement for the reconstruction work. It's worthwhile to mention that the goal of this project was also to resolve the perennial flooding issues around Ogolonto, Omologede, Ipakodo, and the environs.
The huge votes turned out from Ikorodu, according to residents, is a way to reciprocate the governor's gesture towards renewing infrastructure in the town. As part of measures to curb unregulated development, manage setbacks and open spaces, as well as improve the beautification of the environment, the Lagos State government has signed a memorandum of understanding with eTransact, a foremost fintech company. At the signing of the MOU, the special advisor to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on EGIS and planning matters, Dr. Olajide Babatunde, said the initiative was a public-private partnership aimed at improving accountability as well as the IGR of Lagos State.
It only takes a visionary leader like Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu for things like this to happen. And also, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who actually established the agency about 22 years ago. You know, the journey of 1,000 miles only starts with one step. And, you know, it's always important to take that step, or baby steps, so that we'll get it right. So initially, this is something that we thought, government can do alone. But, eventually we realized that through public-private partnership, things like this are possible.
For his part, the managing director of eTransact, Niyi Toluwalokpe, said his organization was partnering with the state government for social development. He also added that the project would develop solutions on data enumeration, reorder setbacks, put incidental open spaces in an orderly manner, among other benefits. That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Lovey Kuku Oyeduku. Bye for now.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they are also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
My story. Okay. The very first time I acted and I got back home, it was actually with Regina. When the film came out, it was hard on me because not necessarily my parents, but my grandparents didn't think what I did was good because of the role I played in that film. So they banned me from acting completely. Like, I should just face my studies and that's it. So it burst my bubble, but I used to I kept pushing, I kept trying to prove to them that, I could actually act and act good parts. But sometimes I have to be a bad person. But slowly they, with time they accepted it and loved me for who I was. And I am who I am today. I never gave up, basically. Even if my parents were not in sync, not my parents, not really. My dad was always agreeing with what I did. My grandparents, my great aunts especially, my grandmother's sisters, they didn't really like what I was doing, but I never gave up. So my dream stayed alive. And that's it. Keep your dream alive.
I remember when I was much younger, I was trying to sing, because I'm also a singer, and there was this young artist that just been released by a big name producer, and along the line, I liked the music, I liked everything about what she did, and so I decided to look for the producer. And I walked up to the producer, and I was told I couldn't see him, and they told me I should come early in the morning at EMI. It was called EMI Music then. It was at Oregon. That's where you have Daystar now, Daystar Church. And so I went in very early in the morning from Ikorodu, where I used to live with my parents then. Walked up to him in the morning, and he was awed by his presence, very awed by his presence. And I said, "Good morning, sir. I like what you did for Ivan Maha. I would like you to help me become a singer as well." And he looked at me and said, "You just finished secondary school?" I said, "Yes." "So what makes you think singing is for the likes of you? Why don't you go get a job as a clerk or something?" And I was so demoralized. I was so demoralized. I cried all the way home. I was so angry. I didn't want to eat. I didn't want to talk to anybody and all that. And well, years later, I had an album called Dreams, released on the Premier Music label, who had just metamorphosed from being Polygram Records then and became Premier Music. And then I had become a big name and become, well, so to speak, in the parlance, I'd become a star. I'd become a star actor. I'd done Silent Night. And I was very, very big at that time. And guess what? I went to the housewarming ceremony of one of my big friends then. He had asked me to come. I went there with my friends, a retinue of friends. And we got there, and as I was entering the place, I just heard this music blaring and somebody calling my name and singing my name. And I stopped in shock, and I looked. It was the person who had many years ago told me, "What makes you think singing is for the likes of you?" And I looked up to God and said, "God, you're the greatest humorist." But see, I never let that get to me. I never ever let that get to me. Or become arrogant or become complacent or whatever, or become pig-headed. But I just decided there and then that what I will always do for young talent is to encourage them, whatever it is you want to do, and you believe in yourself, 1,000%, you believe in yourself, I'll be there to back you up. I'll be there to help you fight and push your cause through.
Wow, man, I went through a whole lot to be Nino. But one of the things I like to talk about is, not quitting. Before coming into Nollywood, I was a music executive. I ran a record label called Diesel Music for about three and a half years. And doing that, I lost everything I had, and I had an option to either go back to America or be here in Nigeria and still trying to find what to do. And the fact that I didn't quit is the only reason I'm here today. Thank God for grace. If I had left at that time where I felt, there was no way to go, I wouldn't be sitting here today. But the fact that I kept on going, and I was never scared of starting all over, being a beginner. I started over, and look at where I am now. So one thing I would like to advise my fans and talk to them about is, about never quitting. Winners don't quit and quitters don't win. So stay hustling, stay going, and keep God first. We will prosper.
Life is not a bed of roses, but also understand that roses have thorns. So as beautiful as rose flower is, and as luscious as the green leaves of rose flower is or are, there's always the thorny side of it, so it can be pricked. So I started very, very small, and I've been climbing since then. Sometimes I get it right, sometimes I don't. But when you fall, you get up again and start all over again and begin to trudge on. But always learn from your mistakes. That's all I can say.
Hello, you're welcome to Timeless Conversations. Today I have a guest who is more like a sister and who has made such great inroads in the art and science of broadcasting, production, and impacting many, many lives.
Olufumilola Aduke-Inyota is a talk show host, broadcaster, film and TV producer, media executive, philanthropist, and journalist. She produced and hosted a talk show, New Dawn with Funmi Inyota, which aired on the NTA network for over 8 years. Famed for her intelligent, nuanced, and irreverent interview style. In 2011, Funmi Inyota was honored for her web series by the World Economic Forum and named one of Forbes' 20 youngest powerful women in Africa. On November 25, 2015, Funmi Inyota received an honorary fellowship from the University of Cumbria in recognition of her significant contribution to global human rights and sustainability. She was the first African woman to receive the award. She is a fellow of the Aspen Institute World Global Leaders Program. Currently, Funmi is a director at Creation Television, a film production company in the United Kingdom, acquiring classic African literary content for film adaptation to a global audience. She's also the founder of Change a Life Foundation, a social non-profit organization that acts as a bridge between exceptional but indigent youth and women and the individuals, agencies, and organizations with the capacity and willingness to meet these people's needs. Funmi is a member of the African Leadership Institute, a Tutu Fellow, and a participant of the Aspen Institute's Forum for Communications and Society. In 2012, she was honored by the then Lagos State Governor Babatunde Raji-Fashola for her commitment to gender advocacy as she returned from a 5-day UN advocacy trek up Mount Kilimanjaro. The climb was organized by the UN to raise global awareness on its campaign to end violence against women and girls, and it brought together climbers from more than 32 African countries in a historic advocacy journey up Mount Kilimanjaro. Funmi Inyota has served on the board of Farafina Trust and Positive Impact Youth Network. She actively participated in the Occupy Nigeria series of protests in January 2012. The protests were to resist the implementation of the government's fuel subsidy removal policy. Recently, Funmi Inyota started another show, The Public Eye. The show connects people with stories to share, experts and institutions to discuss contextual issues with the aim of seeking innovative action. Funmi Inyota, you're welcome, Funmi.
It's really good to see you. I'm so pleased to be here with you.
It's really lovely to have you here. You know, I remember when you started back in the year 2000, I think. Yeah, about 2000.
Even earlier, even before New Dawn, yes. Because I've known you since the 90s.
Exactly.
When I was just coming out of university.
So, you know, don't make me feel too old. Now, I remember seeing you as somebody who was so focused. In fact, I used to say to myself, this baby is too focused, though. I hope she does not bust something. What's been your drive?
I mean, I don't even know that I am focused.
Oh yeah, you are.
Because I don't know any other way to be. But I've always been a bit intense. You know, even as a child, I was an intense child. My friends used to say that all my child photographs, I was scowling because I was thinking intensely. Yes. You know, so I mean that's just the way I am. But I've always had a sense that I came here for a purpose. And I want to achieve the purpose. You know, when I remember as far back as maybe being a 9-year-old or an 8-year-old and sitting in front of our house in Shomolu and looking up at the stars and just being completely fascinated and enthralled by it and also feeling so small at the same time. That look at this wonder that we belong to. I already had a sense that we were living in a magical world and we were part of it. It was awe-inspiring. and also scary. So it was a lot of thoughts always going on in my head, even from quite young.
So that focus has always been there.
Yes.
So the intensity.
It's intensity.
A drive to understand your environment.
Yeah, I don't do half measures. I'm either on or off. I'm not a dimmer.
So now, if you're either on or off, why did you go off New Dawn?
New Dawn was done. I burned brightly.
Yeah.
And to be able to burn, you can't burn, even volcanoes, they would simmer down and then they will burn.
Yeah.
It's only natural that you need fallow time, to be able to come, to heal, to regenerate, so that you have the energy to carry on like that. So New Dawn, I'd done it for 8 years, almost daily. I started as a kid, running around, running wild. And New Dawn was tough to do. People didn't know that New Dawn was my idea and my production.
Yeah.
So I was producer, director, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
I had this great team at NTA who supported me. The likes of Mr. Duro, Auntie Comfort, Auntie Helen, they were there.
Yeah.
But basically it was me doing the work daily. And it took a big toll. We're also selling and marketing. Things have changed now.
Yes.
I always tell the kids that you don't know what we went through at that time. There were very few companies who could even advertise at that time. We didn't have a proper rating system. There was no technology. So people who were gatekeepers could stand in your way.
Sure.
So we had a lot of that where they're like, who does she think she is? Especially the she bit.
Yeah.
Where then you didn't get advertisement just because people were upset with you. I mean, New Dawn, everybody was watching you. By the way, I didn't know how big New Dawn was.
Yes.
I was just doing my own thing. And you get to, you would go to companies, you go to advert agencies and all of that, and they'll say nobody's watching, it's in the morning. And I'm like, the feedback I get is everyone is watching. And it was basically just being bloody-minded, people just being bloody-minded, not wanting to do things. And I was facing the challenges on the end of the TV station, wanting us to make, because of course it should be sustainable. Of course we should be making money for it to be sustainable.
Yeah.
But it was very difficult to make money, given the way things were at that time. Also, you also had all these people, especially as things were changing, DSTV came and all of that. By the way, I was the one that did the first interview for DSTV, I was the one that did the first interview for MTN. All of them came at that time. And you had people who were coming and they would say, I remember somebody who was supposed to be headhunting. And it was interesting, a non-Nigerian had said to him, Fumi is the brightest thing on TV, you have to work with her. And I remember I came to his office. Later on, as I came into myself as a woman, I understood what was going on. He was just intimidated by me.
Yeah.
But then I didn't realize, I was trying to convince him, make him serious. And he said to me, I don't watch local TV. Even my mother cannot make me watch TV. I remember thinking then, you don't respect your mother, do you? In my mind, but I never said so.
Yes.
But then you were facing all sorts of things.
Yes.
All of it, now that I have the experience to understand, I realized it was nothing to do with me. It was other people's own issues, but it did affect how much we could do. By the 8th year, I had no more. I'd given all that I could give. I felt that done. It was done.
It was like some burnout.
It was like born through.
Whoa.
It was done.
Yeah.
It was a time that and I took a decision and I announced it on TV. Nobody believed me because I didn't even discuss it with anyone. I just announced on TV that at this particular day, I was going to stop. And I had a strong inclination of what was going to happen next. In fact, a friend of mine in London used to say to me that he watched, not being Nigerian, he said when he watched on YouTube the last show that I eventually said that you have to die to be reborn. I don't remember saying it. But I did realize that we needed a fallow period, because I'd given a lot of my energy, a lot of my brain power and everything. It was time for New Dawn to bow out.
So, New Dawn was done.
New Dawn was done, yes.
All right, but you said you knew what you were going into, because I was going to ask you, right, what then did you go into? What are you doing now?
So,
Well, first you moved out of Nigeria.
Not immediately. I wanted, because I'd spent 8 years in the studio talking to people, crossing my legs, painting my face.
I still crossing.
I still cross my legs. I wanted to go around Nigeria. I've always loved traveling around Nigeria. I gave my father a lot of headache growing up because around age 17 or 19, I would just go on those J4 buses and just go to some end of, go to Katsina, go to Kafansha, go to, on my own.
Are you kidding?
Yes. Because I used to make the excuse I was going to visit my older sister, my half-sister, Auntie Metoyin, who was married to an army officer. And the old man, there was no cell phone. I just disappeared. Even my sister wouldn't know I was coming.
No.
I would show up in her house and she would be like, "Oh, my power," because I show up, in the wrong part of the country wearing jeans, where you're supposed to cover up. She's like, it's not like that now. But I had no idea. But I wanted to go around the country because New Dawn had given me an opportunity to talk to so many kinds of people. And I could see the gap between policies and people.
Okay.
And I wanted to bridge that.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring the people making the policies and the people who are at the receiving end of the policies together without any hierarchical break between them, which was what we did. I then did talk with Fumi. We went around the country, with a crew of 35 people. It was big.
How were you able to fund that?
So what I do is, because I learned from New Dawn, you're either pre-selling or you're selling adverts. I mean, of course, even all of that has changed. Technology has changed so much. I find it really exciting what's possible going forward. But at that time, what we did was pre-sell. So what I did was got the investment together. So I raised $1 million, to be able to, remember at the beginning, I started my own production company
I remember that.
In 1996.
Yes.
So I've always run my own production company.
You've
So
always been your own boss.
When I was young, I had a sense that I was not really employable.
Because of your intensity?
Because of my intensity, and also, I just had the sense that I just go and do my own thing. And so that informed what I was doing. So I raised the investments and funding for that. And then we also pre-sold, to different organizations, segments ahead to be able to do, which helped me eventually, because when we then faced losses, including fraud, massive fraud, I was able to recover because I didn't have big loans.
Right.
Of course, that came later because you can't do business without loans.
You can't, certainly.
But so I did that. And then I wanted, because at that time my daughter was at sort of like the age where I wanted her to go to school in England, to go to boarding school in England. And I didn't want her to be there on her own. I wasn't going to leave her in a new culture on her own. So I wanted to also be there with her, because I was particularly wanted to do, because I'd done, New Dawn was very newsy. It was daily, every day. So you have to always react. And for me, with that kind of intensity, I'm reacting with every fiber of my being. I wanted to then write. I wanted to do long form. Because long form allows the kind of reflection that I'm better at. My voice is better reflective than reactive. Which meant I wanted to do like documentaries and films and shorts and things like that. And so that's why I got a partner and we started a company in the UK to be able to do that, with the view that I'll be going and coming. Because I've always seen sort of like the different parts of the creative industry in Nigeria, as at that time, it's becoming better now, kind of worked parallel instead of working together. So you have literature that wasn't coming together with filmmaking. So what's the use of, there's no need to write new stories when there are so many stories already written and more stories being written, and so on and so forth. So those are the things I wanted to marry. I also saw what was going to happen with tech. And I found tech very exciting.
Each time you talk of tech, you light up.
Yes, because, I don't like to be held down. I don't like to always be talking about what's not possible. There must always be a way. And what tech does is that good tech, bear in mind, I'm also not a fan of good or bad. Everything is just a tool.
You just implied good and bad now.
So that's why I stopped myself.
Okay.
And I said, it's the way you use it. So if you are using the tech with a lot more wisdom, there's so much we can do, because it sort of takes all the old power structures and it shakes it up. And if the old power structures was too restrictive, it means that you can create some new power structures which can also start to challenge what is. And that means that you can rise. So you can solve a problem either from the worm's eye view, but sometimes you come like an eagle from the top down. So I like that tech can do that. It can just come up. Look at what happened in our industry.
Yeah.
You know, just tech changed it, whether you like it or not. So
It's
like,
still changing.
It's still changing.
Yeah.
We're in entropy. We're in this period where it's still a bit chaotic.
Yeah.
But it's exciting what's happening and what's going to happen. So what happened to me, you know, with New Dawn, for example, couldn't have happened to a young person now in that same way, because you can't just say, oh, nobody's watching. The views are there.
Yeah, the
you know,
views.
I'll just be telling you, full of
the likes, the clicks, and all that.
Exactly, it's all there, you
Yeah.
know. So it's exciting in that regard. And if you extrapolate it to more than just tech, you know, even if you think about what it means, in that it is an idea of taking the core, and the machine can learn, you know, and it learns from what is core programming it, and begin to act in a certain way.
Yeah.
If you take it to other aspects of life and living, I think it brings us closer to the idea of creation.
Okay, we'll take a break now. We'll be back with Funmi Iyanda. Stay tuned.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversation. My guest is Funmi Iyanda. Yes, Funmi, we're talking about what you did next after New Dawn, when New Dawn was done.
Yeah.
I like the rhyme of that.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you moved around Nigeria a little bit, made some inroads in terms of having guests, meeting people in their communities, in their locale. But you stopped it again.
No, I mean, and we must come back to the back end of production
Yes.
in the country. So that was 13 documentaries. It was 13 full-length documentaries.
Okay.
And that would be one of the first productions. I don't know if there was any other place out of Africa that was nominated at both the Banff Festival and the Monte Carlo Festival in the documentary category of its own, not in an Africa category, not in a female category, not in any of the sub-categories. It was there with the big boys.
Okay.
It was Bam Bam with these big boys. Do you know what I mean? So critically, it was really successful. I remember flying to SA and being in the mall and people telling me that they saw these documentaries on DSTV at that time. So it was really successful. It's back to the same issue again back here. In that, and that's, we must really think about it at the end of the day. It's the same thing for the tomato seller and the pineapple seller and those of us selling content. If you have a situation where the economy is struggling, and when the way to determine when the economy is not struggling as much is really in terms of productivity, how many products can be made in that country. Because at the end of the day, if you watch Korean dramas, for example, they have all these placements of all sorts of things, from phones to coffee to it's all made there. Or global companies that are operating out of that country. So if you don't have the robust economic back end, it will also show in everything, because at the end of the day, what is the amount of the total advert spend in Nigeria, you know, or media spend in Nigeria, vis-a-vis the number of media platforms in Nigeria. Even those of us who have risen to the top of it and make money, really, how much do you make to make the back end make sense? So do you make enough money? Look at the movies that are being released. What is the highest grossing cost of how much do the highest grossing movies make? There was a point when I wanted to partner with some Chinese investors to set up 200 screens in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Actually, Lagos alone, because we did the research. And for Lagos alone, if you want to start breaking even, as at that time, you need to have up to 200 screens.
Are you kidding?
You understand? So actually, for it to make sense, you know, for what we're doing. But that didn't happen. I don't want to go into the stories of why that didn't happen. It wasn't for lack of trying. You know, that didn't happen. So the back end is key, and the back end is back to the infrastructure of everything. You know, as it is difficult to sell tomatoes, that is how it is difficult to sell content in an environment where, for example, even like Netflix has come into Nigeria and all of that, the amount of money they'll commission stuff in Nigeria is not the same amount they'll commission even in South Africa. You know, back to really what your market value is. You know, so there's no shortcut to solving our bigger problems. That said, of course, there are new ways, and there are more extensions of ways to make money in the back end for content in Nigeria. I mean, this is not the whole conversation where we can go into that, but really, we have to look at the back end of everything. How much money really can you make from it, and can the money sustain what you are doing and grow it further?
But making money from it presupposes that you even have funding to
start it. So that's what I say, it's a lot of things, because so what we see and envy in other countries, we don't pay enough attention to how it is done. So for example, people are always talking about, oh, you know, we should tell African stories. I smile. You know,
I'm one of those who says that.
You know, I mean, I think that we should talk to ourselves first before we're even worried about what people are thinking about us. You know, we overvalue the opinion of other people. We don't value ourselves. We don't value our people.
But isn't that why we should tell our own story?
To ourselves.
Yes, first.
You understand?
Yes.
So we won't be talking about telling African story because we didn't wake up this morning and think first and foremost I'm African. I think I'm Nigerian.
That's what I'm
you
saying.
Understand? So in Nigeria, first and foremost, we need to talk to ourselves. How do we talk to ourselves? What do we say to ourselves?
What's our reality?
So what does reality mean?
Reality.
And what lens are we looking at reality from?
Yes.
We have also learned that through what tech has done with media in the world, that everything really can be manipulated.
Yes.
Opinions can be manipulated. And the challenge with some of that is that once you believe something, especially if you have the collective believing something, you will replicate it over and over again. All of my life, I've known us to do nothing but complain about Nigeria. Not because there are no issues in Nigeria. There are big issues in Nigeria. But I used to think that when we complained about Nigeria, it was because we wanted to do something. I've realized that we have what I call trauma bonding in Nigeria. We truly just, and it's understandable because these things have happened and they are horrible. We just want to talk about them. Oftentimes when we've come to the point of, let's do something, I've always seen a sort of pushback. That is not to say there are no people doing things in Nigeria. People doing amazing and excellent things. We don't pay attention to them either.
Who is that pushback from?
All of us.
Yeah, but then we can't keep saying it's all of us. Some of us may complain and also offer solutions.
I've always taken myself out of it, and now I've taken myself off more than before, more consciously. I'm paying attention to those doing extraordinary things. I'll give you an example. In EU, there's Father Anselm and the laboratory where they are doing all the research.
Yes, that's in Benin.
You know, it's not only doing the research, it's writing books about how to do community development, you know, the overall Nigerian development from the community level, you know. These are things that should be in curriculums in universities. These are things that we should be discussing. The other day I went to FIRO, the Federal Institute of Industrial Research. They've been shut since last year. I didn't even know that. I wanted to go and find some researchers for some things. They've been shut since last year. I shared it here. If you look at that place, it's right between Oshodi and Mushin.
Yes.
Oshodi should have been a big transport hub.
Yes.
Mushin is a vibrant, incredible commercial, and right in the middle of it is a research. The three should be working together, hand in hand. Yeah. So what I'm saying, let us not get it mixed up. I'm not saying we don't have issues. I'm saying we have to come to the point where we go beyond Yepa.
Hey, but see, if we go beyond Yepa, we must also arrive at Ewawele. Right, this is what we have. Yepa is hey, what's going on?
All my life. I'm 50 now.
Congratulations.
I'm 50 now. You know why I say it? I'm actually going to be 51. Yeah. Why I say it is that as far back as even I can remember, this is what we do.
You see,
this is our thing.
I understand what we do.
The challenge with that is that we are, and this is not to say we don't want to. It's like the other side. You said, oh, you know, I heard when you said, okay, so what you would do. I'll give you a practical example. The elections are coming up next year.
Yes.
I don't know how we got lucky, but you know, in passing the bills, I think they were too focused, electoral reform.
Yes.
I think they were too focused on stopping women from ending up in power. Yeah. They did not pay attention to some of the things that have been passed. It's going to be much more difficult to rig elections in the next election.
It will be.
This is a big win. It is also going to be easier to register to vote for all of us. It means that to be able to swing the election, you will need to do vote buying. It means that for anybody who is serious, you know, they have to now start engaging people from community level, ensuring they are registered, ensuring they know them, ensuring how it works from word to word. You know, because at the heart of all of this is poor leadership. Behind poor leadership is disengaged followership. You know, I'm not saying we don't have problems. I've used this example many times before, that if I come with you now, Mr. Agumbanwo, and I say, Mr. Agumbanwo, my house is down the road. Come and follow me, let's go and eat a bar in my house. When I get to my house, and my house is a mess, my reaction, if I said, Kole Dafunle, and I just start going on, this house is a mess. Can you see the mess in the house? You are not blind. You can see the house is a mess.
Yes.
My natural reaction should be, gosh, what has happened here? Okay, Mr. Agumbanwo, please wait. Let's make it another day. Let me clean my house. When I finish cleaning this, I will call you back.
Or I should join you in cleaning it.
Or ask
because
you,
I'm parcel of it. Yes.
That's what I mean practically.
Yes.
That we need to do.
The practicality also should include us telling our story where it is positive. We've told enough of the negative.
But
that's
we're
what
saying
I'm
the
saying.
same thing.
Yes, we are.
You know, so that's what I'm saying. That
Yes.
you know, we cannot continue to trauma bond. What we do is trauma bonding. Every day, they kidnap my mother. You know, the other day they kidnapped my own father too. In fact, they kidnapped 3 people in my family. What I want to hear is, what are we going to do? Because if we as people really change our minds, our leaders will know that we have changed our minds.
Yes.
You know, I'm not saying it is easy. I'm not blaming us. We're all in this together. It's hard.
Yes, I know it is
but
hard.
I'm saying, and I'm not saying, I'm not even, notice I didn't say celebrate or not celebrate. I'm not saying we shouldn't tell our story. I'm asking us, what story do we tell ourselves? Are we talking about the likes of Father Ansley? Are we talking about the boy that's making solar power in Borno? Are we talking about even you that are sitting here? I came for this show because I know who you are, Mr. Agumbanwo. I know who you are.
Thank you.
I want to tell your stories the way it is. I want to hear the story. If I say to, and I've seen this happen, if I pitch to a bank, for example, that we want to do, you know, development talk in the area of content and all of that, and that the keynote speaker should be Mr. Agumbanwo, they'll say, no, we should go and bring somebody from London. We should go and bring somebody from America.
Because that's where they have tilted their attention to.
2 things. One is a racket.
Yes.
Somebody's going to be able to make money, more money that way, because we are changing dollars.
Yeah.
The other one, we don't value our own people.
That's true.
It's a simple matter of not value. We overvalue others.
In fact, you see, talking about not valuing our own stuff, right, is actually at the heart of this cry to tell our story. For instance, this is going to be very controversial. Most times, people who come from our society, and I mean generally, right, they have this notion that for someone to come from a polygamous background, as they say, you have missed something. That, oh, you should have been ideal if your parents were 1 man, 1 wife. My father had 4 wives. You understand what I'm saying? I relate with all of my siblings. In my family, there's nothing like a half brother, half sister. Is that a brother or a sister? You understand? My mother was the first wife. You get? Now, I have friends whose parents were just my wife and I know what their families look like, right? Their families are not half as close as my family is.
I think that we are telling our stories. I think we don't value our storytellers.
That's it.
I think this example you have given, in any community, people know this. If they say they are backward.
Yeah.
You understand? Even in terms of people telling stories, if I go back to content itself, remember what I told you about Newton, what our own people said?
Yes.
That I don't watch NTA, and I don't watch you, and I know this. I get that feedback all the time. You know, the same thing I will see. They will say, "Oh, so even the music." Until recently, nobody cared about Nigerian music. The only reason why they are now making a lot more noise is because other people like us. So everybody is happy because somebody else has told us that, oh, they like it.
There are even
Not because we
Nigerian
like
banks
it.
that don't advertise on Nigerian media.
Exactly. So when we talk about telling our stories, that's what I mean. We don't lack. It's like when they say, for example, they don't call me anymore because I think maybe I'm no longer a woman or maybe I'm not successful. They don't call me to all these successful women programs to come and talk. You know, and I'm thinking, but I haven't heard you call somebody, you know, maybe not even the Yaloja. In most locality, there will be women in that locality who have done amazing work in terms of, you know, being able to build an enterprise, who are deep thinking. They may not speak English, or they may not speak English the way we want them to speak it, but they are successful women. Why is nobody talking to that one? Because we don't value them. You know, so whether it is in the area of commerce, it is in the area of content or anything, we already have everything we need. We don't. It's the same thing with our food. I can't tell the number of people who say to me, for example, oh, you know, I'm sure you don't eat Nigerian food. That's why you look like this. And I'm like, okay, if you say so. If you want to ask me, and ask me, I will tell you what I eat. You know, I do eat Nigerian food. You know, and the reason I eat it is because somebody was saying to me the other day, oh, I said, do you know have you looked at the science behind some of the food? Do you know how complex it is to make ogi?
Yes.
It is a fermentation process.
Yes.
And everybody knows now that fermented food is good for your guts. Do you understand? Gari and fermentation. We don't even know what it is.
Yes.
What if you don't know it, how can you value it? You know, so I'm just using these practical, so-called smaller examples to extrapolate into bigger things. So even, for example, in the area of leadership, the few people who are even doing good things, we're not able to ascribe them the real value and therefore to support them. Remember what I said about tech again.
Yes.
You get more of what you do. You get more of what you believe. If we don't believe in anything that is ours, you will get that thing will fall apart because you need the collective to come behind it to make it happen. So we are focused every day on the leaders, you know, especially at the federal government level. You know, we don't know who our ward chairman is. We don't know who our councillor is. We don't know who is supposed to repair the road. We don't challenge the system itself.
But we do even understand how the system should work.
It's meant to work. Thank you.
Do we?
So we don't. So changing things going forward involves engagement. And this is not me saying, oh, people should know, because they will say, oh, if people want to go abroad, this is part of our own development plan too. There have been countries, we've seen the example of other countries where their diaspora came to be useful for the country at the right time. So everybody should follow their path. But the only thing I ask of everyone, and it's not in my place to ask, so maybe I shouldn't ask.
You should, please.
But my own challenge to anybody who wants me to engage is that I don't want to be co-opted into trauma bonding. There's enough trauma. I've had enough of it. I don't want to trauma bond anymore. I want to speak about what's possible, what I can do, with a full realization that I might not even be there to be part of it. It doesn't bother me.
Let me bring something close to you up, and that is value. Your dad, you were very close to your dad, very close. I've heard you speak about him in public before. Why did you grow up to be that close to your dad? Or how did you grow up being that close to him?
My dad was engaged. My dad was obviously openly loved his children and loved me. You know, we grew up with my dad, you know, myself and my 3 brothers mostly. So, of course, you know, that was the parents. You know, so oftentimes, you know, I'm not a fan of labels. You know, when you hear things like single mother, I always smile as though there were no single fathers. You know, so my father was a single father for many years, you know, and it meant that it was us and him. And my dad was my dad was very reflective, very intelligent man. You know, he loved music. He loved, you know, he was very quiet, you know, and he allowed us to be as people. Certainly allows me to be as a human being, first and foremost. In my own house, growing up with Mr. Yoda, I didn't think there was anything I couldn't do if I just wanted to do it. He didn't give me that kind of feedback. You know, so therefore, naturally, You know, I was close to him. I also looked exactly like him. You know, so maybe that also helped because I couldn't deny being Mr. Yoda's daughter, seeing as I looked exactly
like him.
Like Mr. Yoda.
But what about your mom? You lost her at, you were 7 years old when she died.
Yeah, around about.
Is that an experience you want to tell me about?
I mean, I've written about it. I've talked about it.
I'm not reading a book now.
I've written about it. Yes, she did. She did. You know, I will say like some of the things is interesting. There's fuel scarcity today.
Okay.
But as at the time it happened,
yeah.
You know, this is like 40-something years ago. You know, it was the same thing. We don't know for sure, but we think she must have been in a bus that had fuel, you know, and it exploded and everybody died. Because that was what happened on the day we could no longer find her in Lagos.
So that's just like
that's
an image that you held on to.
You know, as a child, you know, you want to understand what has happened to your mother. All your mother is not there. So for many years, I held on to it. For many years, it tormented me, just thinking about how she must have suffered, how she's died, and all of that. But I've come to a bigger, I think, better understanding of us as human beings and our time on earth and what you do. And I do feel that my mother's spirit, you know, is well at rest.
Okay.
You know, it was a time. You know, everything happens as it is meant to be, and it's happened. You know, we're all here, all her children. You know, and I'm sure that somewhere her spirit's moved on to the next thing. You know, and so she's happy. And my own thing is to do my own bit too. When it's my turn, my time, I shall go on too.
You'll take a bow.
I'll take a bow.
Yeah, but then
I'm good at taking bows.
Oh, well.
You know, and accepting them.
But like your dad, when it was time for him to go.
Yeah, that was a bit painful because, I mean, it was unexpected.
Yeah.
You know, when he passed, and I was told on phone.
Oh, no.
And I never forgot hearing that he's no more. And all I could hear myself screaming, but I wasn't consciously screaming.
Okay.
And I think if you've had that kind of story like ours, myself and my siblings, and you have the one parent who was remaining,
who was like the rock.
Like that, and a shock. It was a big shock, you know, to me. I felt his spirit very powerfully. You know, and I wanted, more than anything else, just comfort him. I wanted to hug him.
Yeah.
You know, I just wanted really to hug him. And it took a while also to be able to, you know, overcome the sense of loss.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know, when we lose people who are dear to us, we like have a flashback and begin to look at stuff to say, oh, maybe I should have done this better, maybe I could have done that better. Was there anything like that for you?
I wish I spent more time with my dad. I mean, my dad was quite cool. I wish I spent more time talking to him. I was so busy trying to do the things that I wanted to do. I mean, that's one of the things that's changed for me.
Yeah.
I'm much more sat back. You know, I'm much more calm. I have a bigger trust in the universe than I did before. You know, and so I don't panic or stress as easily as before. So if it was today, me of today, I'd have spent more time just interviewing my dad, talking to him about his own life, his own experience, you know, a lot more of that I would have done. But you know, you get a sense that you can hear they've told you everything you needed to hear. So when you sit back and listen again to things you've heard before in the past with the eye of wisdom, you will hear that he already told you.
Yeah.
I feel now that everything my dad needed to tell me, he told me already.
He told you.
It was me who didn't hear it at that time.
So you were not the one hearing, okay.
Now I hear it.
We'll take another break now. Shortly we'll be back. Welcome back. I'm still having conversations with Funmi Inyoda. Now, you were the quintessential daddy's girl. Did you ever grow out of that holding, even in the sight of your brothers?
No, I mean, my brothers love me.
No, I didn't say they didn't love you.
I mean, what I mean is that I still get a sense.
Yes.
So my own relationship with men is very interesting, I think. I don't worship men because I grew up with them.
That's
Do you understand?
deep.
In a very, so I don't also outsource my own responsibility to men in that regard. But what that does is that I feel that it helps me because I don't have the expectations that society teaches women to have.
So you have to clear that. I don't outsource my own responsibilities to men. What does that mean?
Men, I mean, usually they teach you that a man must take care of you, a man must carry everything. I want, like my dad and my brothers, I want to share my life with a man. I don't want him to carry me as a burden on his head or his shoulder.
Oh, okay, that's it.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
Like
yes.
I want to walk with him. I'm interested in him as a person. If I'm with you as a man, I'm with you for who you are, not what you can do for me.
Okay.
If you can do stuff, that's nice.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother me because if you don't do it, somebody else will. There's no scarcity in the universe. There's no scarcity.
If you don't do it, somebody else
There's
will.
no scarcity in the universe.
That's another question you need
There's
to clear.
no scarcity. There's abundance. We're full. The world is full of abundance. God is abundance. So if somebody doesn't do something,
Okay,
else will rise.
there would always be a way of doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, that sort of thing.
Okay.
So I don't have that worry. I think that makes it easier. It also makes it difficult because if you then have men who are raised a different way, you understand their own expectations, they are confused that you are like that towards them. But with time, I think that there's more understanding.
You actually sound very sympathetic towards men because
I'm not. I'm sympathetic towards all human beings.
Let me clear it now.
Yes.
Because what I hear you say now is different from what society generally believes, that, men, they're not that responsible, so don't expect too much from them. In your case, you're saying, I feel that I have a responsibility towards them to bring something out of them.
I have a responsibility first and foremost to myself.
One.
And then to all collectives, because we are all connected.
Yeah.
We are connected as human beings. We are connected as plants. Everything is connected. We are all part of the one universal creative power. You understand? So I don't therefore worship men.
Or women.
Or women. I don't overvalue anything.
Or anybody.
Okay. So the expectation causes trouble oftentimes because we are the ones expecting all of this. Let people be who they want to be. Allow human beings be who they want to be. My mentor before, I don't really believe in mentorship and mother. She was just herself. She was a great presence in my life, in the absence of a mother later on in life, and that was the late Miss Remi Lagos, Miss Remi Oshalake.
Oh, yes.
She used to say something that I didn't understand too until later. When I would be going, she would say, for me, well, we are all deviants now. We are all deviants. All of us have capacity to be good or bad, whatever we consider good or bad to be. What we hope ourselves is to become more aware and more conscious of who we are and why we are doing what it is that we do.
It's strange that you say you're not very much into mentorship or on that concept. But I know that there are a lot of young people who look up to you.
People that I don't, when I say it, what I'm talking is I don't believe in labels.
Okay.
Because when you say, for example, mentor, it means that it's a give and give relationship.
Okay.
And for me, in the past, that has also been a problem. Everything in life is give and take. You can also learn from younger people.
Yes.
You can learn from anyone, and anyone can learn from you. I am driven, I'm passionate, and I am biased towards capacity and talent. I like anyone who wants to make things happen, who wants to come together and let us do things. So in that process, of course, many, many people have come through me and come through the things that I do. And so I do have generations and generations of people who are anti-Fumi's people. And I value them. And I respect them. But they also know me, the ones who know me very well, that I don't allow other people to outsource their own responsibility to themselves, to me. So I'm always saying to people too, don't come and be using auntie to give yourself a cop-out, an emotional cop-out from what is your own responsibility. Even our children have responsibility towards themselves. You know, it's our desire for our children to go to school, but at the end of the day, who is going to benefit from going to school? He or she. So it's important to encourage them to understand that you are doing it for yourself
First and foremost. Yeah.
You understand? With the aim of getting these results. And me, as your mother, I'm there with you. My job is to walk with you through life as you want to live it, because your life is not going to be mine. My own experience is not going to be hers. The world she's going to go will be different from mine.
Yes.
You know, and it's actually in my own best interest to observe the world that she is growing up to see what's next, to be truly, genuinely interested in what's next. I always say it, at least I say it now, that the best way to conserve and preserve the things you value is to move them forward so that they stay alive, so they are not a dead, inert thing that you have now become gatekeeper of. To be a gatekeeper of something is different to being a conserver of that thing.
Okay.
It's like everything else. If we want it to last, we have to move it to the next level.
Now, but in doing that, there must be some conscious effort on the part of the person, in this case yourself, to step out of the way and still keep an eye on the path. That's a strong thing to do.
Oh, but I told you I'm good at bowing out. I know how to let people take the light. You know, people, I think that one of the challenges, especially in our kind of business, people are always afraid that, I won't be relevant. I don't care about relevancy. You cannot be relevant because there's only one of you. And if you are walking your own path, you will walk your own path. So there will be some times where you'll be in blossom. It's important to study nature. A plant will bloom in the rainy season. In the dry season, it will conserve. If anything is in bloom 24/7, something unnatural is going on.
It's going on, yeah.
And you will pay for it down the line. So I'm very happy watching other people in the light.
Now,
I enjoy it. I enjoy when it's my time. I step up, I do what I need to. I also know how to withdraw.
Being that happy now brings to mind, you've done a 13-series documentary on different parts of Nigeria.
That was in 2011.
Oh, no,
Since
so
then,
we're saying you've done
I never
that.
stopped working.
But then I'm saying that in media, in the media space, what next are you trying to do? I remember you said you were going to do some film productions.
Yeah, I mean, I have
Whatever
a film
happened to that?
Yeah, we did. The film is on Amazon,
Okay.
Working with Shadows. We adapted Judibia's book.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's on Amazon if anybody wants to watch it. You know, eventually it will be on
That's
Netflix.
Working with Shadows?
Working with Shadows.
Okay.
It premiered at the London Film Festival in 2019, just before the pandemic.
Mhm.
You know, before then, you know, as I said, I started a company in the UK and we do all sorts of things. You know, everything in the media we do, from consultancy to strategy to production. And we've done different, you know, projects and productions, including events. You know, the How to Fix Nigeria conversation with the Royal Africa Society, that was our brainchild too.
Okay.
And we did it for 4 years. You know, a lot of conversations, you know, from everything from history to where we are today.
Yep.
So I've always, in everything I do, there's a common thread of connection to the core of why things are the way they are. So this one that I'm doing now was started along with MacArthur Foundation. You know, I really, really, really admire MacArthur Foundation and the Nigeria MacArthur Foundation family. That's Dr. Kole Shetima and the likes of Amina, you know, and all the other officers there. You know, what I like about them, because you know, if you don't have confidence, you know, and if you don't know what you're doing, you cannot be with other people who are intense and are clear about what they want to do.
Intensity.
You know, they don't have those worries. They are quite clear what they want to do, and they support making that happen. You know, they come up with great ideas of how you can do it. They also show corrections, especially in an area that before now, in terms of the back-end funding, I'd never done anything with, you know, a grant-giving organization. I'd always done the commercial. So now we're doing both mix of commercial grants and all of that, you know. And the tutelage has always been, you know, through the support of MacArthur Foundation, because they support us in, you know, even just the governance bits, you know, especially for the NGO part of it. So we started Public Eye, and the idea of Public Eye was that we would do almost like village settings, like village circle. In our society, when something goes wrong, you call everybody, you sit down together, and you say, well, you, what happened? You, what happened? So there's no them say.
Yes.
You know, and that's what we wanted to do from community to community. But then COVID happened. So we couldn't go around community to community. So we decided to make it a studio show. And that's what Public Eye is. We bring, for all the stories you see in the news, what is the context of it? Where has the story gone since then? So that's what Public Eye aims to do, to take the news from news to context and hopefully to solutions, because then we bring those who are supposed to do something about it. You know, Public Eye has been very good for me in terms of streamlining what actually should be happening and how it should happen.
Okay.
You know, in that some organizations I didn't even know, you know, were still functioning in Nigeria or not functioning as they should be. We can then bring the people, not, you know, not go and bring the politician, the civil servants themselves. The people whose job it is to do it, and say, oh God, so this didn't happen. Why? Okay, it didn't happen. I don't have a problem. My job, I'm not interested in shaming. Shaming doesn't work when you are post-shame. We're in an environment that is post-shame. I heard you mention then that, oh, we've become used to all these things. No. What has happened is that we have become helpless, and people have become, you know, that's why we also do the trauma bonding, because we don't know what to do. And once one is in that situation, you know, we won't be able to see the light. I always use the story in the Bible, you know, because it resonates with people, of Hagar, that the well was always there.
It was there.
She just couldn't see it.
In plain sight.
Yes, and what happened was that our eyes were open. So what I'm hoping for Nigeria is that maybe through Public Eye and other platforms like that, we will be able to see the wells that already exist.
In plain sight.
So that we can, so that we can then fetch water.
But
and
you
we
see,
can feed ourselves and our children.
You see, the issue of what is in plain sight and what should be happening, as well as who should be doing what, would require more intensity than what you just described. My example is this, and I need your reaction to it. Politically, the young people have been aloof. They are very active on social media, but they are not ready to go and stand in line to register or to even stay online to register to have a PVC. Yet without that, you cannot even vote anybody.
I mean, my first thing I would say is that I think generally we should leave young people and women alone. Because everything, if something happens here, they will say, find a way to blame the woman or blame young people.
I'm
or
not blaming.
The powerless.
We're saying what we're seeing.
I know what you are saying, and I agree with you, but I want to draw a caveat to some of these things. You know, these young people grew up in a time and a world different from our own. Me and you in our time, we know that if you really feel strongly about something, you better enter the streets. They will shoot you. You will go back. That is not their own reality. It does not mean that our own way was better than theirs. We also don't fully understand their own way yet, unless we fully engage with it. Also, they have had more layers of that trauma bonding. So to rise, you know, it's like something, they put this mattress on, you put the mattress on you. To be able to push yourself out, you need more velocity, you need more power to be able to do that. I think it will happen. I think one of the things I like to encourage people, and it goes back to that issue where I say that I have a big belief in the universe. We must see ourselves more than just nations and things like that. The nation that is Nigeria, relatively, is young. Our democracy is young. This current democracy started in 2000. You understand? And 2000 is a long time for things to have happened. It's also a short time for things to happen. And if you know, even with physics and things like that, you could be chipping away at something and it will take forever. The day it's going to move, everything will just go pa, 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 pa. I think that without us being able to say it, there's a lot that's going on. So much is going on that we're not fully aware of. I would like, if there was something I would like to do, is to encourage Nigerians to stop blaming one another. So the young people don't know, let them know. The ones who will hear, will hear.
You'll hear.
The ones who have not heard today will hear tomorrow. Hear what I said about both my dad and my auntie Remy.
Yes,
Some of the things they told me then,
yes.
at the time, could hear me. But I've come to understand it.
Yeah.
So I would like, because continuous blaming encourages shame. Shame encourages inertia. You know, that's how we raise children too here. We don't want them to disgrace us. One of the first things I told my own daughter was that you can never disgrace me. Because disgrace means it is external. It means I care about what those who don't know our own issue is think more than what I think.
Okay.
They don't know.
Yes.
They can only judge from the outside.
They will only be looking at
and
you.
that judgment and that's what is their responsibility. Leave them with
Their
it.
parameters.
Me that I'm in the house, I know your issues now. So what you can do is be honest with me so we know where we are going. Let the data we are feeding, let it be correct.
Okay.
But in terms of shame, so in that regards, we are too easily ashamed as people. You know, we should not have, we are post-shame already anyway. It's like the king is dancing naked. The other day I was in an interview, people were talking to me about this man that I say, my sister, we don't have light. What thing concern me with this man matter? Whether it's man or woman, don't we need light first?
That's true. You know, I was going to ask about your daughter. She's a full-grown woman now, young woman. What's been your experience raising her? How much of what your dad did to you have you done to her?
I mean, my dad didn't. My dad was I don't know. I mean, what?
It's a tricky question.
You know, so I didn't. My dad, exactly what my dad did not superimpose any belief.
That's
on me.
what I'm saying.
So I did not superimpose any belief
On her.
On her. I encouraged curiosity. My dad also used to like to read. You know, even this interest in, you know, the society and how it's going on. I think part of it was from my dad, because my dad would be reading newspaper and we would read it together as a little girl.
Yeah.
You know, so I do that. I did as much of that as I can. You know, with children, they are their own human beings who have come on their own journey. You know, so for me, it has been fascinating just watching how she is navigating her own human experience.
Okay.
I always say to her that I want to grow old, you know, a grand old woman, because I truly want to see different versions of you, different iterations. I want to see you as iPhone 4, iPhone 6, iPhone 13, iPhone, you know, different versions of you as you come into yourself. That's my own parenting experience.
So may that be granted as you look
Amen.
forward to it. So finally, let me ask for me, what's next?
What's next?
Yeah.
You know, now is next. We're only sure of now, this moment where I'm fully here with you like this in the present.
Yes.
I'm looking at you, I see you.
Yeah.
You know, I see, when I look at you now, I see the old you and I see the new you. And I see how it is that you've maintained that, you know, there's an inner person.
Yeah.
That's the way I see that sitting here. You know, and that's what I do here is what, you know, determines what's next. In terms of you know, my work and all projects, Oya Media runs independent of me. Seki, whom you know, and a few other people that you don't know, you know, are fully in charge of Oya in the here. You know, I have other entities. I've learned also not to talk about what I'm doing because you dissipate the energy into the universe. You want to conserve energy. You know, but as you've known throughout my life, I will always work, you know, in one way or the other. Also, suffice to say that I have things that I'm working on that excites me in my belly. Okay. And I just ask all the time that I get the time, the resources, you know, the people, because people matter, you know, the co-workers, the co-visioners to bring it to pass. Because the more each and every one of us actualize ourselves, the more we contribute to the society at large.
All right. So for me, thanks so much.
Thank you.
For 1 full hour of gist.
I hope I didn't run your ears off.
And catching up. It's been nice.
Up,
yes, so it's been...
My love to your children, especially Lucky.
Lucky, oh yes, Lucky is doing so well, yes. Thank you so much for watching. It's been Conversations, Timeless Conversations with Funmi Iyanda. Funmi, thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Next time, we'll bring somebody else who will be as interesting. Likon Ogunbanwo. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Olamide Adeyemi, and this is the news update. The National Economic Council on Thursday in Abuja said it has agreed that petrol subsidy should not be removed as earlier planned for June 2023. The Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Mrs. Zainab Ahmed, disclosed this to State House correspondent shortly after the valedictory council meeting presided over by the Vice President Yemi Osinbajo at the council chambers of the presidential villa in Abuja. Ahmed said the council agreed on the need for continued discussions on the issue, adding that the federal government, together with state and representatives of the incoming administration, require more preparatory work. Ahmed also added that the federal government will be working together with representatives of the state between now and June 2023. Meanwhile, the first set of Nigerians to be evacuated from Sudan will arrive in the country on Friday. This is according to the chairman and chief executive officer of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabiri Erewa. She further announced that 13 buses have departed from 2 universities in Khartoum, carrying Nigerian students to the Aswan border in Egypt, where they will be airlifted to Nigeria. She highlighted that there is an increasing challenge as more Nigerians began expressing interest in returning home than previously indicated. The evacuation process is part of the government's effort to repatriate Nigerian citizens stranded in the war-torn country.
Soon be arriving, and that's 1,500 would have. APs will be leaving tonight, so we're expecting them tomorrow.
Meanwhile, the buses evacuating Nigerian students and non-students were stopped in the middle of the Sahara, and the drivers refused to continue the journey because they were not paid.
Before we started this journey, we have to go on several fighting. Can you imagine that we are stuck in this desert for 5 hours? We don't know which state we are. Like, we don't know the situation we are. We don't have water. Our money has finished. Can you imagine? And they said the vehicle drivers, they said they are not moving their bus. They said they are not moving their buses because they don't give them money. Which type of attitude is this one? Look at this way. We are stuck in desert. We don't even have compass. We don't know the way we are. We don't know the place we are. Everything has finished. We are done. We don't have anything. We don't have anything. We don't have bus. We don't have anything. We don't have compass. We even know our location. We're in an unknown environment with a very big danger. Look at this place.
Evacuation is poorly equipped, poorly organized, and the students are here stranded for the past 4 days. There is no access to food, no access to clean water, no electricity, nothing. And even just as we're sitting here, almost everywhere you can hear gunshots. We are not safe.
Most of the ladies here, like, we spent days without taking baths.
Yeah.
No enough bathroom, no enough water.
No water at all.
No water. Nothing at all. Nothing. Like, we Muslims, look at it. Like, we have to walk very, very far to fetch this water to perform ablution.
The President Muhammadu Buhari on Thursday performed the Nigerian Army Color presentation ceremony at the Eagle Square in Abuja, where 53 regimental colors used in other battle were retired. The ceremony witnessed the issuance of new colors to 28 newly established and operational units in the Nigerian Army, bringing the number of units to 81 from 53. The presentation of colors ceremony, which was preceded by a military parade, saw Buhari adorned in a full military uniform with his rank of Major General and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, clearly specified in what will be his last major outing with the insignia. The retirement and presentation of military colors is a traditional ceremony practiced by armies of Commonwealth nations every 10 years to mark an anniversary or event in the history of a particular regiment.
This is the last trooping and presentation of Colors Parade in 2007 New units have been established and operationalized in line with the increasing operational commitments of our Army. Additionally, existing colors have been extensively involved in multiple operations in various geopolitical zones of the country, as well as foreign countries, hence deserving of retirement. Today's ceremony is a continuation of our effort to reinvigorate the fighting spirit of our troops through the inculcation of greater pride in their units. The nation's security situation was greatly challenged by the activities of violent non-state actors. Today, I am pleased to specifically note that the situation has tremendously improved, and I wish to also proudly highlight that we have made remarkable progress in the fight against insurgents, militants, oil bunkers, kidnappers, and other criminal elements in the country. The Nigerian Army that we celebrate today would not have been able to discharge its responsibilities optimally, including today's trooping and presentation of colors, without your collaborative effort. I wish to commend all Nigerians for their perseverance, support, to state that the country will continue to rely on support from all segments of the Nigerian society in ensuring the maintenance of peace and security of our nation.
The Supreme Court has granted leave to the federal government to bring 9 new grounds of appeal against the release of pro-Biafra agitator Nnamdi Kanu. A 5-member panel led by Justice John Okoro granted the leave on Thursday while ruling on the motion by the counsel to the federal government, Mr. Tijani Ghazali. The Apex Court also granted leave to the federal government to include these 9 new grounds as part of its amended Notice of Appeal dated 28 October 2022. At their Zoom hearing, counsel to Nnamdi Kanu Mike Ozekame informed the court of his motions seeking for bail of his client and another seeking for his transfer to the Kuje Correctional Facility to get proper medical attention, citing his failing health at the custody of the Department of State Services. He also prayed for an accelerated hearing of the matter.
For a stay of execution, and the Court of Appeal granted that stay of execution. So, the court was staying the execution of the liberty of a citizen, which the same court had already told to go free. So we filed an appeal against that order for stay of execution and also cross-appeal against their main appeal. These things have been going on since October. What would the federal government, what do they normally do? They will file documents at the Supreme Court here. They will undertake to serve us, the respondent. They will hide the document. They will not serve us. They did that in November last year. It was when we went to the court in January this year to try to facilitate the hearing of the appeal that we discovered that they had filed a motion for extension of time since November last year, which they suppressed.
Oh, you were not served the motion that was filed for the extension of time?
We were not.
So
we were never.
Was that responsible for the delay in the hearing of the
Yes. Everything as all the delays, both at the Federal High Court, the Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court, have always been actuated and activated and prepared.
The Adamawa State government has requested the State Police Command to initiate an investigation into the crisis that engulfed the state following the illegal declaration of the All Progressive Congress's governorship candidate Aishatu Dahiru Binani in the supplementary governorship election held on April 15th. In a statement by the Chief Press Secretary Mwashi Wonosuku, he said the Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice for the state has written the Commissioner of Police to immediately commence investigations for possible prosecution of all those found culpable in the saga that played out in the polls. Recall that controversy ensued when the Adamawa State Resident Electoral Commissioner Hudu Yunusa Ori in the early hours of April 16th sneaked into the state governorship collation center to declare Binani the winner of the governorship elections after the supplementary elections held in the state on April 15th. The state government pledged its support to the State Police Command towards ensuring the logical conclusion of the investigation. The Kano State High Court, presided over by Justice Miriam Sabo, has ordered Kano State Attorney General Musa Abdullahi Lawan to immediately file a charge against the majority leader of the Federal House of Representatives, Alassane Ado Doguwa, and his other conspirators over the alleged killing of a resident of the state. The order came after a Kano retired Chief Magistrate Muntari Gaba Dandago applied for an order of mandamus seeking to compel the AG to file the charge. The court, however, gave the order upon an ex parte application by counsel to the applicant, Y.I. Sharif. The motion, which contained 19 paragraphs of affidavits in support, was duly sworn by the applicant himself, dated April 5th, 2023, and the written address filed by the applicant counsel dated the 10th of April, 2023. The district head of Kasowa Daji Idakara, the Monda local government area of Zamfara State, Ibrahim Sakin father, was kidnapped by bandits in his residence in the early hours of Thursday. An indigene of the area, Malam Aldo Mohammed, confirmed that the bandits, who were in large numbers, stormed Kasowa Daji village and went straight to the village head's house, where they abducted him and took him to their camp. Bello said the bandits fired many gunshots in order to frighten the residents of the village who wanted to rescue their village head. The security agents were yet to comment on the issue as of the time of filing this report. And also a soldier and 24 other residents of Usem and Takum local government area of Taraba State are said to have been killed so far in the field between Kuteb farmers and herders in the state. This is according to the police public relations officer in Taraba State, Abdullahi Usman. He says the military officer was ambushed and killed, while other 24 persons are either Kuteb or Fulani extractions. The president of the Association of Nigeria, an umbrella body of the Kuteb-speaking tribe in the country, Emmanuel Ukwen, revealed that peace was brokered between them late last year, in which a 14-point resolution was reached and signed. Ukwen alleged that the state government failed to provide the needed funds to implement the agreements reached, which gave rise to the enemies of progress to renew the attack. The federal government will take delivery of the second Niger Bridge and the Kano Zaria Kaduna Expressway on May 15th. This was disclosed by the Minister of Information and Culture, Elijah Lai Mohammed, who briefed State House correspondents on behalf of his works in-house counterpart, Babatunde Fashola. Mohammed told the journalists that a bypass Lagos-Ibadan Expressway will be handed over to the government on April 30th. Meanwhile, the Federal Executive Council has approved the construction of the corporate headquarters of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. The Minister of Agriculture, Mohammed Abubakar, said this yesterday while briefing journalists after the weekly council meeting chaired by the President at the Villa. According to him, an initial sum of 6 billion naira will be used to commence the construction of the new 10-story headquarters. And moving to other parts of Africa, the Sudanese army pounded the paramilitaries in the capital, Khartoum, with airstrikes on Thursday, while deadly fighting flared in Darfur as a fragile U.S.-brokered ceasefire entered its final hours. Ahead of the expiry of a 3-day truce at midnight, the army said late Wednesday it had agreed to talks in neighboring South Sudan on extending it at the initiative of the IGAD. At least 512 people have been killed and 4,193 wounded in the fighting, according to the health ministry figures, although the death toll is likely much higher. And despite the truce, the doctors' union said at least 8 civilians have been killed in Khartoum alone on Wednesday. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Lamex, on lamex.tv, and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I'm Olamide Adeyemi, and thanks for watching.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Peptic ulcer disease is the disease of, not exactly disease, a condition, a clinical condition where there is an ulceration, meaning a wound in the stomach. Peptic, coined from the name peptic acid. Peptic acid is found in the gastric. So sometimes you hear gastric ulcer, you hear peptic ulcer. They're not physically different. They are just relating to the stomach. The only other different type of ulcer is duodenal ulcer, which is just the next organ after the stomach. All right. The stomach, which is the sac that contains food, also contains gastric acid or peptic acid that helps to break down protein. The word peptic there is directly related to protein. Okay. So it helps to break down protein. But over time, there could be hypersecretion of this acid that could now cause a breakdown in the walls of the stomach. Now, the stomach walls originally contains mucous membranes or mucosa that prevents this acid from eating up the stomach lining. For some reasons, again, this mucous membrane could also be reduced or absent and further allowing this acid to eat up the stomach. And when this happens, you come down with what you call the peptic ulcer disease. Peptic ulcer disease can be caused by a couple of things. One of them is stress. During stressful moments, there is a hypersecretion of acid, right? Just to break down the food in it. It's natural. In the whole body, when you're stressed, the body metabolic rate is increased and intensified, and you have many activities going on. Carbohydrates is broken down, more proteins are broken down, fatty acids are broken down to provide one major thing, which is glucose, to allow you to think, send glucose to vital organs. One of them is the brain, the other is the eye, the other is the heart. All these organs, want to function optimally. Now, the gastric juice is also enhanced to break down any food in your body. So that's why if you just ate and you get into very major activity, not long after you'll be looking for the food. Or if you're chewing gum, because those are signs of stress. Now, so stress is one of them. But then when you try stress in an empty stomach recurrently, you are giving room for this acid to act on the walls of your intestine. The second major cause of peptic ulcer disease is a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. Helicobacter pylori is a very dangerous bacteria because, a bacteria that dwells in acid, I really don't know what you want to do to that bacteria, but basically it stays there and it eats up the lining of the intestine, all right? So this is one of the implicative factors for those who are positive for ulcers. One of the third causes is the use of drugs, certain drugs or certain chemical substances that are erosive, okay, caustic soda. One of that one is some of all these drugs you buy on the road, you just ingest them, you swallow them anyhow, especially pain relievers. That's why you don't just go out to take pain relievers just anyhow. They affect the stomach, and of course they potentiate, because what they do is they inhibit that mucous membrane I talked about that prevents the acid from getting on the stomach, and then they remove it. And you see, you have the acid, the direct contact, and then you have some ulceration, wounds in your stomach, and it can get so bad that by the time those wounds get then straight to a vessel, it ruptures the vessel, and then you have bleeding. So you have people bleeding sometimes, all right? And then one other cause is a genetic factor. So sometimes ulcers can be genetic, all right? It's called the Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, where the vagus nerve that supplies the intestine is hyperstimulated, and so you have excessive secretion of acid. And listen, this is specific for certain people, okay? Just the way some people sweat more than other people, just the way some people, eat more than the other people. Some people produce saliva more than other people. You can also produce gastric acid more than other people. Well, the word is try to eat recurrently. Don't fast every time. If you're fasting, let it clear that you're fasting, okay? And you want to fast guidedly, okay? Maybe with your doctor. You like to see your doctor first and be sure that you're good to go, okay? If not, you don't do it recurrently, okay? What other things can you do to prevent it? Yeah, irrational use of drugs. Don't just take drugs because you see them. Don't drink chemicals easily. The use of alcohol potentiates it. Regular intake of alcohol exposes you to possibilities of coming down with peptic ulcer disease. Now, one other thing is ingestion of diet. What kind of food should you do? High levels of acid containing diet should be minimized. All right. Sometimes you see people taking all kinds of concussions, herbal concussions. You are exposing yourself to great dangers. Okay. When you do all kinds of acid containing meals or diet, lime, you're trying to mix lime and ginger, and you're trying to lose weight, but you are potentiating something else. So it's important that you are careful what you are mixing, prevent it. You don't have to take excessive protein diet. Some people like to take roasted meat, for example, what we call suya locally. You do a lot of suya and you do a lot of alcohol. That can potentiate peptic ulcer disease for people. So prevent it by reducing this type of foods. Try not to take a lot of carbonated drinks. Alcohol dropped drastically. Water is very important. And before you do some of these things, please eat right. All right, eat your balanced diet. Don't skip meals. For basic treatments, you just get to meet your doctor who would prescribe the drugs for you. But you're not supposed to eat heavy foods, but just eat in bits. All right, so you wake up in the morning, you want to sometimes do alkalinized water and then a slight breakfast. Not anything acidic. A balanced diet is fine. If you must go for a fast, then tell your doctor. Major symptoms, remarkable symptoms of peptic ulcer disease is that you have painful sensation here on your upper stomach. Many times that gets you to the back. Many people have diagnoses of peptic ulcer disease, which are really not peptic ulcer disease. So they come up to the hospital and they say I have ulcer. And I say, who said? And they say, well, my auntie said, or my uncle said. No, you have to have a diagnosis of peptic ulcer disease. And one of them, like I said, is a test of H. pylori. The other test is, which is usually the gold standard. There's URABRET test, one of the tests, but the gold standard is an endoscopy where you get to see the internal organ and be sure that there's a wound there. And this usually happens when there's bleeding, from the mouth or from the anus. All right. Other symptoms, like I said, is bleeding. You have bleeding. So you don't just have pain, pain that spans from this upper stomach down to the back. So it feels like a dagger piercing through you, down to the back. It's characteristic of that. Okay. Especially worsened when you've not eaten or when you just ate. The moment you take in food, you feel that sharp pain that, wanes for a while. So food affects the pain. Okay. Of course, bleeding is one of the side effects, one of the symptoms of peptic ulcer disease, bleeding, either from the mouth, just see slight trace of blood, or from the anus. One more thing is the heartburn. You feel that constricting pain, heartburn. Then lastly, there are few other symptoms, but one of the remarkable symptoms is a headache. You have a persistent headache that can be called a migraine. Not necessarily a migraine, but many people just say, oh, it's a migraine, but it's not. You notice that headache coincides with when you have the stomach pain, or it precedes the stomach pain. Now, that is a kind of symptom of a peptic ulcer disease. Usually, it's said that some of the brain cells, have some mimicking cells that look like the ulcer cells. So whenever the ulcer is firing, or whenever the gastric acid is firing, you have the same firing occurring in the brain, and you have that headache. Whenever you have it, you need to treat properly for peptic ulcer disease.
But worry for that. All rodents and reptiles, so they disturb the die.
I'm a graduate of Political Science Social Studies from Adini Rogosaya College of Education. I graduated in the year 2020.
See, as of now, I'm looking for other jobs that I can merge together to meet up with responsibility. One time I remember trekking from Oriental Hotel to Eco Hotel, dropping my CVs at every place. Dropping my CVs at different restaurants, different bars, different hotels, just hoping for something.
Pius is a graduate of computer science, but he drives an Uber for a living in the city of Lagos. Although underemployed, Pius is considered a tad lucky because 41% of the labor population with bachelor's degrees are without employment.
I got several jobs. When I go for the interview, I'll pass it. They'll say I'm too young, they want an older chef. And then so things like that were very, very frustrating. They almost pushed me off the edge. I was almost at the brink of going to call my friends and be like, okay, let me learn this Yahoo thing. So I just decided to keep pushing. Then I heard about this Uber thing. I got my first car. I was driving for somebody. I was supposed to be paying the person 25k a week. But sometimes when I walk, the car was having so much issues. If I make maybe 20, 30k in a day, the car, I'll end up spending like 27,000, 25,000 on fuel. So I couldn't keep up. I had to go for another car to another car before I finally found this one. And this one I'm driving to own the car and I'm almost done with it.
Presently, 1 out of every 3 Nigerians that are able to work are unemployed, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. 23.2 million Nigerians are out of work. That is almost the entire population of Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Gambia combined. While Nigeria's youth population has increased much in the last 1.5 decades, the available economic opportunities are shrinking. Nigeria is facing an increasing youth bulge with over 123 million young citizens, but there are just not enough jobs for these youths.
From 2015 to date, I find myself jobless now. Presently, I'm managing a job, electrical job, which I invested my money and went to go and acquire some skills, which is providing money for me now.
Instead of me searching for a job, my father just advised me, instead of you working somewhere, killing yourself, you know what the country is now. Just go into this. And I thought of it, I started making research, then I started doing my father's business. And that was how I started selling ads. I sell ads here and there.
Up to date, if I see a job, I will work, but if the pay is meaningful, because now they can't give me a job that will be earning like 45,000 or 50,000, because now through my electrical job I'm doing now, I earn more than the salary I think they will offer me now.
The dire unemployment situation, which some believe is more severe than reported, has been made worse by the coronavirus pandemic, which has led to shutdown of businesses. The adverse effects of this rising unemployment rate in Nigeria are becoming enormous and far-reaching.
Where there is unemployment, there is psychological desperation in itself, the sense of not having something to do. Then you also have the cogent economic consequence of not having money to spend because you're not working. This economic consequence then falls into a sociological consequence, which is a criminal side, because if people cannot fend for themselves, they either beg or steal or engage in any kind of disruptive criminal act. For these reasons, for these 3 reasons of psychology, sociology, and economic reasons, it is very important that we take the issue of unemployment very seriously.
When you are not able to meet your basic needs, when you that were able to put food on your table, you're now struggling, you that you were able to give somebody 5,000 naira, you're the one that is now begging 5,000 naira, it affects your sense of worth.
The unemployment problem is compounded for those living with disabilities who have to deal with extra hurdles, people like Christiana, who is a visually impaired business owner and tutor in Lagos.
We have this misconception that when there is no sight, there is nothing you can do. But in my own case, it's not like that. But one of the problems that we have is like people never had that trust with people living that disability that they can deliver it. And at the same time, people look down on us, low esteem, and there is discrimination and stigmatization that you cannot deliver.
The problem of exclusion is also gendered, as the numbers show. While the rate of unemployment is high, women are the worst hit. In stock terms, there are 30% more unemployed women than men. Women face barriers that men don't have to deal with.
So the woman who's at home and who's caring for the children, or who's the natural carer, would we say that that person is employed or not? I would dare say that they are employed. Now, we may have as high as 10%. Like I said, I think it's more. We may have a lot more women not employed in the formal structure as we know it, either within the corporate world or perhaps down the line of entrepreneurship. And there are very many different reasons and factors for that. But the starting point usually has to do with, the girl-child education, as we know, based on our culture and based on the long-standing statistics that we have that show that the girl child is not as educated. We don't take the same opportunities for the girl child as we've taken for the boy child due to cultural nuances. Traditionally, we believe that we should, educate the boys and not the girls. So let's go further up the pipeline. You do have girls who on graduation start and compete as well as the boys in terms of their careers, in terms of paid employment, and we're seeing a lot more of them now in terms of entrepreneurship. However, what tends to happen over time is, again, they tend to drop out when it's time perhaps to have a family. So it's really down sometimes to the choices that are made. And what we must do to try and balance things out is make sure that the choices that are open to women are actually more. So what are those things making them drop out? What are, for example, the reasons why midway through your career, you have to make a choice to say, I need to focus on my home? What then can employers do to ensure that these women are given the opportunities? How can we expand the choices such that I can manage my home, manage my career, still look after my children? And sometimes it's very simple things like, do we have the facility for childcare?
Unemployment in Nigeria is not just about availability of jobs, but also about the education system producing the right type of manpower in the right quality and quantity to industrialize the country. State actors and stakeholders say many Nigerian youths are not employable because their skills are largely divorced from labor requirements.
I think, in my view, reviving our technical and vocational education and training systems, it's not optional. As a matter of fact, it's where we must go, pari passu, our other academic institutions like universities and co, such that you find that we have a lot more focus around disciplines, around trades, around disciplines, around specializations. We're in I'm in a room now, I'm in your station, where journalism is a profession, right? But then there are also certain skill sets, whether it's graphics, whether it's creatives, that work very well with your industry. Now, not all of the skill sets that you need in this radio house require a university degree. So a lot of them can be honed, right from even maybe senior secondary or even post-secondary through different diploma programs and things like that. Now, that's what we must do in terms of our skilling process, so that you have what you call a multiple pathway to your aspiration in life.
Vocational training is the key, is the answer. Germany, all industrialized nations, they all depend on these skills training. They have a robust, developed infrastructure for skills training. And so we cannot, no economy, no country can really move forward without having a developed structure, a developed ecosystem, a developed environment to train people, to send people for internship or to train people, intern people, and eventually create employment for people, because eventually it is those people who are trained, it is those people who have gone through internship, it is those people who have become employable who eventually becomes employers themselves.
But where are these vocational schools? There are just about 123 government-approved vocational schools across Nigeria. Aside this, there is also a certain stereotype that discourages students from enrolling in such schools.
The reason why some people don't like vocational work, depending on the area of specialization, you have to, when you want to work, you have to change your wares, and some don't like dirty work. Like me, I'm a plumber. People don't really know, once I'm done in site and going home, people don't really believe that I'm a plumber, because maybe my stature or the way I look, so people don't really believe unless they see me while working on site.
So unfortunately, the number of people who are applying, to learn skill and all of that is still very low in number. And I actually understand why it is low in number. When you operate in an environment that glorifies certificate over skill, when you operate in an environment where the skilled workers are not properly paid, when you operate in that environment where there is no glory in having skilled work, of course, the youth will not be interested in that. But when you operate in a society that celebrates certification without adequate work, and that do not pay people living wages for their skills, then of course there's going to be very low interest in that particular field of work.
In the absence of white-collar jobs, many youths have turned to the informal sector, earning a living with small businesses and creating employment also. Presently, these small businesses account for 96% of businesses and 84% of employment in the country. Despite the significant contribution of SMEs to the Nigerian economy, the sector is still struggling with growth.
For me, there are three things. The first one is infrastructure. Power, for example, access to markets. When you are an SME or a member of the informal sector, if you are producing something in small quantities, after you've paid your rent, you've bought your raw materials, you have your equipment, you of course have to supplement power, because we don't have stable power in the country. So I think that's one of the major issues. Another issue is double tax or multiple taxation. A lot of businesses, there's no clarity on who they should be paying what taxes to. So for example, I once worked with one of the mobility startups in Lagos in the bike hailing space. And whilst we were, trying to speak with the LIRS, for example, about personal income tax or some basic tax from the drivers, we were obviously also having to deal with the unions, with their daily levies and all of that. So therefore, things like that will stifle businesses and informal sector players.
Although the informal sector may be having an influx of educated youth as players, there is also the snag of these graduates being majorly unequipped for entrepreneurship.
The world is moving from theoretical based learning to case-based learning, where you sit and you study case studies, you study practical lessons about scenarios, right, for business. I think it was Obasanjo, regime that tried to introduce entrepreneurship studies as one of the general GES courses or general studies courses. And, you look at the syllabus of that course, it's the same theoretical stuff, right? So there is nothing that prepares them properly for the challenges, for the realities, for the type of dynamics that they will be facing if they go out into the business world, right? If you look at the Igbo apprenticeship culture, it's an amazing learning point, because everything does not have to be. All your learning, your education doesn't have to come from the classroom, right? It does not always have to come from the classroom. So I think if government was serious enough, right, I would expect that the SMEDAN, for example, should have put in some type of structural support for the Igbo apprenticeship model, so that we can replicate those models across various societies.
The government acknowledges there is a bulging youth population with overwhelming unemployment figures. They, however, also insist they are addressing the problem.
The government has been consciously and in a deliberate manner trying to address the issue of the youth bulge. It's not just about the numbers. It's also about what are the needs of the variegated strata of the youth population. First, education is key, because education is power. Education is the greatest weapon against poverty. So the government has committed so much into education. There's emphasis on technical and vocational education, on the skills that you have. That's one. Two, as regards to the new technology, the digital economy, the ICT as it is, we've seen that our youth are IT savvy, we've seen that our youth have innovative minds. And my ministry, which is the Ministry of Youth, for instance, just during the COVID era, that's my first year in office, we were able to train close to 100,000 people on digital skills, which is still ongoing. We have quite a number of other skills. But the emphasis all around has been that the need to upskill our youth is a central agenda, but also to match the skills with the jobs available. There's been a mismatch in the past. But under this government, we've seen a deliberate effort to make sure that the upskilling of our youth, where that the skills they acquire matches the jobs available in the market, so that you just don't train them and throw them back into the job market. I know that you must have read it. In 5.5 years, this government has created 45 youth-focused programs. Some of them are empowerment programs. Some of them are entrepreneurship training. Some of them are technology training. And these programs are domiciled in various ministries.
Nigeria has not lacked special intervention programs. There are many of them. Yet, there are many unemployed youths, as these intervention programs have failed in dropping the increasing unemployment rates. Critics argue that these programs are unimpressive.
For the intervention, or rather the interventions of the government, I'm going to score them high on intention, and I'm going to score them low on performance or on result. High on intention because the act of rolling out a lot of intervention schemes, like the NPower, You Win, and the various ones, including trader money, all to activate employment, shows that there are people thinking, there are people of good intention out there. But the method to which they've approached it and the results they're getting makes me score them low on it, because in 2021, it is not the role of government to be creating jobs for people or to be doling out money for individuals to grow their businesses. What the government needs to do are three, really, is to overall create an environment that allows employment to be created. Who create employment is businesses. So the government needs to create an environment that allows business to thrive and create employment, and thus doing, fight unemployment.
Government will tell you, BOI, CBN, all of these guys, they'll tell you that we are providing interventions for MSMEs. So we have this 10 billion, we have this 100 billion for MSMEs. And then they will give you the guidelines. And then in the guidelines, you will see that they need you to be registered with CAC, they need you to have a bank account, they need you to have a business plan, they need you to have a financial statement. Look, that already by design excludes majority of those in the MSME space.
To bridge its unemployment gap, experts say Nigeria will have to create 5 million jobs annually for the next 10 years. Is the Nigerian government ready to tackle this problem?
You know, that question is a question for Minister of Labour. It's a question for me, Minister of Youth Development. It's a question for the Minister of Finance. It's a question for the NBS. You know, but I only wear one cap. And my desire is that the youth unemployment will drop. What am I doing in that direction? as a minister in this government is to make sure that we win our youth off this idea of just putting together a resume and looking for a job, a white-collar job, an office job, a 5 to 9 job. There's no country in the world that has been able to solve its youth unemployment problem without turning its youth into entrepreneurs. And that is the whole rationale behind the establishment of the Nigerian Youth Investment Fund. The emphasis is on 2 major things. That is, must invest in our youth, provide them the needed credit and capital, access to that capital that can make them become wealth creators. Second, we need to focus ourselves educationally. We need to provide technical skills and vocational skills. China, 2 years ago, decided to close down over 200 universities or 250 universities and then turn them into vocational and technical schools, because the emphasis now in the developed world is the skills and what you can produce with your knowledge and your hand, not sitting down and carrying files in an office. So we need that paradigm shift. The AFDB leads clearly in the fact that we should move from youth empowerment to youth investment. That don't give our youth handouts, but give them tools, give them resources, give them credit and finance so that they can start. And look at this country. Our youth are they're hugely talented. The creative and entertainment industry dominates. Look at Nollywood, for instance. Look at where it is right now. And look at the musical world. Our Nigerian musicians, massive. But there's also a value chain. So there's an emphasis on looking at what's the value chain in agriculture. How do we you don't have to be a farmer. You can be an off-taker, just buy the produce and take it to the market. Look at sports, for instance. The value chain of sports is massive. Have we explored it? No. Under this government, we've been able to reclassify sports from recreation to business. And as we put together that policy, the entire value chain of sports as business will employ a lot of youth.
If Nigeria is to turn its large youth population into an advantage, then Nigeria has to rapidly reduce the disastrously high rates of youth unemployment.
You see, luckily and unluckily for us, we are an underdeveloped country. And most of what we have, what we need, we don't have enough of them. We don't have enough schools. We don't have enough hospitals. We don't have enough, almost anything. I can't think of anything that we have enough of. That problem of scarcity of assets should become the solution to our problem, in the sense that we should just sit down and try to create what we lack. To create what we lack, we need to think of what is needed. Why is it that we're not producing, and why is it that we're not consuming what we produce? Why is it that there is no urge to produce? Why are we having more pastors and politicians than manufacturers? If we want to boost Made in Nigeria, for example, I think we need to sit down and say, the first thing we need to do is perhaps create 5,000 production managers as a pilot scheme across the country, so that each one of them will go to different areas and specialize in one sort of production or the other. I repeat, I'm insisting on production, knowing fully well that where there is production, accountants will be needed, photographers will be needed, salespeople will be needed. The core of progress since the Industrial Revolution lies in production.
They really need to go fast because boys are not smiling, and then it can lead to early bloodshed. Early bloodshed in the sense that there will be serious competition. Boys need to smile again. Boys are willing to get their hands on anything just for this bar. And the government, if they are this slow, they will not be able to withstand what will come.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Vicky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment.
Insecurity would have worsened in Nigeria without Buhari, says Special Assistant on Media and Publicity Femi Adesina. And calls intensify to prioritize the Sudanese people first as fighting intensifies in the Darfur region. This is Plus Politics. I'm Mary Anacom. The Special Assistant on Media and Publicity to President Muhammadu Buhari has said insecurity would have worsened in Nigeria without the president's input. The presidential spokesperson noted that Buhari's administration greatly improved security in Nigeria. According to Adesina, Buhari surpassed the former president Goodluck Jonathan on security because Nigeria's armed forces moved from 7th to 4th place rating in Africa. He further explained that Nigeria's insecurity would have been worse without Buhari's intervention. Meanwhile, ahead of the inauguration, a group under the auspices of the Coalition of Niger Delta Civil Society Groups has called on President-elect Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu to also extend the tenure of the interim administration of the Presidential Amnesty Program. Joining us to discuss this is Fine-Face Dunamene. He is the Executive Director, Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center. Thank you so much, Fine-Face, for joining us. Good evening.
Thank you, Marianne O'Connor. Thank you for having me. Good evening to everyone.
Great. Let's start with the position of the presidential spokesperson. Of course, we know that the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari is grinding to an end, and if for anything that's worthy of note, the president is really excited to be going home to Daura. But then, of course, we cannot but assess the performance of Mr. President over the years, especially for an issue that's a hot topic as insecurity. Now, I'd like to quote, his presidential spokesperson, Femi Adesina. He said, and I quote, that the Buhari administration has greatly improved insecurity, or rather, insecurity has improved greatly under President Buhari's administration. So I'm going to pose that question to you. How greatly has the Buhari administration improved security, and in what ways?
Well, thank you very much. I think basically the primary responsibility of government is to protect lives and properties. And the Buhari administration is not different from any other government, be it at the local government level, state level, or at the federal level. So the president has simply performed his job. But whether or not it has been greatly is what I cannot really be able to confirm, that the president has actually reduced insecurity greatly, because the most significant thing that happened under the former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan administration were things like the kidnapping of the Chibok girls, the attack of the UN house, and other insurgent activities that sprung up during that time. But government being a continuum, he has come into office and he has made his own input and contribution towards the mitigation of the security situation in the country. But that does not mean that under the Buhari administration that we never had incidences of insecurity that affected the country. It is a common saying that someone cannot stop a moving train. But that parable has gone underground in Nigeria, that under the Buhari administration, a moving train was stopped by some terrorists and some people kidnapped and taken into custody. So we've also had pockets of kidnapping across the country. So he may use that analogy of security rating or index, that the country is now 4th position instead of 7th position under Goodluck Jonathan. But to me, I don't think soft targets are not being targeted, and that single indices is not enough to say that insecurity has improved greatly. Our train is no longer walking on the way today because of the issue of insecurity. So we are not better off. It's not yet a huru. There is nothing we should celebrate. But what we need to do is that we can commend the president. He has tried his own best. He has contributed his quota to the improvement of security, which is why he got into office, taking the oath of office to protect lives and property. But to me, I don't really 100% agree with him that maybe under Buhari, we are already celebrating a total or great achievement in the area of insecurity. What brings about a reduction in security is if there is cooperation between the people and the government. So if the presidency have enjoyed some form of cooperation from the people, it's not enough to say it has improved greatly. Now, also look what happened under former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. There was an increment of fuel from just about 70-something naira to 90-something naira or thereabout in 2012. And there was mass protests across the country. But under the Buhari administration, we have fuel increased from 165 naira to 700, 600, 500 naira. And people cooperated and never went on the street. So if some of those steps were taken, it would have gone a long way to dent the image that is trying to paint now. ENSA has happened under this administration. And these are issues that threaten security in the country. So to a very large extent, I won't say that the president performed beyond what others could do. But to a very large extent, I believe that there was some reduction in the way that attacks were happening from across the country compared to under former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. So I wouldn't just agree with him that under the current administration that it is something we should celebrate 100%, because there is a kind of high rating of the Nigerian military from his 7th position to the 4th position, or that security has improved.
Let's look at some
greatly.
statistics.
Today, a lot of part of the country are still under siege by insurgents.
Let's look at some statistics. I like to go with facts and figures. For a government that rode into power saying that they were going to deal with insecurity, especially Boko Haram, and of course we've heard the information minister over and over say that Boko Haram has been technically defeated and it's been pushed to the fringes, and that at the time when they took power, Boko Haram was occupying local government areas, but now they are no longer occupying certain local government areas. But let me give you some statistics on the number of people that have been kidnapped in terrorist attacks in Nigeria from 2017 to 2019. I didn't want to go all the way back to 2015. Now, in 2019, 390 people were kidnapped in Nigeria in terrorist attacks. Several militant groups that were active in the country had attacks both on civil and military targets. We remember this. We also know that the kidnapping of 276 female students from a secondary school in Borno which happened in 2014, received a global response. But there was another that happened under President Buhari. Now, as of January 2021, I must let you know that 112 girls were still missing. 6 students were believed to have died. And we also know that this has so far been 2021, I beg your pardon, if I'm not mistaken, is the one that has had the most terror-related deaths, according to Statistica. Again, there's been a lot of, I think, 1,245 people who have died in Nigeria since 2019. Based on terrorist attacks. And we have statistics also that despite the overall increase in the number of deaths, Nigeria remains one of the countries with the highest terrorism threat levels in the world. Now, in the year 2021, and 2019, I beg your pardon, even if the deaths due to terrorism experienced a decrease, Nigeria's deadly terrorist group Boko Haram became more dangerous, and the number of attacks on both civil and military targets increased. So yes, it looks like people they killed were reduced, but the attacks were on the increase. So again, we seem to be the only country, as we speak right now, according to statistics, that is experiencing a high level of terrorism. And we're not even a war-torn country. So again, it's beautiful for Femi Adesina to say that, oh, well, our armed forces have moved a notch higher. But looking at how we're fighting terrorism, could we have done it a better way? We've seen that these people have had the effrontery to go into a naval, into an army training school and attacked. They kidnapped a soldier. We've seen these people hit targets like the presidential convoy, testing the body language of the government. And all we have heard is talking tough, declaring no-fly zones. Can we really have Femi Adesina give this blanket statement in terms of the fight against insecurity? Fine Face, are you there?
The statistics that have been dished out, I believe, is a product of research, and is something that is out there. And I believe that Statistica is a source that can be depended on. But looking at the statistics you read out, I don't think anybody should be celebrating, greater achievement when this kind of things still happen under this present administration. And you know quite well that during the time of Jonathan, attacks of this nature, terrorist attacks of this nature, were something that was alien to Nigeria. And when it was happening, a lot of people were believing that, this kind of thing wasn't part of Nigeria, so a lot of people talked about it. But we are now getting used to this kind of system that we now have. So I think that if we have even kidnapping under Jonathan, taking of the schoolgirls, and it also happened under Buhari, and then you conclude that, okay, for that reason, it is best under this administration. I think, in a way, I believe that I can only go ahead to say that, okay, government is a continuum. The president has come, 8 years is about to go. How far has he gone? Well, he has tried his own quota, he has completed his quota to the issue of insecurity, the fighting insecurity in the country. But I do not think that he did better than the previous administration, because if the war was as strong as it was under Jonathan, under the current administration, it may have been difficult for President Muhammadu Buhari to also be able to manage it. So the insecurity, as I know, is like stress. It's part of us. It's something that we can manage, and it's not something that we can eradicate, because it's already part and parcel of the system and the society. And the way it is in Nigeria today, a lot of people don't want the issue of insecurity to die down, because that is the oil company of many people, even those who are within the security formation. They know what they're making from that, so they don't want it to go out so that they can continue to benefit. But in
I'm sorry. I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop you there, Fine Face. I'm going to stop you there and question you a bit. When you say that there are people in the security business, these are people who are supposed to be law enforcement, helping us to fight insecurity. You're saying on national TV that this is their oil company. In other words, they're really benefiting from it, so it has to continue. Is that what you're saying?
Definitely, that is what I'm saying, and that is the situation. It's just like we have in the Niger Delta. There are security personnel that have been posted to the Niger Delta to fight the issue of crude oil theft, illegal bunkering, and artisanal refineries. But they are aiding and abetting the process, and that continues. So in as much as you have people who are benefiting from a system as part of that process of fighting that system, the system will never go down. So the reason why you continue to have insecurity, and even at the level it is now, is that if it reduced to a very large extent, a lot of people who benefit from those processes will not be able to benefit from that. Just like we have the issue of pipeline vandalism, crude oil theft, and illegal bunkering in the Niger Delta. No matter how you fight it, you still see it surfacing because the security personnel that are posted to the Niger Delta to fight the issue of crude oil theft are allegedly aiding and abetting this whole process, and that is why it has to continue, because people are making that their oil company, they are making that their tapping point, they are making that the alternative source of revenue at the expense of the society, at the expense of the country, at the expense of the image and the name of the country. So you continue to have this system running. So that is happening because if look at how much they make from Boko Haram, look at what happens when that happens. So a lot of things are happening, and I believe that they know what I'm talking about, and they believe and they know that it is the truth, because a lot of people are benefiting from it. They wouldn't want it to go down, because if it goes down, where are they going to continue to drill their oil, where they make a lot of money from? So they need to be able to work according to the tenets and the rules of engagement of their offices and ensure that we have a reduced security incidences across the country, because the name we are getting is something that I don't think anyone is proud of. Okay.
Let's talk about the handling of the issue of terrorism and insecurity in general in this country. There seems to be a lot of tough talking and speech giving as opposed to the action plan that is on the ground. I have also spoken to several officers who are in the theater of warfare, and many of them have not given great reports as to how they have been treated in this fight against insecurity. But let me take you back to former President Goodluck Jonathan's cry for help at some point when he said that there were saboteurs in his government, and he felt that there were people who were aiding and abetting Boko Haram, sponsors of Boko Haram, in his administration. Now, fast forward to the Buhari administration. Our country is a country that's facing this terrorism and insecurity. Well, we ought to have, one way or the other, found the financiers of this, insecurity. But then countries like Dubai were able to give us a list of people who were financing this, insecurity. What has the Buhari government done till today? We've not heard anything about that particular list or the financiers. And President Buhari at some point also pointed to the fact that there might be people in government, powerful people, elites, who may be sponsoring this insecurity. But what has been done? How well has the Buhari administration handled this? I mean, because this is one of the reasons why we voted the Buhari administration into power, because many had thought that the Goodluck Jonathan administration did not handle this insecurity and terrorism issue. So how well did they do in terms of that handling?
Yeah, that's exactly the situation. In fact, what former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan said when he said that Boko Haram has infiltrated his government, and you cannot really distinguish from those who are in it from those who are not in it. It confirms the fact that there are people that are benefiting from the security in Nigeria. So we have, conflict entrepreneurs, in Nigeria, those who benefit and make money from conflict. Now, look at the Buhari administration. What has actually generally changed in terms of how the former president managed the issue of insecurity and how this administration is managing the issue of insecurity? They allocate to the army, they buy weapons for them, they also try the much they could. But does the money trickle down there? That is why I also challenge Nigerian media that we should go down to talk to the people at the theater of war. They'll be able to tell you what is really happening and what is running on ground. Investigative journalism is very, very key for us to really know the effort and the step that is being taken by the previous administration and the current administration in the fight against insurgency, insecurity across the country. What I think addresses the issue of insecurity and insurgency or whatever is the cooperation of the citizen. to volunteer information to security operatives that they can use to counter some of these violent extremism, insurgency, and all these terrorist attacks that we have around. But if you don't have that, it becomes an issue. I know that one of the things that helped the Buhari administration somehow was rolling out certain social security schemes, that put some stipends in the pocket of some people who may not have had that, and may have also reduced the way they go into the issue of, creating security issues across the country. But to a very large extent, it is not yet time for us to celebrate. We still need to work together as a people to volunteer information, work with the people, gather intelligence, invest into research. I don't think we research in this country, especially people that are in authority. The moment they are on the dining table, you don't see them spend more time, spend more resources to gather information. Other countries spend so much to gather intelligence, and it is only through intelligence gathering and sharing of information that we can be able to win the war against insecurity in Nigeria. But if we continue to stay in our offices, make a lot of comments, send money, and we don't monitor how the money is spent to procure military software and hardware, then it becomes an issue. How much are we able to even boost the morale of the security personnel we post to the field there? And a lot of them are having a lot of these issues, and they don't even have a way of challenging their problems. So I think that the Buhari administration have tried its best, but its best is not enough, because we are not yet where we should be at this point in time. Because if you look at the promises that were made by the Buhari administration in 2015, when it came into power, that was going to tackle insecurity and eradicate insecurity. That very language of eradicating insecurity came. And I also came to the public and said, you cannot eradicate insecurity. You can minimize and reduce insecurity, but you cannot eradicate it, because it's part and parcel of the entire system.
Francis, what do you think is a major challenge? What do you think the major challenge of government is? And I'm not just talking about the Buhari administration, because it seems like it's the same question I could have asked if, under the Jonathan administration. What do you think the major challenge is in terms of naming, shaming, and prosecuting these people? Because, I mean, if a country like the UAE was able to tell us that these are some of the people they found to be people who are financing, that could have been a thread of sorts that could have linked us if we were serious about it. So what exactly do you think the challenge is in dealing with this issue? What's stopping our government, especially a Buhari administration that everyone looked at as a no-nonsense government that would deal with this issue once and for all?
What is stopping the Buhari administration or any other administration to tackle the issue of insecurity, even when they know those who are perpetuating this, is lack of political will and lack of capacity on the part of government to demonstrate that leadership such that they can take the issue of insecurity by the horn. So they also understand and they know that the process that brought them to power, one or two persons whose names have been mentioned as being part of the process of creating insecurity for the country, is in there. So they are afraid of taking on the person because they don't want to step on toes. And unless we begin to fight insecurity head on, without any sacred cow, no matter how highly placed the person could be, when you are linked to the issue of insecurity, you are taking on. That is the only way we can be able to reduce the issue of insecurity to the barest minimum. You can imagine what the UAE did, naming some persons that are allegedly sponsoring the insecurity and terrorism in Nigeria. But Nigeria never took steps to investigate those people. They never took steps to prosecute those people. And I tell you, after God, the next all-knowing institution we have is the government. Because the president receives security briefing from across the country every day. And he understands from different security formations, from the DSS to the police to the army to the Navy, to the Air Force, to the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, and just name them. The president has security information filtered to him every day, and he knows who does what, how, when, and where. And we also have our phone lines that are being, tapped to a very large extent, because a lot of people that are at the level that they can create the issue of insecurity in Nigeria are politically exposed. And we have all these things done, but they are unable to tackle the issue of insecurity. I think government needs to summon that political will, not minding anybody that is, highly placed in the country, and try as much as it can to investigate and prosecute anybody that they said or found to have been contributing to the issue of insecurity in this country. Because while they are smiling to the bank because they are conflict entrepreneurs, others are going to the grave sad. Others are going to their home destroyed. Others are going and crying because their people have been killed. Others are crying because their people have been kidnapped. And a lot of people are unable to go about their normal businesses. And it's making the foreign nations to label and list Nigeria as no-fly zone, advising their citizens that the country is a hot zone, people should not enter, is painted red. So it's a big problem. I have experienced a situation in this country whereby a senior citizen of the UK wanted to come to the South, and the person was advised not to come to the South. That South is under security threat area. That place is not safe. So it became an issue for the person to come in. So what causes this? I think we need to take steps to, address this issue. And the government is the right person because the resources is there, the intelligence is there, the political will should also be there to address the issue of insecurity so that we can have a safer environment where investment can thrive, business can thrive, and people can go about their businesses and be able to enjoy their lives the way they want to enjoy it without any fear of being attacked, fear of being kidnapped, or fear of terrorist attack within the area they go to. So I think that intelligence gathering is very, very key. Government should summon, courage to use political will to drive the process of providing security for Nigerians, because the primary responsibility of government is the provision of protection of lives and property, and that is what the government should do, because the resources is there for the government to do so.
Let me ask a quick question before we go to the amnesty part of this conversation. Now, we've seen millions, if not billions, put into fighting insecurity. So let's not talk about this without talking about the army and accountability. Monies have been, when it comes to security monies, including security votes, it seems to be shrouded in some level of secrecy. So even when the National Assembly is asking questions, we barely get answers. And of course, these monies belong to us, the taxpayers, and it is our right to know how these monies are being used, if they're being put to good use. We've seen, like I said, I have had conversations with people who are fighting in the theater of war. I have spoken with soldiers in different parts of the north who are in the Operation Safe Corridor, in Hadinkari, and all of those operations. Most of the most common denominator is that most of these people are not armed with the right kind of ammunition to fight these terrorists. Don't forget, half the time these things are reported, we hear that these terrorists have superior, firepower compared to what we're giving our people. And aside from the firepower, what is the welfare of these men and women? Because they are, whether we like it or not, protecting us and our borders. And if they're protecting us, putting their lives on the line, what are we doing to make sure that they themselves are protected and they have something that can keep them going, encouraging them, in the fight against insecurity? How well have we done in terms of that, and how do we get accountability from the army?
Yeah, to a very large extent, I think that they hardly want to disclose security, budgets. But in some other climes, you can just go online and you can find how much the United States, the United Kingdom are spending on security. What they may not do is to actually break down to tell you the nitty-gritty of what the money is being spent for. But to a very large extent, if you have reason to seek for that information, they can give it to you. Like in Nigeria, we have the Freedom of Information Act that can grant people access to such information. But in a way, they are also being careful that maybe if they make those information available and to the public, that some of those terrorists, the criminals, the insurgents they are fighting may have access to that information and going to plan a counter which will affect their operations. So they are also trying not to make that available. But to an extent, citizens that are well-meaning can be able to get this information. And I know quite well that if government is trying to, fight insecurity the way they are attempting to do, even using the security vote, which has been a controversial issue, they can do it. I think that the resources they need to fight insecurity is there. And insecurity is something that they put more money to than most other things that you can ever think of, because when they attempt to carry out the function of government that has to do more with protection of lives and property, they try to put in some more money to get their job done. We need to boost the morale of our soldiers who are at the theater of war. These are fathers, these are uncles, these are brothers, and husbands, and a lot of people are like, trying to see how they can also be well taken care of. Oftentimes, when funds are released to take care of them at that level, oftentimes it doesn't get to them. And again, they have the training, but the equipment to use and fight is not always readily available to them. Oftentimes, we've heard when we hear that the type of guns that the terrorists they go to fight have is more than what our security operatives have, and a lot of time they fall to those superior gun, not because they have superior firing power, but because they have better gun than the security people have. So everything needs to be overhauled. There should be the overhauling of our security architecture to be able to drive the process of having 21st century policing and security and defense for the country. And that is why we need to train and retrain our personnel to giving them that modern training and capacity to be able to counter insurgency and counter terrorist actions and other security threats that we have across the country. So it's fundamental that we bring our security personnel up to date with what we have. And that is why training and retraining is very, very important for us to boost their morale. And if any of them happens to lose their life, allegedly, the people, the families should be able to feel the impact of them going to the theater of war to put him on. Because when people are not taken care of, they are unable to be patriotic and do more and put their lives on the line to defend other people. So I commend the military and all others who are at the theater of war fighting to making all of us that are in the hinterland to have a safer society. And I think government should do more to appreciate them for what they are doing.
Finally, Fine Face, before I let you go, talking about the amnesty program, a group is calling for an extension of the tenure of the guy who's at the helm of affairs. But before you answer that, what do you perceive the body language of the president-elect and whoever is in charge of security and the people that he surrounds himself? What do you think it would be in terms of dealing with that? Because, of course, we saw the heightened level of insecurity, tension, violence during the election that, of course, he emerged from. And we've seen, even after the election, a resumption of all of the terrorist activities, etc., etc. How do you presume he's going to deal with this? Is it something that he will prioritize from your perspective? And again, talking about prioritizing things, will this amnesty program be top on his agenda?
Yeah, I think the president-elect, Senator Ahmed Bola Tinubu, is going to prioritize security issue. Is going to also look into the issue of the presidential amnesty program. Why I think so is that looking at his body language, he understands that this is what Nigerians want at this point in time to address some of these issues. And I think the president-elect also understands that if you look at how he emerged president, there were 4 major political parties that ran the election. We have the Labour Party, we have the People's Democratic Party, the PDP, then we have the APC, then we have the NNPP. If you put the votes of the PDP with that of the Labour Party and that of the NNPP, you will see that the vote is more than the vote that the president-elect used to win the election. So every other vote that didn't go to him means that those people don't want him and they never wanted him to become president. So I think what he's going to do is to see how he can appease those people by making sure that he does things that people want him to do and things that will make Nigerians to be happy with him. So looking at him from that perspective, I think he's not going to take any action that will be so drastic, so tense that people will begin to talk about and there will be action across the country. Okay. So he may decide to look at the presidential amnesty program and then address it because the Niger Delta people want that program to continue so that we continue to have a safer Niger Delta for the oil to continue to flow.
All right. Well, Fine Face Dumnanene is the Executive Director, Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center. Thank you so much, Fine Face, for speaking with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mary, and good evening to everyone.
All right. Up next, we turn our attention to Sudan as the countries across the world evacuate their citizens to safety. Stay with us.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Na 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
Across Sudan has left hopes for a peaceful transition to civilian rule in tatters. Forces loyal to two rival generals are vying for control, and as is so often the case, civilians have suffered the most. At least 459 people have been killed and more than 4,000 injured in the unrest so far, according to the World Health Organization, while parts of Khartoum have become a war zone. At the heart of the clashes are two men, Sudan's military ruler, the head of the army, Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, and General Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, widely known as Hemeti. Now, the country's deputy and head of Rapid Support Forces paramilitary group is who he is. Now, until recently, the two men were allies who worked together to topple and ousted Sudanese President Omar al-Bashir in 2019 and played a pivotal role in the military coup in 2021. However, tensions arose during the negotiations to integrate the RSF into the country's military as part of the plans to restore civilian rule. The key question is, who would be subordinate to whom under this new hierarchy? Well, joining us to discuss this is Peter Powell. He is a South Sudanese in diaspora and a Rotary International Peace Fellow. Thank you so much, Peter, for joining us. And I think it's good morning where you are, but good evening.
Good morning. Good morning. It's 4:30 a.m. here in Australia.
All right, great. Let's start with looking at what's behind this fighting. Many would have hoped that by now there would have been a transition back to civilian rule after the toppling of Omar al-Bashir. But here we are in 2023 in almost a very chaotic circumstance that many fear might become a civil war all over again. Walk my viewers through what's happened so far.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I think you put it very right. After the toppling of the President Bashir in 2019, the Sudanese civilians in the neighboring country were offering that Sudan was in transition to realize a democratic civilian rule. But in 2021, as you previously mentioned, the current two stakeholders of the conflicts were to call to a transitional council of the government that were going to facilitate that transition to civilian rule. But it didn't really last for long. So now we are in 2023, where those two members representing different factions of the army are now fighting for a control of the government.
And I'm thinking, we're seeing two generals at war now, and we've seen what's happened. Many people are being displaced. International communities are, trying to rescue their people and get them out of the regions where the fighting is continuing. I beg your pardon. Do you see any end in sight? Because you see, if these people were in talks and these talks have broken down, and these are two generals, just like my question at the beginning, who's going to say, well, I'll stand down and hope for, this person to lead? Do we see international communities trying to intervene in this matter, or is Sudan going to continuously be at war?
Well, it's unfortunate to say so, that Sudan is going to be at war. The African Union and the IGAD bloc, which Sudan is part of, has been trying to negotiate a way out from these conflicts. But the two warring parties show no willingness or interest to really negotiate this issue. The international community are also very concerned. They have no might to really control now, or even to say, given that the diplomat present in Sudan from different countries, the international NGOs, including UN, has to cease operating in Sudan. So the help from outside is very limited. So it is very hard to predict the livelihood for peace in Sudan at the moment.
Let's look at what's at stake now in that region, because we know that Sudan, those of us who are listening to the news, we know that it's been a volatile region, and it's bordering the Red Sea, the Sahel region, and the Horn of Africa. Now let's look at what other countries have to suffer, the likes of Ethiopia, Chad, South Sudan, your country, and how they're having to deal with this. We're seeing that even countries like Nigeria are having to evacuate their people, some by road, some by boat, and some by air. And there are countries whose nationals are still stuck. How does this conflict affect neighboring countries? And how do you think that they will be able to deal with this? Because, of course, many more people from Sudan are becoming refugees by the day.
You're very right. It is going to impact the neighboring country very severely. It has already been affecting them. There's a lot of people now fleeing Khartoum to Chad. Some are fleeing from Sudan to Egypt and to South Sudan, but also to Ethiopia and Eritrea. So the instability of Sudan is not going to be very much seen as something that will affect the livelihood of the local citizen in Sudan. It will interrupt the livelihood and the movement, the economics sort of development that is being also run between the country with Sudan. So the more we have peace, then the better the livelihood of the people will be restored. But I don't see it at the moment that it is going to become a reality.
What exactly do you think is at the core of this, aside from two generals fighting? Do you think that there are international political interests that seems to be at the core of this, that may be fueling this crisis? Because there are those who are whispering in some quarters that there might be international powers, world powers, who are behind or supporting these two generals.
Well, two things that I've observed that ignited this conflict. I think the call for a democratic transformation of Sudan's system of governance has been the call for many years that resulted to many coups and military government leading Sudan. So this call for a democratic transformation is going to continue creating more problems in Sudan until they have really realized this aspiration. Number two, I think the control of power. I mean, the two generals now seem to be running after controlling the system and the government and even the resources management of the country. So it is going to be really discuss and talk about these two things, because as soon as one is leading the country, the resource management and exploitations will be in the hand of one of them. Although they might not be committed to the democratic transformation, they will invest very much in positioning their power, having resources in their hand.
Let's look at what happens next after, you know, this deadly fighting, because I mean, you're an international peace fellow, even though you're from the other side of Sudan. Are there peace talks that are happening one way or the other? I mean, you spoke about the fact that the African Union has been somewhat trying to mediate on this matter. But what do you see happening after now? Because, of course, this fighting can go on for as long as, but will there be a country for these people to lead at the end of the day? I mean, before it became what it is today, South Sudan and Sudan, it used to be one country. And then, of course, one would have thought that with the division, there would be some, you know, peace in both countries. Unfortunately, that's not the case today. Is there any plan for the south of Sudan to lead some peace talks in Sudan?
Well, South Sudan has been one of the platform for the warring party in Sudan for some time now. Since the 2021 coup to let the civil council administration that was formed after Bashir was toppled off from power was formed. Then South Sudan were the facilitating platform for the negotiation and the reinstitutions of Sudan government. So I think South is doing its best at the moment to really mediate between the two warring parties, so that Sudan can remain in peace. Because when Sudan is at war, then the operation of South Sudan in terms of the government will be very much affected, because the resources that South Sudan is relying on delivering its services are facilitated or transit through Sudan. So any conflict in Sudan that will last long will have long-term effects on South Sudan stability. So South Sudan require to be very prominent in terms of calling and support for a peaceful resolution coming back to the country itself, Sudan. Otherwise, it will have so much challenges in terms of how it could manage its own priorities, but also a lot of people of South Sudanese are also in Sudan from there. So South can do much to bring this to an end, and call for the regional blocks such as IGAD and the African Union to calm this situation down.
Finally, before we talk about more on peace, we hear that when there was a call for a cessation of fire, experts had agreed that the likes of Egypt were backing al-Burhan, while the United Arab Emirates was backing Hemeti. Now, we also realize that, you know, there's a possibility that the likes of Libya and the Central African Republic, Chad, Ethiopia, and Eritrea are likely to play some political and even military roles in the conflict. Now, let's talk about Africa. I mean, if we were to look at several countries across the African continent that are facing some form of, you know, unrest or terror, one would hope that we would be helping one another to bring peace as opposed to fueling some of these conflicts. I mean, with the fact that some of these countries like Egypt and Ethiopia might be getting refugees, why would they want to be backing politically and even funding this war, knowing that more and more people might die?
Well, that's a very big question that you are asking, and we too in diaspora and some other members in Africa would also have the same thing. We would opt for peaceful resolution instead of supporting or propagating war that is devastating the civilians' life. The very interesting thing that we have observed, and I have also shared this observation with other peace scholars, is that most of the conflicts that are displacing people in Africa, and as we have seen now in Sudan, are very internal. They are not come outside. So it is the leadership that has been really propagating war against people, affecting their life, and that's very unfortunate. So we would hope that Egypt and some other external influence stop propagating or even supporting or even taking sides, than just joining a negotiating table where they call for a unity or a way to save this country from collapsing. Because it is a very fact that when Sudan is affected and continue to see this emerging insurgency, as all these factions are going to have support outside, then Egypt will be directly affected, and some other neighboring countries. So there is the need for a genuine call for a peace, a real leadership that focusing on life of the people, but also seeing Africa moving forward in dealing with its own problem, as it has been claiming. It's also, let me address this point. The African Union has really projected a vision for 2063, a peaceful Africa. And that peaceful Africa requires all African states to invest and also advocating for that document, that vision. So in any case of a conflict that emerging in any country that is part of the Union, they should all be responding to calm that conflict down so that a peaceful for that country continue to exist. So it's unfortunate that Egypt and some other country are sitting relaxing, but also encouraging war, taking side. It's so disappointing.
Well, Peter, here's hoping that Africa, just as you said, will begin to focus more on its problems and peaceful resolutions as opposed to fueling more and more conflicts across the continent. Peter Powell is a South Sudanese in diaspora and a Rotary International Peace Fellow. Thank you so much for speaking with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Well, that's the show tonight. We want to thank you all for being part of the conversation and listening in. Don't forget, if you are watching us from outside of the country and you want to be part of the conversation, just quickly go to our YouTube page at Plus TV Africa and you can catch up on all of our conversations and give us your feedback. I am Mary Anacon. We'll be back tomorrow on Plus Politics. Have a good night.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Vicky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
My name is Engineer Yomi Fowode, and here is my good old days story. I am an information systems and management consultant. I was born into Fowode family of Okeagbo in Ijebu-Igbo and a maternal family of Okelano from Owu clan in Abeokuta. My father was a civil servant, while my mother worked and retired as a matron in the nursing profession. She's still alive, enjoying the fruits of her labor. We are a family of 7, of which 4 of the 5 children are boys. I am the firstborn, and the lastborn of the family is the only girl. An imagination of how the boys could be managed when tantrums and tricks were played could be better imagined. All around us in our formative and growing-up years, we had some of our uncles and aunties living with us, and that gave us opportunities to learn faster, be streetwise, and grow beyond our real age. In those years, set values and good names were the passport to get anything. I remembered those good olden days that my father would tell us, always remember the child of whom you are. This became a watchword for me and guided my actions and reactions to issues of life. One interesting thing that came to mind is another fact that you are a child of your parents, your neighbors, your community, your teachers, your school, your church, your family, friends, and all acquaintances. This naturally makes it tough for you to act stupidly outside the home, as you don't know who might see you and discipline you before reporting you to your parents for further actions and reprimands. The experiences of my secondary school days at the prestigious Comprehensive High School Ayutthaya, Compro as it is called, are also of mentioning. It's a school with many firsts, including being the foundation and the rock on which 6334 educational policy of this nation, Nigeria, is now built. It was a school built to international specifications, where international conferences were held and people from all walks of life assembled. It is still refreshing in memory when the then head of state, General Olusegun Obasanjo, held an international conference at the school conference center in the 70s. We remember that day he gave the school 1 million naira for improvement on the facilities. Can't say much more about the state of that facility today. God help us. God help the system that throws away opportunities to preserve legacies. My experiences in Compro varied. I was a student, I was a footballer, I was a school prefect, I was a teacher at a time, and then later, a member of the Board of Governors. As a footballer, I made my mark, which earned me a nickname that some still call me today, Okoro. If you know, you must know. And as a school prefect, people know, and students under me know I was a tough one. I was a disciplined person. But today, I'm happy. When we meet now, we recall this situation then and we rejoice over them. However, one remarkable event that readily comes to mind now was the welcoming party held for us by the school as freshers. We, the small boys and girls, were invited to dance with HSC boys and girls, and if we refused, we were threatened to be punished. So later we realized that it was to take off the shyness in us and eventually build our confidence. Today, life has changed and is further changing due to integration of foreign values into our system. We tend to copy foreign ideas into our culture without thinking of the repercussions. Now here we are, unable to manage the consequences. While it is good to think global, it is equally imperative for us to act local. All hope is not lost. We can still change the narrative. It's never too late to stop this fast leap to the precipice. We can have a cultural rebirth and a sound ethical orientation that will give us a nation, a better vision of a new day, a promising tomorrow that will outshine the good old days. We can do it. Yes, we can. Finally, I join the entire world to appreciate my dear brother, Shimori Badijo, and his team for this modest effort geared towards a greater tomorrow. And I wish and continue to wish them the best. Congratulations, Concrete Communications Limited team, for a brighter future in advance. Thank you.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Waves, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Chinelo, and with me in the studio tonight, it's a full house with 3 very beautiful ladies, Uti, Dami, and Diola. Uti, welcome back. How are you doing, ladies?
Very good.
How was your day?
Good day, actually. Tiring.
This one that you said is good day with so much gusto.
Such
Today
was a good day.
The rain, I see. But this rain that has caused problem in Lagos, I saw a video somewhere around Egbeda, there was so much flood. And Egbeda usually wouldn't flood like that. So I'm wondering, does it mean that with each year, it's getting worse? Is that what's happening in Lagos? Because
the planning for the rainy season is also important. So the clearing out of the gutters and all that. Because I mean, we have so many gutters. I mean, we have more gutters than we have drainage. Because a lot of them, they just dig a hole in front of the house.
Because the water is not going.
So of course, so because the water isn't going anywhere, but you know, any little amount of rain is going to flood. So
it just feels like every day there's something to just talk about in this country. Anyway, today we're talking about the evacuation of Nigerians from Sudan, and here's what we found as today's quotes. They are still in Khartoum. At NEMA, Nigeria has sorted all payments, etc., but there are still a few logistical delays. They will likely proceed early morning, safer to leave early morning. A war situation is not a normal situation. We are all anxiously waiting to receive them. And this was said by the chairperson, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Honorable Abike Dabiri. I really don't know how to feel about the situation, because it's like I sort of have mixed feelings, because on one hand I'm like, okay, who sent people message? On the other hand, I'm like, yeah, right. There's a reason why we have an embassy, why each country is represented in other countries, right? But are we as Nigerians prioritizing our citizens? I think that's the question we should be asking ourselves. Are we prioritizing? Don't worry, I know that we all have a whole lot of things right to say. Sudan, and in particular its capital, Khartoum, is no longer safe. That much is certain, since fighting broke out between the Sudanese armed forces and the militia. Rapid support forces, virtually no one has been able to move about freely, with most people, foreigners, diplomats, and citizens alike, choosing to flee. A few hours ago, we saw a distress video on social media of stranded Nigerians trying to leave Sudan. They cried about being stranded in the desert for hours after their buses stopped in the middle of nowhere because the drivers claimed they haven't been paid. It's our ladies' night out, and Uti, Diola, Dami, and myself are here to discuss the war in Sudan, safety and evacuations of Nigerians. And when we open our phone lines, we'll love to hear what you have to say. But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news. Every year, ITU and partners work together to inspire and encourage girls to pursue a future in ICTs towards bringing the gender-digital divide. The aim is to encourage young women and girls to pursue their studies and careers in science, engineering, technology, and mathematics and other fields, and help them achieve their dreams. This year, the theme of Girls in ICT Day is Digital Skills for Life. This one is for the women and girls in tech. Yeah. Do you know what you have to say about the holiday?
I'm sorry?
Are you in tech? No, you're not, are you? Somewhat.
I was in tech.
Oh, you were? Yeah. And what was the experience like? Was there any gender bias? Did you ever experience any gender bias of any sort?
Yes. At one time, I remember that I had gone for an interview, and the only reason I didn't get the job was because I was female. And the guy had said, the person who was trying to recruit me had said that they were working on a project and it would require long hours, and they might not be able to accommodate the needs of a female. I have to go, I have to probably in my period, I have hormonal, so they'll probably be there like 2 weeks straight. How would I cope with the guys? All that. So, but I think it's so much better now. There's a lot of women.
I think we're gradually building the digital divide. Let's see.
Yeah, I think it's great, really.
girls need a lot more visibility. Closing that gap, and there is a gap. Closing that gap is really important. ICT is just even a part of it. I think, getting more girls into STEM in general just would be really, really impactful, because we know that women, wherever we go, we change things, we improve things. So I'm glad that there are days like this that shine the spotlight on the fact that we need to we need to continue to work on the mindset of girls, to not think that some of these things are for boys and not for their gender. So I like that there are days like this that just highlight the fact that, you can be anything, you can do anything you want.
You can be whatever it is you want to be. All right, Dami, what did you find for us in the news today?
Okay, well, what I found in the news today is about fuel subsidy or not. And I don't know if it's a good news or it's a bad news, but anyway, I'll read it. The National Economic Council on Thursday in Abuja said it had agreed that petrol subsidy should not be removed as earlier planned for June 2023. The Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Mrs. Zainab Ahmed, disclosed this to State House correspondents shortly after the valedictory council meeting presided over by the Vice President, Yemi Osibajo, at the council chambers of the Presidential Villa, Abuja. Well, this, I don't know, like I said earlier, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that fuel subsidy is being removed. I mean, I can understand that because already in the budget of Nigeria, fuel subsidy is supposed to be removed by June this year, and currently they are of the opinion that we cannot as a nation afford the fuel subsidy again for very maybe understandable reasons, because Nigeria is currently in debt. So adding more debt to what we have already, I don't think is anything logical by any chance. But removing fuel subsidy is going to have a very major effect on the masses, because a lot of people, because already many people can't afford to buy fuel. So removing the fuel subsidy is just going to put everything in jeopardy. And I mean, it's a good thing that they are delaying it, but the truth is, or rather, the question is it for a good cause? Because truthfully, I don't know if they are delaying it for a good cause, because they say they are delaying it till, they want to give the new administration more time to prepare and all those plenty stuff. But are you sure that it is not also giving the new administration avenue to loot funds? Because with Nigeria, I don't know these days, you really can't tell, but yeah, I'll just leave it there.
It's a band-aid, rip it off. I mean, we can't afford it. We can't afford it. We can't afford it. I can't say it enough. We can't afford it.
We just can't.
But yeah, I don't think that I'm surprised. I'm not shocked at all by this extension. We keep kicking the can down the road. Think about the last fuel subsidy, fuel scarcity. This is a decision that, we should have, even if we, okay, let's not say don't rip off the Band-Aid. Take the plaster off little by little. Increase the price little by little. But the administration, well, let me not even say the administration. The federal government has decided that this is the best way to go. And I think we're literally just kicking the can down the road. And it's like when a snowball is rolling, as it keeps going, it keeps getting bigger. So the impact and the effect on our numbers is just not great. But
then they promised that they were going to, take off the subsidy, in bits, so that it doesn't affect
from time.
So that brings us back to what I said. Are we sure that they're actually doing this now for a good cause or not? But like I said, I'll just leave it there.
Question.
We can't afford it.
Okay, Diola, what's your name?
Okay, so this one, I particularly like this one. It's 5th PEBEC Awards, Gombe crowned best state in ease of doing business. And that is a pleasant surprise. And this is for the 2nd year running. They arrived at this ranking with looking at 6 indicators, namely infrastructure, secure and stable environment, transparency and accessibility of information, regulatory environment, skills and labor, and economic opportunity. And when we have ease of doing business, it grows the economy, it leads to nation building, and I don't know. I like saying this. Gombe is
Gombe.
Yeah, Gombe. Very surprising. Okay. Gombe. For the 2nd year running.
It's the infrastructure one that I'm still questioning, because I don't know about Gombe having good infrastructure. But if they say so, if PEBEC says so,
well, it never states that it's been mentioned frequently like that. So I'm surprised.
Really surprised.
Okay. Let's see, what did you find for us in the news?
So, my story. You know, sometimes you're scrolling down and you see something and you're like, I'm not sure I just saw what I saw. But let me read my headline. Parents put padlocks on daughters' graves to avoid rape in Pakistan. See, it's not only in Nigeria that mad things are happening.
Right.
But there is an increase in necrophilia cases of bodies, corpses being raped, being exhumed and raped in Pakistan. Too do causes problems. So when you are too strict, they have entered the market. This time what they entered was the graveyard.
Wow. Yeah.
So too much of anything.
Yeah. When you restrict
too
restrictions,
too strict,
So
so
I think that it's the restrictions that is making them go and have sex with
the story
dead bodies.
says Pakistan has created such a sexually frustrated society that people are now putting padlocks on the graves of their daughters to prevent them from being raped. I don't need to say any more about the story because it's so ludicrous. It tells itself like enough said. Like, but I mean, I wanted our viewers to get a sense that, you know, when you talk about things being bad in Nigeria, just understand somewhere in the world, we now have to keep
looking good. No, that's the height. Anyway, so for me, my story is the popular Jerry Springer is dead. He died today at 79. I saw this and you know what kept ringing in my head? Jerry. Because I remember my mom she didn't allow us watch it. So anytime she's watching it with her friends, she would tell us, send us inside. But I mean, you still used to hear it, and I still used to watch it sometimes. As a matter of fact, now sometimes I just go on YouTube and I look for those videos because the stories are very funny to me. But so he was one of the most influential and controversial figures in TV history, and he died today after suffering he was diagnosed I think a few months ago of cancer. I think 2 months ago or so, and he's dead now. Sad, but
two greats in 1 week. Wow. Harry Belafonte and now.
And then now him. Sad. Anyway.
May their souls rest in peace.
Amen.
Amen to that.
Amen.
I know, right? Okay. Like I said earlier tonight, we're discussing the war in Sudan and how Nigerians have been evacuated. I think there's a video that we can play, but then before we watch that video, let's take a break and see you shortly.
Fighting. Can you imagine that we are stuck in this desert for 5 hours? Like we don't know the situation we have. We don't have water. Our money has finished. Can you imagine? And they said the vehicle drivers, they said they are not moving their bus. They said they are not moving their buses because they don't give them money. Which type of attitude is this one? Look at this place. We are stuck in desert. We don't even have compass. We don't know where we are. I don't know the place we are. Everything has finished. We are done. We don't have anything. We don't have anything. We don't have bus. We don't have anything. We don't have compass. Even now our location. We're in an unknown environment with a very big danger. Look at this place. Just take a look at this place. Why is Nigeria everywhere?
According to a news source, the evacuation of 2,400 students and other Nigerians trapped by the ongoing conflict in Sudan took off on a slow start on Wednesday as only 15 out of the 40 buses required for the exercise were provided. Although the federal government hired 40 buses for the repatriation of the citizens from Khartoum and other citizens to Cairo, Egypt, only 10 buses were available as of Wednesday morning, while additional 5 buses were provided later in the day. This was happening as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Onyema, claimed that the federal government had been charged $1.2 million for the evacuation of Nigerian nationals out of Sudan. He cited insecurity in Sudan for the high cost of evacuating Nigerians from Sudan. We are worried about about the Nigerians in Sudan and what the government is going to do to ensure their safety. And we're asking, what is the state of the safety of Nigerians trying to evacuate Sudan? Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-80384663. You could also tweet to us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. You know, I chuckled when I read, or when I was talking about the $1.2 million, because, so first of all...
Yeah, Nigerians, all you see is money.
No, all you hear
is money.
It's a large amount of money.
When I heard that, I just went to my calculator and I'm like, okay, so $1.2 million.
CBN, just even do
No, CBN rate. No, we're not even doing black market rates. And I'm like, okay. And you provided only 15 buses. That's number one. Number two, these drivers. Now, I don't know if these drivers are locals or if they are Nigerians or wherever it is they're from. They had the guts to stop in an unknown, in the middle of nowhere, like Corey the Cowley dog would say. You are there dropping people that, or rather stopping people that. So how are we so sure that there wasn't even something that was even, would I say, planned in the first place? Like, all of these things don't just, it doesn't make sense. I said at the beginning, I have mixed feelings about this because in the first place, yeah, who sent you guys? But also, I feel like the government has a responsibility to its citizens, right? So in cases like this, because look at other countries and what other countries, I'm sure as we get on the conversation, we're going to talk about this, what other countries are doing. So why is it that it's always different when it comes to Nigeria? Why is our case always different?
Okay, so
what did you say?
Is it different?
Is it different?
I mean, first of all, I mean, I want to echo, look, Nigeria is bad, but when it kicks off somewhere else, where do you want to go? You want to come back to Nigeria. So the fact is, right, there's a sense of entitlement that Nigerians have, first and foremost. You know, you're standing in that video, you're laying, our money is finished, this is this. And my first question is, how did you get there in the first place? When you were going, did you seek the government's permission? Did you tell, like, literally, the government, I mean, it's like somebody having a baby and then coming baby to your doorstep and say, feed my baby. Like, when you were having sex, was I there? Was I present? Did you consult me? So you've gone to this place, and yes, my son was very proud yesterday. He said, Mommy, I learned about the government today in school. And I said, what does the government do? He said, the government is responsible for the safety and security of its citizens.
Yeah, right.
Now, government is responsible for the safety and security of its citizens, right? And there is an expectation that, yes, when I'm abroad, my government will look after me. Your government is the government of Nigeria. We have not looked after the 200 million Nigerians in Nigeria. Then we got to worry extra about you that has chosen to walk with your 2 feet to another country. But these things happen, right? So you are there. And the government starts to make plans. Again, we have very high expectations. $1.2 million is actually not a lot of money for an evacuation exercise of this sort. For the countries that really plan it, it takes sometimes as much as 1,200 military personnel to get people out of the country. Now, for some context, because again, Nigeria is so rubbish that people like to say, most other countries, a lot of other countries, have only moved out their diplomats. The UK still has almost, 4,000 citizens stuck there. So when we say these things, there's always needed a measure of, we need to temper these things when we're sort of, you know, having our expectations. Because you kind of have to look at what your government is doing at home to rate what they will do abroad. Then you now get stuck and you're like, hey, we don't have money. Like, just, I mean, don't even go far. Just stay in the environs of Lagos, like island, and ask how many people don't have money, and you'll know that. Like, I mean, come on, you know. So, and you know, and then you're like, we have money, and like, like, there's so many things I want to say, but I'm just going to try and hold myself back. I'm trying to really rein myself in. But the fact is, why all of a sudden do you have massive expectations? I mean, I don't understand, first and foremost, if the drivers were not paid, why start the bus?
That's my question.
Why move halfway and leave them? But we don't have, I mean, all the details. It's just what we have of the story. But for me, the main thing here is the evacuation of people in war-torn war zones and things like that is hugely, hugely problematic. that you have to keep people safe, you have to stop, one side from trying to shoot them to claim the other side did it. And this is a very tense situation. We must remember that the two factions that are fighting, they are military, both sides. This is not a civilian versus government. This is not small guys. This is full-on guy. You and I, we have AK-47s galore. These are generals. So it is not a situation where you just think, I can just run to one corner. This is calculated military training, fighting each other back and forth. So this is the elephants fighting, and the grass is trying to get out of the way. Exactly. So it really, for me, is, look, we sometimes just have to say, look, Nigerian government, you've even kicked into action. Because we must applaud. They've even done something. They've started something, and let's wait to see where it will go. But, I mean, Nigerians, we need to arrange our expectations. I mean, reality is in front of you, and you still have high expectations. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
What would you rather they do, actually? Because, I mean, we are Nigerians, and we have a government, whether good or bad. Ideally, the government is, for God's sake, they're supposed to be responsible for our safety.
My point is, look, we don't ever think, now, like I said, UK citizens are still there. We never think to stop and say, how much or how long does it take to plan an evacuation? All we see is money has been paid. It's not about paying money. There is a plan, there is planning, there is actually executing what it takes to execute, then execute it, having it go well. All of these things are part of the planning. Those countries